folks. It's Friday, December the 17th, 2021. We are 2 weeks left in the year 2021. And one of the first little quick things that I'll just note off the top is that if you'll notice a little scroller dealie that I always put at the bottom, I adjusted it, but I did adjust the time just a little bit slightly. I did mention that I'm going to be doing the live stream on Friday, but I'm going to be doing it from the family house, a couple blocks down. I have commandeered my old room, which is my younger brother's office, much to his dismay. And the more it dismayed him, the more it amused me. It's like, so just so you know, this is what's going to happen now.
Wow.
But then I said, well, if it make you feel any better, I talked to both of your parents, and they didn't care, and I'm going to take the room. He doesn't get much support in that house. It's really unfortunate. It's very sad.
Well, it's nice living rent free.
Well, this has always been the thing. The argument at the dinner table, whenever I come over, I'll mock him mercilessly as I do, as the older brother. But then he'll be like, you invited him. And I'm like, precisely. They wanted me here. Think about how much, what does that say about you?
He has no choice. They have no choice.
But it also says that clearly it's like, while they disapprove outwardly of my mockery of you, inwardly, they're giggling to themselves. Because they invite me back.
That's it.
And it's a free meal for me. I'll take it. No complaints.
No.
So good evening, Baz. Absolutely. Your first comment out of the gate. Thank you very much. Jeff McMahon, good evening. Hello. Rick, Vintage Oddball Cards, good evening. It won't be an extra 30 minutes per se because the part of the thought process is so actually thank you, Yannick, for bringing it up because this will be a good one. So for the Christmas Eve one, I'm going to start a little bit early. However, I'm also going to stop it before midnight. Because midnight we'll go down and then we'll do exchange of presents. It is Christmas, so we'll do that. It'll be a shorter one than normal, so I figure we'll start a little half hour earlier. Even if I cut it off at 11:30 or so, that's still 3 hours. It's a good solid stream. That's plenty of time, so we can get through anything we want to get to, chat, hang out, do all that good stuff. New Year's, I'm also probably going to adjust the time slot. I'm still figuring it out, but for that one, it might be starting a little later, a little closer to midnight for New Year's for folks. But of course, we'll go past midnight, and then it'll be Happy New Year, and then we'll see where we go from there. Any of the folks out on the West Coast want to pop in and say, hey, you can hang out, and we can always catch your New Year. But I want to start a little later to give myself some time to relax during the day and rest. So that's kind of the thought process, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hockey. Double B, Bobby Burrell. There you go. I love it. Okay, so... Yep, perfect. Good evening. Smoking Cardboard. JW Fulcher. Yes, I know. It's the competitive. I was actually on. If you were paying attention, you would have noticed that on Dustin's live stream, I was actually in the chat. I also made fun of him on Instagram. I was like, what? Your family abandons you and now you're not satisfied? Now you need a Friday live stream too? What the hell, man? What the hell? It's fine. As soon as I saw it, I chuckled and I was like, it's all good. Do your thing. So they're just kind of hanging out and chatting, which is perfectly fine. That's okay. A little quick here. Yep. Perfect. Yeah. A lot of times when I said the same thing when I did the live stream with Dustin earlier in the week. My statement is always, I don't mind if other people are doing live streams. That's okay. I get it. But especially if it's something where it's just understood and it's like a friendly thing. Also, styles are completely different. So it's one of those things like it's not exact. If we were doing the exact same format, talking about the exact same topics in the same order, the same sequencing, then it's like, okay, well, then just cannibalizing each other's audiences really. But it's like, no, people can choose. And by the way, a lot of folks that catch this stuff catch it on replay. So I'm not offended. So it's one of those things. It's like, don't worry about it. If you need to catch it on replay, catch it on replay. It's perfectly fine.
I actually missed it myself. It was a busy week.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Business 124. Good evening. So real quick, one quick thing off the top as well. So that's the programming timing announcement at the beginning, and I'll figure out the New Year's thing when I get next week when we get a little closer to it. I will say today we got a half day off because the department did very well, so that was our reward. We got a half day off. I took full advantage of it. I will tell you right now, I recorded not one, not two, but 3 full videos, edited all 3 videos, and they are all uploaded on the YouTube channel that I got done this afternoon. So the pickup
apparently
video,
not the laziest person out there.
apparently. So so basically the pickup video, that is the normal, that's going to be expected. Great. So that was done. Like I was expecting that. I was hoping that under the right circumstances, because I got the last 1960 Parker's card in yesterday. So I was like, oh great, I can do the showcase video. Let me see if I got enough time. Took care of it, nailed it, banged it out. Awesome. And then I was like, well, I got a little time left. I wonder if I could record the goals video for that year-end trio of videos that I was planning on doing anyway. So I ended up recording it, and I looked around, and I got enough time to edit this thing, I think. I finished editing and got it uploaded. That's done too. So right
Wow.
now, there's 3 videos already preloaded to come. One on Saturday, one on Tuesday, and another one on Thursday, already preloaded, already in the can.
In which order?
In the order of pickup video on Saturday,
Yeah.
the Tuesday one is going to be the 1960 Parker Showcase,
Nice.
and then the Ghost video will be on Thursday before the Christmas Eve one.
Because we need to talk about it after, right?
There you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
so we got it. It's a good order. And then hopefully this weekend I want to bang out the other 2, the pickups one of the year, my favorites of the year, because I got most of the stuff in already, so it's settled.
Mhm.
And then the year in review, where I grab a couple of my highlights and some fun stuff. That one takes the longest, so that one's got to be last. That's got to be the week of New Year's. So because I'm getting there, but I'm not ready yet.
Gotcha.
So sports are going to be COVID. Yeah. No, it's very likely. Now we'll see. One thing I'll tell you, hockey. It worked the first time because people were obviously distracted and whatever, and cards shot up. But now they've already shot up. So the impact is lessened when you already had a surge in the first place. Yeah, there's been a retraction, but we haven't retracted back to our old numbers. So we don't have as much room to move. We saw this phenomenon in baseball. Shohei Ohtani exploded during the season when he got off to the hot start. But if you analyze this, if you actually look at where his numbers were prior to that, part of the reason is because he had been hurt the last couple of years. So expectations for him were low. So going into the season, a bunch of other players were actually their values were coming up. His values were staying pretty stagnant. So then when he came out of the gate and exploded, he was already down here. Everybody else is already up here. So he had to go up just to catch up to everybody else. And then he blew past them as he was playing well in the first half of the season. So if you're starting from a lower place, it's easier to explode as opposed to already being kind of a little bit high. You don't have as much room to move. Maybe you move up a little bit, but not nearly as much.
Well, yeah, there's no inertia there, right? So
Yeah. So just be aware of that. In order for the explosion to happen, we would have had to drop a lot harder and a lot more dramatically, because then there's more room to shoot right up. It's just the way it works. Good evening, Justin. Good evening, Paul. Any thoughts on the drama between HJ and Cardboard? What a coincidence, hockey. I might have that queued up and ready to go.
Okay.
So that's exactly what we're going to talk about, because our good friend Card Porn provides. We do appreciate and enjoy that. Okay, so real quick here, let me go. There's a couple here that I can use, but I'm going to start off with one of the more recent ones that just got the ball rolling on this. So let's start with this guy. Yeah, I think this will be one here. So I'm not going to read the whole thing. It is pretty lengthy, but we'll do the basics and then we'll go into the particulars. So this is just an ongoing continuation of Card Porn pointing out some issues with HGA. And I also want to touch on the second point there that you're talking to hockey, because I did catch that as well. So this has been a back and forth now. So Card Porn has talked about HGA for some time. We know this. So let's move ourselves down a little bit here. So Card Porn has been talking about HGA for a while. And the reality is that I don't have an issue with it, because a lot of what Card Porn is talking about, they're basically reporting the news, so to speak. They're talking about, fake cards that have been put in HGA holders, the questionable like custom label thing that we talked about last week that isn't so great. I'm not a fan of that. And just the fact that they really don't have any credibility in the grading space. Like they're just kind of there. People like them because they're an alternative, and people are mad at PSA, which is fine. But here's my thing. I haven't been the most glowing review of it. But look, if you hate HGA PSA so much, fine, send it to SGC. Fine, send it to CSG. Probably don't send it to Beckett. That might not be a good idea. But the other two are viable options. I've given you 2 other options. And by the way, if you were going to send something that was already in the higher price point, you could probably send it to PSA. I understand the $100 isn't going to do much for most people, but it really hasn't slowed PSA down. And if you actually look, PSA has started releasing their own numbers. If you actually look and see, the backlog now is basically the value level. It was basically the stuff that was like $10 or $15. That's the majority of what's left. So if you paid more than 15 or $20, you should already have your stuff back, or pretty close to having your stuff back by now. That tells you how many people sent like $10 or $15 submissions. The sheer amount that, yeah, they're getting through a lot of stuff. They've already graded 7 million cards this year, and they're still working on that backlog. But they are making progress one way or the other. They are, and we are starting to see it a little bit. But I know for people who are waiting and that's insufficient, totally get that. So real quick. So Cardporn here says, it's true that we have been vocal on our concerns about various issues happening over HGA. Our initial concerns with HGA solely related to them grading and authenticating, and autographs didn't have the expertise to grade. As a result of this, many fakes slipped through the cracks. Errors happen in other companies too, but the percentages were far greater at HGA relative to the smaller number of cards they grade. And the comment here from Tyler is basically complaining about how they don't feel like they feel like they're getting an unfair coverage compared to like a PSA or one of the other third-party authenticators who have also in the past graded fakes. They've made mistakes. They've done all that. But in terms of sheer numbers, HGA's percentage of mistakes is much higher relative. PSA has graded 7 million cards this year, year to date. So in order for them, and HGA talks about how, the percentage compared to the amount we're graded is really low. It's like, well, if PSA did that, there would be hundreds and thousands of fakes.
Oh, yeah.
This year alone.
Uh-huh.
Not to mention the tens of millions of cards they have already graded. And there's 18 million baseball cards in the population report to date, just baseball. 18 million. We're not talking about basketball. We're not talking about all the other sports. PSA has so many cards that, yes, the law of averages says they're going to make mistakes. The law of averages also says they're going to get fakes. But when you're doing millions and tens of millions, percentage-wise, their percentage is minuscule. HGA, basically every mistake you make, we see it. He's acting like if PSA made a mistake, no one would ever publicize it on social media. It's the same social media. They do it. But when we hear it, it's still less frequent. And most of the time, and they have a buyback guarantee thing where if we do a fake, hey, well, we'll cut you a check. We're not going to be fans of it, but we'll cut you a check.
How's the basketball compared to the baseball now?
Basketball has surged comparatively, but it's one of those things. Like baseball already has 30 years of like built in. But in the last couple of when they did an analysis, 2019 NBA Prism has become the most graded single set in year in PSA's history because that basketball was such a big surge. There are over 500,000 2019 NBA Prism cards graded so far. 2019. That's far and away the highest. Second highest, 1999 Pokemon.
Yeah, I would believe that.
Yeah. By the way, the next couple on that list are all vintage baseball. So probably set registry folks that sent stacks of them over the years. But it took years and years and years of set registry for those to get into those other slots. But the number one with a bullet, 2019 NBA Prism. There you go. Wow. That tells you the surge of Zion's rookie year and how many people send in that stuff.
Half for Zion anyway, so.
Yeah, pretty much. So can we all get along as the holiday season? No, Rick. This is like a true holiday where none of us get along. Hey, it works. Yep, it's doing well, Shane. Doing well. Okay, let's talk about the second half of this one. And we'll come back to the first part if anybody has any thoughts about the HGA thing. So real quick, just to summarize, I don't think Card Porn's criticisms are unwarranted. I think Tyler is being a little whiny. I would worry more about fixing your problems. And by the way, he goes into greater depth in the write-up. I wanted to stick to really basics, but if you go further in it, and I'll include a link to this in the description of this video. I'll send one to Bobby too, so he can check it out. But if you read through it, it also talks about the staff that were laid off. And they talk about, since this time, our inbox has been flooded with messages from ex-employees who have told us how the companies run. We've also talked to Tim about this. Let's put it this way. They're not running a tight shop.
No.
And by the way, when you don't take our word for it, don't take Tim's word for it, don't take just potentially disgruntled ex-employees, don't take their word for it. How about this? They've done 2 different videos and both times have shown us that you guys really don't get it. You've done 2 videos to give us like a behind the scenes kind of deal. And it's like, I'm not impressed. Listen, the stock image of the guy delivering an Amazon package to represent people shipping your stuff is not impressing me. It's like, how lazy are you?
Yeah.
Just saying. So is the idea of having like 100 slabs of the same card a thing before recently? No. And that was the thing. When the money was available, people saw an opportunity to submit in volume. The same people that are complaining about the backlog still, again, and also Brad said this as well, from his perspective. Most of the stuff that's left over is the stuff you guys were sending for 10 or 15 bucks. I'm not saying you in general, but I'm saying as the general hobby populace. It was the $10 or $15 stuff. I know it sucks, but like, that was always going to be last in line if there was a backlog. The people who paid 50, 75, 100 and whatever and up, although everything that went above value level, the very basic bulk rates, all of them got their stuff back. All the way through regular and all those, they're all 100%. They're all complete. And if you send something to them now, you get it back in a couple weeks. Sorry. So like the system is working. I know it's not working for you who've
At
been
the
waiting a
higher
year.
end, yeah, but
Yeah. But even the folks that were like sending it for 20 or 30 bucks got their stuff back. That's what I mean. It's like unless you were at the absolute bottom bulk rate, you have gotten your stuff back.
mhm,
Now that is understandable because people sent 100 copies of the same card.
pretty
So,
much.
so it's like you were trying to make a buck. That wasn't for your PC. Like you're not going to sell me on that idea that, oh, but all 100 are for my PC. No, probably not. I don't think so.
Maybe one.
Yeah, if your order is like a dozen, if I was Nat Turner, what I would do is I would look at the value one, and if somebody sent like 10 cards, I would prioritize theirs because somebody sending in 10 cards, that's probably not one of those. It's like, no, get them back their stuff.
Yeah.
The person who said 2,000, you can wait. Sorry.
Back of the line, please.
Yeah, you can wait. As we know, BGS has gone quiet for some time. Yes, they have. Do you think we're getting to the point that our BGS 10 graded cards will decrease in value, even though they've gone quiet? BGS 10 cards are rare. I think the latter portion of your statement is going to be the key one. If it's a BGS 10 card, which their grading still holds some value for BGS 10 because they are hard to get. They have been very protective of that grade. And if the card is desirable anyway, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Those super high-end basketball cards that have sold on Golden and PWCC and stuff that are Beckett holders, that hasn't hurt it.
Oh.
If it's a desirable card, it's a desirable card. Most people won't. The only time you won't care, the only time it'll hurt you is if you're in a holder that people question. HA. That might hurt you a little bit. Speaking of the PSA list, are you as surprised as myself and batting off Curse and IG that Brett Hall, Yager, and Yama Yager are in the top 5 for hockey submissions? Yes, but I do think it. I teased the folks on the text message thread, Paul. I think because hockey was such a small amount comparatively to some of these other sports, it wouldn't take a lot of Brett Hall, Yager, or Brodeur cards to move them to the top of the list.
Sure.
Gretzky was always going to be right there at the top.
Yeah.
But some of these other guys are pretty popular. And again, if we're talking value submissions and somebody's sending some random Brett Halls and Yagers, that would immediately shoot you to the top of the list. So it wouldn't take a lot. BGS can't even get a marketing team together without money they're raking in. Yep, absolutely. Yep, Andy, she blind refractors. Good evening. PSA logged in my express order 3 days ago, and it's already in QA1. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, if you have something that is appropriate at the current price levels, you will probably be okay. You'll probably be satisfied with the service you're getting. You're probably okay. I joked about it when we had Brad on last, but I've been keeping an eye on that Fleer Ultra Ovechkin. Based on the last couple of sale prices and what even some of the raw ones are going for, I might actually have to ask Brad. So what's the address again? No, because at this point it would cost me the same price. So even when they bring back the lower ones, because of the tiers, the way they are, I might still have to send it at the same rate. So it's like, you can send it now, you can send it later. You're going to pay the same.
Yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, sure.
For what it's worth, and it's going to go up anyways, so it doesn't matter if you do it now or wait.
Yeah.
Like,
so I'm thinking in the new year,
marginal.
in the new year, I'll have a conversation with Brad and we'll set something up, and I may as well get the process started, and then go from there because the Ovechkins have been appreciating. They've been doing very. I actually have years ago now. I bought a PSA 9 UD Victory Ovechkin. They were very cheap at the time, like 20, 30 bucks. I think those are getting close to like 150, 200 bucks.
Yeah.
I was like, Victory is like,
that's one of the worst.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel.
I know.
And it's like, but by the way, it's a 9, not a 10. I said 9. Like and I was like, I bought it because it was cheap.
I remember Steven and I used to open the victories because there's some cheap packs. Let's open those.
Yeah, that's what it was for.
They were the cheapest things, and you just open them and go, yeah, it's almost like pro set. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah, and that's where we're at. Like, I would love to tell you that there is something nefarious going on, but the reality is, I believe it is genuinely my belief that I think people got, and I've said it before, it's a trickle down effect. People got priced out of the high end ones and got priced out, so they just keep moving further and further down the chain. And this has always been true. So real quick, I want to show you guys this because I think you'll get a kick out of it. It'll kind of make my point that I was saying a minute ago. So check this out. So right here, let me drop the comment here for a second. So take a look right there. Fixed price sale. That's a PSA 9. $200 fixed price. $225 with an auction. This was December the 8th. Okay. Somebody took a $400 best offer. Of course they would have on a PSA 9. $150. Guys, I bought it for like 20 or 30 bucks. Already graded. I bought it on ComC. It was cheap.
You need the $400 one.
Yeah, obviously. But like for me though, like at any of those price points, like I could sell it easily for many multiples of what I paid for it in the first place. It was cheap as dirt when I bought it, so it was one of those things like. So yeah, so the Ultra is certainly a step up from that, but it's like well, that tells you where we are now. And as Ovechkin, like I said, keeps creeping forward, and he's playing well. I think he's right at the top of points for the season too. He's right at the top of overall scoring. So like, he's playing tremendously well.
As long as he doesn't get sick, he's okay.
Yeah, just got to keep playing. He's got to stay focused on what he's doing. He seems determined to play, so he seems to be playing very well. He's just got to keep his eyes on the prize, and it could be a good season for him. Saw Connor McDavid PMG the other day. I'm surprised those don't go for more given the PMG buzz. I think in hockey we've never quite caught on to it. I will say that Connor McDavid also creeping up, rapidly. He was already kind of pricey, but he's been moving up. Why can't BGS have a front-facing executive that from time to time is accessible to people? Beckett is owned by a company that bought them from the company that bought them from Beckett. We're like 3 or 4 purchases removed from the original, and they're basically like a holding company.
I think they're owned by OM. Yeah. OSOM is the company.
Is that the current? Because I know there's been a couple of moves with them.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. But the thing is, like, they've been 3 or 4 acquisitions deep. So it's one of those things where, like, at this stage, most people don't even know who owns them. Like, they're like an innocuous, they're like basically a holding company. That's just like, we own them. They're part of properties and we own other stuff. It's just like, there you go. That's it.
I thought it was a sports magazine, like real sports, like not hobby sports.
Yeah.
I think that was their main company that owned them, but I think there's been 2 other.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like we're so far removed. Like at this point, it's the only any associate, and Beckett like has to keep reemphasizing to people is like, I sold that company years ago, and then they sold it, and then they sold it again.
Nobody
it's like my name's still on there, and that's about the only association I have with the current situation.
Yeah, well, they're being so quiet. That's very dangerous for them. They don't realize that it hurts them every day. They don't say anything or come forward. Mm-hmm. Like PSA is already hurting for certain things. HGA is whatever, and the only good one really is SGC and
CSG has been pretty clean for the most part. They got to fix their label situation, but that's about it. And that's an aesthetic thing. It's not like a bad thing. It's just they gotta take some feedback. They're getting some feedback from folks, and if they can tweak it and make it look nicer, it'll probably fix part of that, and then it'll be easier.
A couple more of those cards into SGC, the 7-Elevens.
Okay.
I did acquire a couple. Did I show you?
These are the more recent ones?
Yep. So we have... Oh, there we go.
So is that the Cowboy one?
That's the Cowboy Bucking Bronco one.
Gotcha.
And then we have... Oops, is that upside down? I think it is. Nope.
It's upside down, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, now you're good. That was the kicker from New Orleans, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one who had set the record-breaking kick at the time.
Longest, at the time. Yeah, I think it was broken once or twice, yeah. But still, pretty good.
Oh, no, for sure. It's an interesting issue. And yeah, definitely up SGC's alley. That's what I mean. Like, but that's why I say, like, if people are frustrated with PSA, use SGC. Use some of the other ones. Like, if it works for you, do it.
I'll be sending him in at a $50 value.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
How do you value something like that?
Yeah. Well, I guess the obscurity also kind of helps it too. It's one of those things, like, you can't just argue it's ridiculously high, because what are you going to base that on? Like, you have to be very particular, because even for the issue,
a different story, right?
Yeah, because at least he has that backing him up. The rest of them is like, it's a little tricky. So real quick, I'll touch on this one. Any thoughts on Tracy Heckel, even Panini? I've thought about it a little bit. I really don't have too much to add. Every interview I've heard with him, he seems like a nice guy. He is knowledgeable in a lot of hobby things. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference, to be honest. Panini's just kind of doing their thing. I don't think it's going to change the game. That's why I say, like, there's a lot of hobby folks that have been around. Their names, they're in the circuit. They do interviews and stuff. But if they come and go, and it's no knock on anything he's done. It's one of those things. I know he's been a front-facing person to work on Panini's behalf and help promote them. But if you get somebody else good in there, you can still make it work. And right now, Panini's main focus is on how do they make their future.
I think maybe that's a good move for him, anyways.
Yeah, he could very well, like, I don't know if he specified what he's going to do, but there's a good chance that he already maybe has a landing spot in mind, or a business that he wants to do or something. There's a lot of things he could be doing. So good evening, Brad, of course. Listening while doing mail. Sounds good. Well, so now you can listen to this, Brad. I told Bobby, we're getting ever closer. I keep tracking that Ovechkin card. I might have to reach out to you and get that address. We might have to talk. We might have to see what that new rate is.
And a few other baseball cards.
There you go. Very nice borders. There you go. So for the cards, yep. Panini has sold their brand so badly with the 31 of ones. A breakfast and egg panini will have more brand value.
Ooh,
Breakfast. You had me
panini.
at breakfast. We were good there. Solidly played hockey. Okay, so real quick, let me do this first right now. So I'll leave it open as far as that's concerned. We can talk about a couple of these different things. It is a quiet news week. Our good friend Cardporn gave us at least a little entertainment off the top. I always appreciate that. So I put the link in there for anybody that wants to come on and chat. Usual bouncers in effect. We'll keep an eye on that as usual, as is usually the case. But if you guys have any thoughts on any of the stuff we've talked about so far, like I said, the cardboard thing is more fun. The back and forth is going to be kind of entertaining with those guys. But I really do think it would behoove Tyler to just get over it, take the criticism in stride, and fix your problem. Like, focus your attention on fixing your actual problem. Get some legitimacy for your, shaky business going on there.
I don't know if he can fix it.
I doubt it. But I will say this. I think the bigger problem isn't just whether he can fix it or not. That's an issue for sure. But the bigger issue for me right now, and I saw it on a lot of those threads, is that a lot of people spent a chunk of time in the comments section of those Instagram posts, sitting there going like, "Well, you're being unfair to HJ." Why? Or you're picking on them. If you keep doing things wrong and I'm pointing it out, am I picking on you or am I simply stating a fact?
Well, it's all positive in the hobby going forward, as everybody likes to assume. We are here for the opposite. Not necessarily the opposite. We're here to tell the truth and what's going on out there. We can ride the wave with everybody else and say everything's all good and not to look bad on things, but it's not looking bad on things. It's like telling the truth and not telling the truth.
I think there is room in a healthy discourse for a contrarian view. That is a sincere contrarian view. That isn't just, oh, I'm just doing this to like discount or to like downplay or to falsely push something the wrong way. That isn't the agenda here. No. The goal here is, no, I just want to call a spade a spade. That is all I would like to do. As long as I'm allowed to call a spade, I'm a happy camper.
We didn't do it.
Yeah.
It's their issue.
That's the thing. It's like, if you didn't do it, there'd be no reason for me to say it. It's really easy. Yeah. Don't do it, and I don't have to say it. And by the way, if you do a good job, I can then give you your credit and your praise. But the problem is you don't do a good job. So if you never do a good job, when am I going to give you the praise if you don't do the good job? What do you want from me?
I don't know.
I can't make it up for you.
Truck again. I don't know.
Yep. There you go. I heard that. I think we can have a Carlos special. Well, dare we live the dream? You never know, Brad. It could work. JJ Bama, good evening. SCA Sports Cards, good evening. Went to the Pachenga show on Sunday. Prices and sales were crazy. Some things were great deals. Others I was surprised that they sold for. I think we're in a weird stage of the hobby. And I think that's fair. And I think that's okay. Use promo code because. Very wise. Jeff is the toughest person in the hobby. Takes much more abuse over a longer period of time than anyone, whereas HGA and other personnel have a public meltdown. That is true. Although Jeff was rattled last week. Yeah, I think to a certain degree. I'll agree that for the most part, per capita, Jeff is very much a lightning rod. I used him and Gary Vee as an example. Those are probably the two biggest lightning rod guys in terms of criticism all the time, consistently from both segment of the hobby. Of course. Gary Vee is insulated in it because day to day he's not involved, so he's not concerned with it. Jeff puts himself out there as front facing. He's willing to stand there and do his silly hello and the whole 9 yards and keep doing it again and again and again. And take the abuse and do it again and again and again. And for him, as long as the businesses are operating, he doesn't care. He's just going to keep running and rolling through it. But it goes back to what I said last week. I think criticism of those guys is fair as long as it's legitimate criticism. Sure. There are plenty of real things that they've said and done that you can question. You don't need to make stuff up. That's my only thing. Don't make stuff up. Don't exaggerate something for effect to try to make your point stronger. If you've got a real point, legitimate point, and you've got real evidence, use it. Use the real evidence, use the real point, use the real facts. And that should be good enough. If your point's good enough, that should be enough to carry the day.
Yeah.
That's just what I prefer, is doing it that way.
Yeah, what are your thoughts? Okay. It's just, I don't know. It's a different part of the hobby that some people want to attract themselves to. The motivation, the hype, everyone's into investing. They really want to get into it. So that's the perfect guy to follow. That's follow your path.
Yeah. But the thing is, he's only got 120,000 subscribers, not 120 million. Oh, even as far as his influence goes, it's still there's still limits. It doesn't reach all areas of the hobby. The only time you hear from folks, You hear from folks that complain because they'll come on to these venues. They'll go on Instagram. They'll go on Twitter. You hear from
Sure.
them. You're always hearing about the folks complaining. You're not hearing from the 99% of the hobby that doesn't care. The 99% that isn't paying attention, is not watching, is not listening to any of this, and can't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like that's the bigger group. And I think people forget that they're actually the bigger group. The folks that aren't listening to this stuff, don't care.
We're the
They're just
trees in the forest.
basically. So what are your thoughts on some card shows banning cameras? I'm glad they are. I wouldn't want to be recorded without permission either. Now,
No, that's tough. Wow.
yeah. So here's what I'll say. I agree with you from the perspective of individuals at the show who may not want to be recorded. I think that's fair. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think you have to ask them if, unless they oppose. If they oppose
Yeah.
to you taping while you're doing it, say, please, I would like not to be taped.
Yeah.
Would you please remove that? At that point, that should be a fair and thing. Okay, that's fine. If he's kind of in the shot, what are you going to do?
Yeah. I think it's a bit tricky because it's one of those things that part of what's helped build up some of those shows and made them bigger is has been the promotion of it. Because I'll touch on the second comment here. Also, the cartridges aren't being monetized for someone using their venue for content. I'm sure they want to cut.
Oh,
I would also I would put it the other way. It's free advertising. Because the reality is some of these shows would not have some of the shows that have grown by leaps and bounds wouldn't be anything if they weren't being promoted as a place to be. If you weren't able to see, oh, hey, at this show in this random place that most people aren't thinking about first, Wisconsin Dells is a show that has done very well over the years, but it's also helped that other folks have helped promote it. The folks have done vlogs on it. You're certainly allowed, if you're the show promoter, at the end of the day, you're renting the venue. You can set the rules in that way if you want to, but you are basically limiting some of the promotion that you have and hurting yourself. And JJ Bauman makes the point here. There's no real expectation of privacy in a public show because you're basically in a large auditorium space. Yes. It's not like they're following you to the bathroom. If they are, then we've got a problem. Like that's illegal. That's a bigger issue that goes beyond. But if you're standing out on a wide open floor with open tables, conducting, a public thing, everybody can walk by. Do you feel more comfortable when someone just stands there and watches you making a transaction, just staring at you? It's the same thing, but there's no camera. Now, if somebody's
staring at you in the washroom, that's weird.
It's also weird. It's weird in both scenarios, somebody just staring at you. But the point is that when we're talking about a camera, is if somebody's, I guess you could put it this way. If somebody's walking up and down the aisles and just getting a general panning view, I did that for the Fall Expo.
You're guilty. Yeah,
absolutely. But here's the thing. If Menzies said not to do it, we're not going to do it. But I also think, but because I'm not going to get kicked out of the show for that. It's not worth it, especially considering the little amount of time I was recording. It would be short-sighted because it's not like a lot of people were doing the panning thing very much. So it's one of those things. Yes, people were taking footage at the show, but you're missing out on the opportunity because at the end of the day, the card show promoter probably can't afford, especially some of the content creators who are really good at it, good at compiling a really good overview of the show. They probably can't do half as good a job promoting the show and showing it in its best light than some of these vloggers.
Not a tenth.
Yeah. So, and they're not going to try. So
why would they? They advertise through coming to the show. Mm-hmm. The exterior part of the podcast that really covered the shows. That's gold.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Like
I think cut out gold. You want to cut a bit? What are you fanatics?
Yeah. I think it's going to provide.
I think it's fanatics, not fanatic.
Yeah. No, I get it. I think it's going to be interesting. We'll have to see how it goes with that. But like I said, I think these show promoters are going to have to figure it out for themselves and decide on it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with it. There's an argument to be made that being talked about at all keeps you relevant. BGS is failing because of their silence. Yeah, that's a big chunk of it. Yeah, that's right. I think the content is great for the hobby, at least good content. Yeah. So let me touch on this one. Trade shows are such a snoot fest. 0 fucks given. Yeah. So here's the deal. Great. Sounds good. But the ones that, so we'll use Sports Card Investor. His views and subscribership took a huge boost during his vlogs from the National. So you don't care, but more people care than the opposite.
Yeah.
So it's like, the problem is that if we produce just the content that you want produced, that's great, unless the views go down, unless the views are down, in which case, then the content providers have no reason to produce content. Because it's like, well, if no one's going to watch it, what's the point? Well, those vlogs do better on average than a lot of the other content people do. That's just a fact.
Yeah, and all the other 50,000 fucks given are
Yeah,
So,
they say they overrule you. They've outnumbered you on that vote because they vote with their attention. They vote with their views. They vote with their clicks. They vote with their engagement on those videos. Those are metrics that we can measure those metrics. We can see it. We can see that when he was doing the vlogs, views went up. They spiked. When the vlogs were off because there was no show to do, views went down. The rest of the content was the same. He did similar stuff the rest of the time anyway.
I,
Yeah, they should set the rules before. Yeah, that's fine. I think as long as the show promoter is clear on it, yes or no, yay or nay, that's fine.
and you should take that on. Hello, sports card investigators? No.
I, that might cause some lawsuit. Shows are not public spaces. They kind of are though. You're kind of in a. I think that'd be an interesting conversation for a lawyer to have. It's like, we'll see.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, we
Because it's like it's an open auditorium, man. I don't know what to tell you.
it's just like anybody on the street. You can't tell them not to tape. You can't not tape a cop. You've seen all those videos.
Yeah. Yeah.
there's no
Again,
problem there,
I'm
no
back
issue.
to if they're not sticking a camera in your face, you're gonna have a really tough time winning that argument.
Keeping in your home or anything, it's
Yeah.
different. Yeah.
Yeah. So Sports Card Nonsense reported SCI wanted full video rights to one of the first Dallas cartridges. Yeah, and that's a different thing where they're trying to do something. It's a little weird. Yeah, they try to do a lot of stuff. Fine with banning them, and that's fine. It's one of those things. It's going to be differences.
Video rights.
He tried.
Isn't that like the photo rights that whatchamacallit?
Hockey guy phrased it beautifully. I like it.
Oh,
Yeah, their fucks out fucks the fucks you give. Well
Yeah.
played.
for
I
fuck's
watch the
sake.
great hobby content videos. I watch the Oscar caliber movies, not brainless crap like Marvel movies and hobby trade videos. Marvel movies make more money than Oscar caliber movies.
Yeah.
Way more money. Not a little more money. Way more money.
Not
So
in the
you- so
future-
you
not
are
going
allowed-
forward. I don't know.
Yeah. So you are allowed to prefer Oscar caliber movies, but the Marvel movies make more money. And if the studio has to choose, your Oscar caliber movies go away.
0 fucks given.
It's true. Like I said, I'm not saying it as a judgment against what you're saying, but it's a fact though. Like guess what? Attention is the answer. And like I said, we happen to be in a medium here where we can see almost instantaneously how well something worked. We can take a quick look at that view count and you'll know. Oh, but I did this thing where I talked about, these cards and the history of this company and this brand and everything. Yes, 10 people watched it.
Yeah.
Vlog from the National, 40,000 people watched it.
It's all about the views.
Correct? But that's what it is.
Yes.
They crank out Marvel movies because Marvel movies make a ton of money. Yes, correct. Yeah, and that's nobody's arguing the artistic merits of Marvel movies. They make money. What if someone did the Tom Green and plays poop on a microphone and then proceeded to ask them about their pickups of the day? Someone should try it. Probably somebody did.
Where is Tom Green?
I have no idea.
I'm gonna have some sausage. Sausage? No.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah. I remember that from the commercial. That was one of the clips they put in the commercial.
Yeah.
I think it was
Well, the
what is
whole
it?
movie-
Wasn't it Freddy Got Fingered?
Freddy Got Fingered. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it
that
was
was the name of it.
a horrid movie, but that was probably the
I'm
funniest. part.
sure it was.
That's why they did it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like watching a preview of a Marvel movie, and they show all the best parts, and then you got nothing left.
Nice. So Oscar caliber equals CSU, Marvel equals PSA. Interesting.
Hmm.
Well, Nat Turner it wasn't the Thanos meme, so
There was no HGA comparison there, so we're good.
HGA is
It's
public
DC.
access cable. HGA is public access cable.
It's DC.
Obviously, it's for business review for Marvel movies. Just saying the masses stuff makes the most money. Yeah. And that's the fact. Unfortunately, that's why the masses is a different thing. Tom Green has a podcast empire. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay,
Little did we know.
there you go. Business don't care about what stuff is best. They care about the stuff that makes the most money. Businesses should care about the stuff that makes the most money. That's what keeps them afloat. It is true. Ideally, you would love, because it's good marketing copy to say you're the best. It is good marketing to say you're the best. And if it happens to be true, even better. But no, making the money is how
Most
is how
days
the
not
lights
true.
stay on. Yeah, but making money is how the lights stay on. You make money, the lights stay on. You don't make money, you could make the most artistic, wonderful, glorious stuff. You will still go out of business artistically and wonderfully.
Yep. Can wallow into the abyss.
Yep. So let's see here.
Check the
I don't know what he's referring to.
or Bobby Orr.
I don't
Sanderson
know.
Orr.
You need one more R for
Eric?
that. You need one more R for that. Well, Eric announced that he was doing a family gathering and wasn't wouldn't be able to make it for tonight's live stream. And I said to him, I originally wanted to say, it's like, and who are you? But I decided to go and say, it's like, oh, are you the Marcel Dion Stalker guy? Did you make
That's it.
bail? That's
Yeah.
great. It's like, what happened? Did Tim pay for it? Tim paid for it with the SCI money,
He
didn't
did.
he?
He
That's
did.
what happened.
Yeah. Well, it
Yep,
was a
yep.
slab throw away, so it didn't matter, right?
Valid, valid. So SCI may be the reason behind the video bans at card shows. I don't think he has that much influence on it. I think that ban was at a card show he was
No.
nowhere near. Because I heard I think Personal Finance I was talking about a show that he attended where they said you can't record, and SCI was nowhere near any of that. So and I don't think it had any impact on him.
Well, they're trying to corner the market like the photo market. Who's that company that photo has all the photos that they think they have all the photos? I don't know. It's that I forget every time you get a photo, you want to buy it or you have to use it and pay for it, whatever it is. What's that company? They've cornered the market on all the old photos or even new photos for that matter.
Oh, you're talking about are they the
Yeah.
ones that sell photos to
Yes.
everybody?
Oh yeah.
Um,
Four
I know, I know,
thousand
I know
for
you're
an
talking
extra
about. The
large.
name escapes me. The
Yeah,
name
it's like a
escapes me.
Gary V. No,
No.
it's something like that. Come on, come on,
Yeah,
guys.
it'll come to me. I know what you're referring to. I know what you're
I know
referring
the
to.
name too. It's just like,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
they've cornered the market. Like honestly, you cannot. I look at some of the photos and going, I got some of these photos that are originals too. Where do you have like um, the original film for it, or do you have the original? What do you have that makes you own it? I don't understand that. I really just don't. How are they doing that? Um, because they own everything, and
Media rights are always a very complicated business.
it is very
There's a lot.
complicated.
There's a lot to it. So real quick, I'll get through a couple of these here. Any thoughts on Hannibal stabbing the indie ref? I did hear about that, and I'm inclined to agree here with Hockey Guy. Yeah, if because what happens is when you do anything now, in this case, it was a real stabbing in the sense that like you got blood out of it. Getty Images, is that the one? I think that's the one, right? Getty Images.
Getty, yes,
Yeah. Thank you, Baz, and thank you, Canadian Cards.
yes,
Appreciate it,
great.
Mike. Thank you. Yep, you guys nailed it. It's like I knew it was something simple like that, and I was thinking about it. Bottom line, though, is that wrestling is wrestling. It's entertainment. It's form of. There's a lot of things that push the line on it. I don't see how stabbing a referee gets too much, beyond a point of just like a regular thing. Even if he's trying to elicit a reaction, it's like no, the referee would be well within his rights to deal with that, and he could sue the guy for it. It'd be tricky to do because it is a professional wrestling show, but I would because it's like, no, I didn't sign on to get stabbed unless you agreed to it. Tom Green's video podcast on YouTube has millions of views. It's right. He sits around a $10 million house and makes rap songs, goes on trips, etc. Okay, so he's moved into the content game. He's a podcaster. Maybe Tom Green should go to a card show. Oh, they won't let him film.
That's right.
Do you follow any baseball prospects or do you wait until they make the show? Generally, I'll wait until they make the show. Baseball prospects take forever. If you really want to get in at the absolute bottom rung, obviously then you're going to do better, prospecting. The problem is then you're kind of like, okay, so this guy's pretty good at single A, maybe pretty good at double A, maybe pretty good at triple A. Is he going to make it in the major leagues? Who knows? I started really collecting Soto in 2019, so a year after his rookie, because even in the year where they did win the World Series, he still wasn't seen as like a top end guy. He was playing well. He was hitting, but I got a chance to see him in some games. I liked what I saw and I thought, okay. And I remember going out and on ComC, I was able to buy copies of his Topps Chrome rookie, raw, ungraded, but I was able to buy copies for $15 a pop, 10, $15. And I sent in a couple. I got PSA 10s back. And I sold my PSA 10 when the Chrome was doing well at about $500. I think you can still buy it cheaper for that than that right now. So I sold it at a good time. But yeah, you could get back into it. And I got some of his other stuff later on. Obviously, Soto's more expensive now than he was back then. But even in the World Series year, you could have gotten a lot of stuff super cheap, super cheap. So sometimes a guy is they look past him for a while, even after he makes the show. Tom Cruise's best stuff was when he was in Channel 10 in Ottawa. Fair enough. Yeah, the dude stabbed him in the head like 50 times. Yep, absolutely. Yep. He choked the guy unconscious before it. Gotcha. Yeah, I'd heard the first part of it. I didn't catch too much the second part. Yeah, no, that would qualify as assault. Tom Green's online show started in 2006. Also, it was very early. Interesting. Yep. You guys interested in any non-sports?
Yep.
I would consider wrestling non-sport, so I've been picking up some of that. That's not really a sport. It's entertainment. I don't consider it a sport. I'll treat it in that vein. I would treat it that way.
Chess is considered a sport.
That is a very low bar of sport.
It is.
I do consider I do put wrestling more in the entertainment genre. The fact that you can be athletic and do athletic things in it, that's awesome. But we'll have to see. So I considered that. So in that vein, yes. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else outside of that. I'm going to say no. Outside of that, I tend to stick to sports. That tends to be more my lane.
Yeah.
I'm not a big pop culture guy. I do watch my movies here and there and stuff, but I wouldn't collect anything from it. It doesn't interest me that much. But I do think it's interesting, the folks that talk about it. So that's one of those things like I'm game to listen to anybody describe any collecting category or whatever they're passionate about. And if they've got some knowledge on it, I'm willing to listen to it. So in that sense, I'm always going to be interested. So, but for collecting for myself, the non-sports has never been my thing.
I do like some of the older stuff from the 60s, but other than that, not too much. And the newer stuff.
You got to get yourself some Adam West Batman, Bobby.
No, I'm not at that. So much Batman out there. 3 different series, blackbacks, all this. It's too complicated.
So Hannibal versus New Jack. New Jack gone too soon. Fair enough. Shang Tsung and Liu Kang rookies. Nicely done. Nicely done. Mainly football, but Star Wars intrigues me. Pokemon, not really. No, that's fair. So there's actually 2 thoughts that this leads me to. Kind of unrelated, but let's shift over to something else. So earlier in the week, I did the video on the Josh Luber thing from SCI's interview, and I went over a couple of the pieces related to it. Video's done well, so thank you to those of you who checked it out and left comments, and there were some really good comments in it. Now, I saw a live stream that a couple of guys, I think it's called the Warehouse Cards or something. I'll find it. But anyway, they did like a 3-hour discussion on it, reacting to the interview itself. And they talked about a lot of different things.
3 hours, holy.
Yeah, they just, can you believe someone could actually talk about sports card stuff for 3 hours? No. Like, that's absurd. It's ridiculous.
No. We have no competition.
You got to be concise and to the point, Bobby. Concise and to the point, for goodness sake. Yeah. Anyway, the thing is that they're looking at it from the perspective of card dealers because they run a card shop in Kansas City area. So they're thinking about it from their perspective. Then they have some concerns based on it. Their biggest concerns, a lot of it stemmed out from his inexperience in the game, in the card hobby. Like, even though he's gotten back into it and he collected as a kid, obviously there was a big gap in between when he was doing the StockX thing and all that stuff related to it. And a lot of his theories are very simplistic. And I decided to take a lot of his discussion and interview with SCI with a grain of salt, just on the merits of the topics and subjects. So for me, it was fine to talk about it in a vacuum. Now, here's what's interesting. And this would be something that I pose out there. Forget about everything else. Forget about your topic about Josh Luber and everything. Let's assume that Josh Luber has dreams and aspirations that maybe won't work. Maybe it won't work. Does it reach a certain point where they try some stuff and then they realize it doesn't work, and then it ends up being Fanatics basically just replicating the existing model, but under the Fanatics brand? Probably. Yeah. Just, it's like, well, we tried, but because don't forget, Michael Rubin is the real man behind the curtain. Mm-hmm. Josh Luber is the front-facing guy. He's the guy who is a collector. He enjoys collecting. He appreciates it. He is a deep thinker. I read his essay, so he at least thinks about it. He was willing to go into the history and think about some of this stuff. Doesn't mean that you came to solid conclusions, but at least I appreciate that you took the time to put together some thoughts on it. You're not going into a blank. You've never seen a card before, and now you're running a card thing. No, you've at least taken some time and thought about it. Doesn't mean that you don't realize why certain things did work or something, but you posited a theory. Mm-hmm. And I like that. That's good. We can talk about theories. We can work on that. But that's always what makes it a little interesting. Non-sports world, I do a lot more set collecting with sports, oddly enough. No, that's fair. That's fair. 3 hours in a row, like all at once. It's true. 7 hours is a record, I believe. That might still be the record.
Yep.
Yep, I saw the whole thing too. I very much disapproved of Fanatics. Yes, absolutely. I was hoping Luber would speak as elegantly as Nat Turner, all the while having the same passion. There you go. I think that's fair. Now, here's what's interesting to me. I broke down the different pieces. If you haven't had the chance to check it out, I'll give you a couple of short form notes, but if you haven't had the chance to check out that video, do, because I do elaborate on it a little bit. One of the things he threw out was the whole idea of creating a product that is specifically geared towards, kids and young collectors and stuff. Basically something that you print to the moon that will basically always be available in retail. So you're not going to have to worry about people hoarding it and, Walmart and Target are out. They're always going to have some. And my point was, like, they've tried stuff like that before. It's not like they've never tried. And my point was, and I've mentioned it here before, was that after a while, you know, even if your kids are kind of dumb, eventually they'll figure this out. They'll figure out that you've conned them into taking relatively junk cards. And they're going to figure it out when some of their schoolmates, whose parents also decided to buy them some cards, bought better cards. And then, wait a minute, you have been lying to me this entire time. Why are you giving me the crap? And in that vein, I got a comment earlier today, and it's a beautiful comment, and I want to show some appreciation to it because it plays right into this line. And it's from FMR and Box Breaks. So he basically wrote in, and he said, I have a 10-year-old son. He started collecting in March 2021, so relatively recent convert to the hobby. It took him about 2 to 3 months to realize score football was essentially worthless. We have since started purchasing higher end product. It then took a few more months to realize through eBay box breaks the difference between blasters and hobby boxes. So I agree. In theory, it sounds good, but it'll not take long for kids to realize through their friends that they are getting an entry-level base product is essentially not worth anything. At first, it's exciting, but it'll wear out faster than most people without kids realize. It's sad, but it's the truth. You're right. If there are any cards at any convenience store, everyone knows the level is basically worthless. I doubt people will buy them for very long.
Yep.
So that's one person's opinion, but I like the fact he is someone with kids. So I asked that question in that video. I said, if you are someone with kids, am I out to lunch? I don't have any kids. But my theory was, I'm giving the kids a little more credit. I'm saying that there's a possibility that at some point they'll clue in on the fact that it's like, if it's this available, it's because you printed a billion of each card. It's not going to be worth a damn. Why am I taking the time to build this? It's not worth my time.
It's not the same now as it was back, in the age of innocence, I think.
Yeah, but you can't put the genie back in the bottle. It's been a long time since the age of innocence.
Yeah, I know. It's not like it is that. And so going forward, we're trying to copy something that doesn't work in today's society, I don't think. These kids are into, what are you going to get? Buck cards, like whatever. They don't care. Because everyone puts a value on things. Where as a kid, we just collected for the sake of having them, possession.
Yeah, you can, even towards the beginning of my collecting, you could, if you really worked at it, because the product that I was buying was the same as what the adults were getting. It was the same flagship brands. There was no difference. Yes, it was overproduced. Totally true. Mm-hmm. However, there was no differentiator. You weren't getting the dumbed down version of it. It was overproduced, but it was the exact same. The adult was buying the same everybody got the dumbed down version. Nobody was special. Nobody got the special super premium version. That came later. It came in short order, but that was different. So because of that, you didn't feel like you were getting shortchanged in any way. Your packs of 1991 tops eventually would come to be as worthless as the adults' 1991 top packs they were opening. Yeah. So you're all in the same boat. It's fair. Today, though, if you're getting the cheap product, you know you're getting the cheap product. There's no doubt, there's no question. Price guides exist. People don't read them anymore, by the way. But even if they didn't, they would realize the same thing. Some stuff has more value than others. Some people get excited about hits. Why? Because they have more value. Base cards don't excite a lot of people. And it doesn't last long before they do it. So we'll have to see. So real quick, I want to read because there's some good comments here. Yes, that's what we want to do. Shatter kids' dreams by making them eventually realize they wasted their childhood in junk wax. Well, basically, that was kind of my point, but phrased a little differently. But yes, hockey. So Will here. With the exponential growth the hobby's had, we almost have to try something different. I'd much rather try something new that doesn't work than keep doing the same thing. Now, this is what's going to be interesting. So I'll pose this to you, Will. I want you to think about this one. We have seen exponential growth in the dollars. Have we seen exponential growth in the hobby? I'm talking about head count. No. Oh, but there's more people at my show. Oh, there's more people at the show that I go to. Yep, that's fine. That is a small sample size. Because when they did the National got very close to the record. The record was in 1991, which means we have almost, in that one show, that one specific show, almost got back to 30 years ago. So is that growth? or is that you got back to like your level, your base level? And again, as prices go up, and that was, I did the other video a week or two ago where I said demand is tricky to figure out because when you raise the prices, some people get priced out and they're out. If you drive out some old collectors because they can't afford to play anymore, they leave. Yeah, you brought some people in, but if they can't afford to play, they look around, realize they can't afford to play, and they leave. So you can go to the card show and see that the card show is the people who are willing to drive or fly or go whatever. They're willing to go that extra mile. These are the folks that are willing to put a little extra effort into it. What about the folks that are just willing to go on eBay? We know that some sales levels, the dollars have gone up, but so have the prices of the individual cards. So the dollars go up, but the amount of stuff that sits on eBay unsold has never been higher. So dollars go up, amount of sales go down, average sale goes up, number of sales go down. So have we seen growth, or did we see a price explosion, a dollars explosion? Do we actually have, is the head count really that much higher? Because you also drove some people out. So nobody's sitting there counting how many people walked out at the same time people walked in. It's just a question I pose. So to be honest, yeah, when you go to the shows, the kids care about the money more than we do. There you go. I think that's very fair, Andy. You're 100% right. It'll be like that until they add autographs at 1 in 3,000 packs. Yep. And here's the thing though. So you do that, right? But now, if you don't adjust the price of the box accordingly and increase production and print runs accordingly, you're not going to be able to compensate for the fact that, wait a minute, I was paying $100 a box. I'm just using it as an example number. I was paying $100 a box and getting 2 autographs in it, but now you want to charge me $100 and I get no autographs in it? This is objectively worse. I hope you're planning on charging me $60 because if I don't get a hit, then I don't want to pay $100 for it anymore. And in order to make $60 work, you have to produce more. So we're going to have to increase production runs naturally anyway. I'm just asking. The growth of the hobby in 2021 feels more like a flat horizontal line. I think that's probably a little more accurate. And he's speaking the truth. I agree. If they overprint, the card economy would become a dump like 1990 and 93. Let's do it. The era that I started. I'm ready. Yeah. I was there the first time. I am prepared.
Well, that's exactly what they're saying.
Yeah.
So let's produce cards and make them affordable and make them worth nothing down the road or present. From present to down the road. Doesn't matter.
I agree. I agree completely. So question, what if they made a decent-ish set and stretched the odds greatly? So I posed that question in the video.
Yeah.
It's like, you got to check out my video, Hockey Guy. I talked about this exact thing because I used a 98.99 UD choice just as an example. So they had some inserts in the StarQuest Golds that had very long odds. At the time, people didn't realize, but down the road, these would become the valuable card. So there actually were valuable cards in the packs. However, really long odds. They're really tough to get. You might open up a case and maybe pull one. So they were super tough. So on the good news is, it is possible on a good day, if fate shines upon you, to pull the valuable card. But the likelihood is you're pulling a bunch of crap. But that's the point. You're going to open boxes and boxes and cases and pull a bunch of crap. And then occasionally hit on a big one.
What's the motivation,
okay?
though?
Is that satisfactory?
That's not motivation, though.
That's the thing.
The product. It's
You'll finish a base set, but that's not terribly exciting. And we've also conditioned people out of building sets. So it's like, is that going to work? Because the base set now has to be the draw. Is that going to work? Question mark.
Everyone just wants the stars now. So
yeah. So we have exponential growth in flippers. I think that's valid. Yeah, I got you, Hoggy Guy. Collecting in the 70s, you wanted the players in your favorite teams. Value of the card didn't matter. Yeah, no, that's fair. For the most part, value didn't really come into play until basically full-time dealers became more prevalent, because at that point, dealers have to establish value, right? Because you're not going to get your Mickey Mantle for the same price as your common player. So there is a hierarchy. One is worth more than the other. So even before like price guides, we're still establishing a pecking order, going all the way back to the early days of the American card catalog when they did put a couple of prices in there. All they really said was the Honus Wagner is worth multiples of these other guys. Mm-hmm. They're establishing though but it's a much rarer card. It's tougher to come by. The collector's is more desirable. Therefore, it's worth more. There's a pecking order. But that goes back a long way, even past the 70s. However, to your point, Rick, and to Bobby's point, and to a lot of folks, because everybody was spaced out, we didn't have social media, we didn't have all these things, you could operate in a pocket, isolated and uncontaminated by the outside world, until eventually everything got connected, and it's like, wait a minute, there's value in them Far Hills? There's gold? Greg Jeffries rookies, Todd Van Poppel. Let's do it. Yep, that's not growth. That's temporary recovery. Yep. I believe the hobby has come back to 1991 era. Let's do it. I think collectors are smarter. Debatable.
No.
The head count is not higher, but smarter. No chance. That last one, you completely lost me in that last one. The first sentence, I'm with you. The second sentence, the third one, no. Abort.
It's not smarter, but higher.
I'm open to the debate, but I hear the thing the collector's smart. Really? This time is different is my favorite phrase in the entire world. It's my favorite. It fills me with joy inside because every single time people have been wrong, they always say this time is different. They always say it. And that's just before the rock hits them.
Yeah.
It's great. But anyway, we'll see. I think we were probably losing people as a group of senior citizen collecting move to fixed incomes and older collectors pass away. I don't think we're replacing those folks one for one with newer folks. I think that's fair. But we're also losing some of the folks that are not senior citizens who are just simply priced out.
Yeah.
They're like the value and utility. One important thing, real quick. I mean, I want to read some more of these comments because there's some good stuff. One thing that people forget.
Are we
Part
talking
of the
vintage
reason
here, though?
What's that?
Are we talking vintage here?
I'm just talking about
modern
collecting
day?
in general. I'm going to talk collecting in
Okay.
general for a second.
All right.
One thing people forget is that part of the collecting thing, if you're not purely about value, you're not purely about those things. If you're into collecting for collecting's sake, for the sake of argument, let's say you're in that category, there's a certain amount of utility and enjoyment and appreciation of things that you get from the acquisition, the chase, all that, whatever your motivations are. Let's pretend your motivation is not money. Let's pick something else, but there is levels to it, right? At a certain point, though, it becomes not worth it. It's a utility calculation. It's like, oh, this is an exciting thing. I would enjoy this thing. I want to do this thing. But at a certain point, you can't or you won't. I'll use an example outside of this because it'll help. Bobby, you, and then I'll bring Yannick on in a minute. I see him, but when he's ready, I'll come back. But one thing is, so you guys both have been motorcycle guys. So, and you obviously enjoyed your motorcycle. You had a good time with it. My dad's a motorcycle guy too. So, but here's the thing. He likes taking a beat up motorcycle, putting it back together, repairing it and doing it because he's into that kind of thing. He's good at it. Like that's part of his enjoyment of it. Now imagine they say, okay, well, we don't have any used motorcycles. You can only have a new motorcycle and it starts at $85,000. He's out. It's not a lack of passion. It's not a lack of desire. It's not a lack of willingness. But at that price point, it's not a hobby he can undertake.
No.
He wants to buy, he eventually had a Honda Goldwing. That was his last one that he rode. That's the one that's sitting in my parking space right now. But for years, that's like his fourth or fifth motorcycle since he got to Canada. And every single time he would find a beat up one, get parts and do, because he knows a lot of guys who have parts and mechanics and stuff. He'd get the parts, fix it up, put it together, check it. That's not quite working. All right, come back and tinker with it a little more, fix it, eventually get it working. And then he'd ride it around for a couple of months or a year or two, be happy with it, good, beautifully restored it. Okay, let me sell it. Let me buy another one. Yeah. It's the project. It's the process. It wasn't the value for him. He didn't care. It was the process. It was the thing. But if you said, oh, by the way, the parts are $1,000, the screw is $150, and the motorcycle body itself, 80 grand. Yeah. That's not going to happen. But aren't you a passionate motorcycle guy? Yeah, but not at that price point. At a certain price point, it's the utility, the enjoyment that you get from it is no longer worth the freight.
Yeah.
And that's how you can drive people out who are passionate and who are not senior citizens. Do you get what I'm saying?
There's no PM Green motorcycles, so.
Correct. Yep. But there are some motorcycles that have some value. But it's one of those things like, It depends, right? Because the good news is in that hobby, they still have room. There are ways of getting around it. There are ways that you can still participate and find things that you can do. But it would take so much joy out of him at the time if he hadn't been able to go to motorcycle part shows and stuff like that and get those parts, because I went with him. And his fun was going from dealer to dealer to dealer looking for the part. That's part of the enjoyment for him. For other people, that would be drudgery. But for him, that was part of the enjoyment. And I respected that. I'm not a motorcycle guy, but I respected. So I was happy to go with him and, help him out with whatever what are you looking for? Looking for this, this, and this. All right, I'll ask around.
It's not it's the thrill of the chase, right? It always comes down to that. And, there's something to be said about more of accomplishment, appreciation when you do it yourself, opposed to having it done for you.
Yeah.
Although I wish I had enough money that I could have people clean my house for me and other things like
Having
that.
people is good, Bobby. I'm on this train.
People, I understand. Yeah, I was getting to people, but you got it.
Yeah, but the bottom line, though, is that you can price those people out. You can price the passionate people out. It is possible. Oh, yeah. There's a certain point where they have to be like, no, I have to live my life. I can't just pay indefinitely out of my pocket. There's a limit.
The funniest part about all of that, when the market went up, Gretzky was around, obtainable, a couple $1,000 to get you really high grade. Why does everybody want to jump in when it's 25,000 now, 30,000? Like, you missed the boat. The boat, rising tides. I get that. Yeah. But
that's why I questioned their desire in the first place. But that is why I questioned your desire.
Motivation is everything. Yes,
when the opportunity was, you want it now that you can't have it.
That's
or you want it now that it's more difficult. You didn't want it when it was there. It was right in front of your face. That, right? Show after show, it was available. You didn't care. You didn't want it. Not badly enough. But that's why I say I question it.
And
So
we
Will here
always have
says,
that.
yeah. So Will here says, I really do think there are more heads in terms of growth, and that's fine. I'm open to the opinion, but let's say I question it a little bit because some of the metrics we use are a little flawed. So Yannick, if you're good, just nod your head. Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Let me read a couple of these comments, Yannick, and then we'll bring you in and reintroduce you. Sanderson Orr, apparently he's finished stocking individual hockey players that will be named nameless.
Oh,
So Hamburgerian, I like the name Hamburgerian. Donruss lead cards were tough back in the day as well. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. That's why I used 1991 Donruss as my example because that was the first year of Donruss Elite in baseball.
sounds like a cricket name.
Yep. Hockey 99. I don't have one friend that collects sports cards, but I have many friends that are sports fans. I feel like online is the only place where card collectors exist, but yeah, I realize I'm projecting. No, that's fair. I'm with you. My guys, Greg and Todd. Yes. Greg Jeffries and Top Van Popple. That's right. What are your guys' favorite card that is valued under $1? Ooh. I'm sure there's a Ziggy Palfy out there. Yannick, get on it. There's a Ziggy Palfy under $1. We know this. Go to Goats. Do you have a favorite card valued under $1?
My 7-Eleven bird.
Any old Quebec Nordiques card. They're pretty much less than $1.
I think that's fair. You know who I would use for this? I have like a little mini like side off Broadway collection of Delgado cards. And there's a bunch of nice ones that you can get for $1 or $2 or under $1 easily. And he's a great
Gonzalez
player.
for 20.
Yeah, he's a great player. And there's a good chance that one of the veterans committees down the road will revisit his case and he may still get in the Hall of Fame yet. Because candidacy is not, I've seen worse candidacies. Like he's got a case that he can make.
There's a lot of dollar boxes out there, so you can save tons.
I have a Z folio here that literally has like 300, nearly 400 Carlos Delgado cards. Most of them are acquired under $5.
Mm-hmm.
Whole stack of them. Nice stuff. There's some nice stuff in there too, but worth nothing. But going back to what we talked about before, what do you think happens if one of those veterans committees like, actually, he was really good? Yeah, actually, those stats check out. Yeah, Hall of Fame. All of a sudden, they induct him in the Hall of Fame, and he's like, Puerto Rican Hall of Famer legend, Carlos Delgado. And it's like those same cards. It's like, so y'all want to buy the Z folio for $500 because it's more than what I paid for it. Way more than what I paid for it.
We're going to be using War, so yeah, he's good.
Yeah, he's good. He's good, exactly. Oakland's legend, yep. It's pretty much impossible to player collect a new player unless you have a decent bankroll or unless it's subscribed to your player. That's fair. Some players now have more cards in rookie value than entire career. Yes, but to your point though, you can kind of capitalize on that if it's not the highest end player. You can capitalize on this a little bit because with the Jamie Benn thing, most of the value is in the rookie year stuff. We know this. But what happens is there's a good possibility I may just sell off the rookie year stuff and keep some of the other stuff because I've been able to get some amazing patches and nice looking cards. Frankly, the cards that I like more, and they're worth a fraction. I was able to buy them for 20 or 30 bucks a pop and they're like 100 times better. But the rookie equivalent that's uglier and not as good, but it's the rookie year, is like 100, 200 bucks. I'm like, okay, so how about if I just sell all these and then I buy more of the cheap ones?
We're using Pookie year now from now on. Sorry.
There you go. As a collector, I never look at cards as a commodity. You could sell at this price and get a larger one. Yep, there you go. Bobby Brow. How come you don't have an Instagram account where you showcase relics in your collection? He does have an Instagram account. I think is it Bobby Burrell VHC altogether?
Yeah, I think it is all one. Yeah. But it should come up under Bobby Burrell. It should really pop up.
Yeah, if you look up Bobby Burrell and you look up his name there, you should be able to find it. He is there. He does show some stuff from time to time. If you want to see more of his stuff, though, you can always go to the Facebook group. Yeah, the Facebook group would be the best place because they do post a lot of pictures. And if you find stuff, you post it there.
Yeah, there's tons of stuff in there, too. Everybody posts. It's really a really good site for historic, rare, amazing stuff that comes through that group. And it's not filled with a bunch of people, posting crap. And we don't actually allow cards.
Yeah, it's got to be trinkets and knickknacks.
1,700 members. No cards.
It works.
Damn. And I've only been doing it for 2 years.
And we all know my wheelhouse is 52 to 82, all four sports. Yep, Boston Kid, I get you. The only people that pedal in the exponential growth of hobby is SCI and a few other clowns. There you go.
I'm going to be, hello, trinket collectors.
You might as well. Why not? Go for it.
Hey, he's got the hits. I got the, hey, damn.
Go for it. So Wax to the Future, good evening. I do look at stocks at a commodity. Some of them buy low, sell high. I can't do that with cars. It's not just in me. And that's fine. And I think that's fair. Look, the underlying current of a lot of the videos that I do where I'm talking about this stuff. What's that?
We'll stand Spiel cards, please.
I wanted to leave it on there because I figured you'd enjoy it.
Yes. Okay.
But the point that I was going to say is a lot of the videos underlying is that I keep trying to emphasize. And again, I'm not going to force you to change. Once you've seen value, you may never be able to recover from it. If you're able to look past it and just accept it for what it is, your hobby does become more enjoyable. That's the only pitch I can give you. It is so much more enjoyable that I'm not worried about the ROI of my collection. It is so much more enjoyable that I'm not concerned. It's so much more enjoyable that I'm collecting stuff because I think it looks cool.
And
That's my criteria.
Carlo has it down pat right there. He is enjoying the full aspects of the hobby. He enjoys it for the appreciation of the card, the design, the player, what have you. Not about the value. Value doesn't come first. It might come second or third down the road. So he's enjoying it for that value, and that's a pure hobbyist at that point. I would have to say.
The one time though that I'll say the value does come into play is that when I'm purchasing. It is not my desire to pay $1,000 for like a common base card of some random dude. I'm not interested in being silly and throwing my money away.
There's value in everything that you would buy.
Yeah,
people buy $10,000 cards, even though they,
exactly
regular collectors.
Yeah, exactly. But the key though is that for me, where the value is most important is that I want to get maximum value for my buck, utility for my dollar. That's really the way I would phrase it. Utility for my dollar, meaning enjoyment per dollar. The more enjoyment I can get per this dollar, the better the deal is.
That's where Eric came in when he found those two cards. You said, "Hey, those ones are much nicer. Yeah. I can take those, sell my other two, get those two, and actually end up even ahead."
Yeah,
and even if I don't end up ahead and I still break even or a little lower, it's still good.
Yeah, and that ended up being a net win, and it was beautiful. It was the way that it's almost the perfect scenario. Almost the perfect scenario.
Yeah, and that's the fun part about the hobby, and people don't understand that. It's the value of, you're getting a better thing for about the same money. Even if you pay a little more, a little less, it doesn't really matter. You had fun doing the jockeying around.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, though. It plays both ways. I'm not interested in grossly overpaying for something that's marginal. But if it's something I want, then I'm less concerned about, look, if one hasn't come up in a while, okay, fine, $120. It's like, oh, but this other guy, we wanted to go 100. It's like, no, give me the damn thing. If it doesn't come up all the time, it's like, yeah, okay, I'll take it. Somebody else, if I just waited, I could probably have found one for $80 if I wanted to wait 6 months or a year or 2 years. It fits in the set. It goes with the rest of it. Let's do that.
Sometimes I'll just buy and I'll upgrade later.
Yeah, and that's a play. And that's basically what happened with those cards that Bob was talking about. I bought them because they were available at the time. I wanted to make sure I had them in the collection. But when an opportunity to do a nice little patch upgrade, they were better cards. I was like, okay, I can have the best of both worlds. I'll still reclaim some of the funds from this, and boom, I'll get a nicer version. Stays in the collection, we're good. You still alive? Absolutely not. Don't listen to Hockey Guy. He's lying to you.
Oh.
Trinkets and baubles. Facts. I really wish card companies could not produce cards of players who have retired. It's sad that some guys who have 10,000 cards produced after they're done playing. I think that's fair, Baz. The only thing, though, is it's good. It's good for people who want cards of these guys who can't afford the original.
It's all the inserts, right?
Like, it depends. Like a Ken Griffey, there's a lot of cards of Ken Griffey you could get. Nolan Ryan, there's still a lot of cards you could get Nolan Ryan. Cal Ripken as well, same thing. However, what if you're not excited about their playing day stuff? Now, for these guys, there certainly should be some stuff that would interest you if you're a fan of the player. But sometimes they can reimagine stuff and come up with a version. Maybe you can enjoy it. And sometimes, if you are a younger collector and you want to have those, and do you hear that?
Fire alarm?
Not here.
Not here.
Is that you, Yannick?
No. Nope.
Weird.
Not here.
Okay, I was impressed because we all heard it, so I was like, "What the heck is that?" Okay. But anyway,
I thought I was having a heart attack. I was going, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
that sound.
That would have made for quite a stream.
We're all having it at the same time, unison.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that if you're a younger collector and you still want a card of X, maybe legendary player, it's still an opportunity for you to be able to get, because I can't blame you if you can't afford it might still be an aspirational thing. It might be a placeholder, kind of going back to that placeholder idea. I mentioned that example with the 56 Tops Mickey Mantle. I mentioned that whole thing where I own a copy of the 56 Tops Mantle. And if you give me a second.
It's a 2.
So I got it in the mail today.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the refractor version from 96. This is Topps' 96 commemorative issue. I took the peel off the front, nice beautiful reflective, put it in the One Touch, and I'm going to put it beside the real one.
So what'd you pay for that?
This was like $6.
Why
So it's
not?
like it's a nice little shiny bauble. It cost me an astronomical $6, and I get to put it beside the real deal. And at some point, I'll take a nice little Instagram photo with it. It'll be fun.
The greatest thrill of that is going to the mail and knowing it's there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about opening it because it just goes on.
Yeah, and it'll be there. And at some point, like I said, my intention is to get the other version of the 56 because it's the 2 backs. And as soon as you do that, it's like, okay, there we go, done.
What's the difference between? I mean, I know they call it white and gray, but other than the stock,
It's literally 2 different color
are
card
these-
stocks. It's 2 color card stocks.
The stocks.
There's really no difference in terms of production run between one and the other.
No, and a lot of people had said the Canadian were the white backs and the gray backs because of the typical OPG later on in the years. But if you look at 73 hockey, they had the white and the gray backs as well, and that was divided in between everything. So there was really no, it was probably just at the printer. They ran out of certain stock. They had a print, and that's what happens.
Different.
And I think that's what happened with that one too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's fun as a collector. It's an interesting little. Okay, you're still hearing the feedback.
Yes.
Okay, 1 second.
Mute somebody. It's always Yannick.
Yeah. You got some stuff going in the background somewhere there, Yannick. It might be the microphone. Not sure what it is. Yeah, no problem. I just muted you for a second, but now the feedback's gone. I was trying to figure out what the heck's going on. So DR's question is, what do you think the lesson of Zion is over the last 2 years in the hobby? So it's the lesson that you should learn and the lesson that will not be learned. People run to the new hotness every single time. It's always got to be, this guy's going to be. By the way, we talked about it previously in the live stream. I said, I think Zion had physical talent, like really impressive talent, but I was worried about injuries. I was worried about, his inability to actually play on the court consistently. And that's where we are right now. But he might also not want to play for the Pelicans, and he might be sabotaging that to get out. He might suddenly take on a new zest for physical fitness the second the Pelicans trade him to somebody else. I can't be sure about that. I don't know what his motivations are. But the point is, it's very difficult at an early stage to put a lot of stock in a young player. Previously, we had the question about the Juan Soto thing. I thought Juan Soto was a great player, and I thought at the price he was at, it was still reasonable. I bought his current rookie for $15. $15 is fine. I can live with.
It's a French cricket.
Yeah, I don't know what you got going on there.
Still the same?
We can still hear it, yeah. There's still something going on with that microphone. Yeah. But with the Juan Soto, $15 is not the end of the world. Like, it's not like a life-changing amount of money. But if you're buying a Zion for hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars or whatever the case may be, or that Zion, the logo man that somebody offered $500,000 for, I'm sure that offer's been rescinded. They finally did pull it. Somebody pulled it, but I'm sure that offer has been rescinded. They're not going to pay that full price anymore.
What was that saying? W.C. Fields always said, or do you know W.C. Fields?
I know of W.C. Fields, but I don't know which thing you're referring to.
Or was it P.T. Barnum? Soccer born every.
Oh, Soccer Born Every Minute would be P.T. Barnum.
P.T. Barnum. Okay. W.C. Fields had something else too. I forget. That was a good one too.
Gotcha.
Boy, I haven't said his name in forever. Holy jeez.
Yep. So will junk wax cards ever be removed from the record of the hobby? It seems like very little value in all but one card in that era. So will they ever be removed from the record? No. Also, if you look behind your chair, there's a box of 1991 Donruss right there right now.
Damn.
Because they're everywhere and they grow. That's the reason why I laugh so much. I did finally get around to watching a Slab Stocks video where somebody asked the question, it's like, are we in junk wax 2.0? And I'm sitting there like, no.
You got suckered in
Only
on
if you
that
suck
one too,
at
eh?
math. No, the thing is, Vinny was talking about it, and I was like, okay, I got to hear this idiocy.
Yeah.
And I listened to it, I'm like, you're a moron. I was like, do you have any idea how ridiculous the print run figures were in the 1990s and in the late 80s? There's one analogy I'll use, and I'll move on from it. This is one analogy. This is the indicator. If you see any young people that try to posit this, just tell them one thing. If this was Junk Wax Era 2.0, when we had that 2020 run up and prices were going up and people were losing their mind at retail, you know what would have happened? People would have cleared out the shelves of retail, and then the Target guy would have laughed. He would have grabbed a pallet from the back and restocked it with 500 more blasters. And then somebody else comes in and grabs that. And then he laughs and goes back and pulls another pallet of 500 more blasters. And it would be never ending. And it'd be like, dude, we have 50,000 in the back. And we've got another 20,000 in the other store, another 50,000 in the store beyond that. And if you just go to the online website, we've got 2 million in the warehouse.
Yeah.
That was the junk wax era.
And if we ran out, we called Tops.
But that was the junk. That was the real junk wax era, because each individual card was printed in the multi-millions, 800, 700, 800 card sets, just base.
Everybody
Just
bought
base.
a box. Everybody bought a box.
Yeah.
Pack or a box. At least I would have to say everybody who was in the hobby, and there was a lot of people in the hobby at that time, bought a box or bought a pack. It was
Yeah. And the thing is, it was
Never
fine.
stopped.
If you, I was young, I was at the beginning of my collecting career at that time. But here's the thing. I knew there were tons. I knew because when I went to the card shop, I'd see tons. It didn't require, even at that point, it's like, let me tell you, like, not to toot my own horn, but even at 7, 8 years old, I can figure out that if you got boxes to the sky, you probably have a lot of them. Like, it's not physically, I can see the boxes. So it's like this. So it must not be that scarce.
Well, there was pallets of them at it was the first dollar store in Toronto that I knew. It was on Gerrard Street. And we would pull in there and it was like they had all this, they bought out whatever. And man, did they ever have so much wax. And I just sat there and I looked at it and I went, no. And you sit there and you go, it's just too much. Like, what am I going to buy it for? What was it, $3 a box or something like that? $1?
No. What you do is you took there's a question here about it. I'll catch up with the comments, guys. By the way, good comments. I'll actually touch on that in 2 seconds.
Sure.
It's still going. Apparently it is. So Michael Ham, good evening. I am a blasphemer. This is what I do. I agree. Reprints of actual old cards are great, so that's why I'm getting caught up. It's been a couple of minutes here, but we'll get caught up. Reprints of old cards are great. The rest reimagined are generally slush, and that's fair. Totally with you. Yep, team Peel for life. Yeah, the Peel, I can't stand it most of the time. I will say though, on these the gold refractors, I'm going to keep the Peel on for now, but I reserve the right to change my mind.
Tell us a little bit more about that peel. I know you said you peeled it off, but what's on it? Because I don't really ever buy those cards.
So what happened is in the 90s especially, Topps would put on a protective peel. And it would literally say, here's the thing. People argue about this. It literally says on it, Topps finest protector. Peel and remove coating. This is Topps' instructions to you.
It's protector, then why are you peeling it off?
No, but because what happens is aesthetically, you actually get a better look at the advantage of it is that it prevents scratching on the chromium surface. However, once it's in your collection, you could peel it off and it's actually an unobstructed view of the card behind it with the full vision of the refractor design.
Can you grade it with
Yes.
the peel? Oh,
I've got ones that are graded with the peel. Mm-hmm.
Does it get any less or more? Or just
some people prefer it with and some people prefer it without. It's very much a personal preference thing.
Oh, that's cool.
I do prefer the aesthetic, like in that Mickey Mantle one example I gave you. I like the way it looks without.
Peeled it off, yeah.
Yeah, I like the way it looks without. It's unobstructed. And since I did it myself, I know it's not been scratched up, so I was able to handle it.
Perfect.
And I put it immediately into one touch myself and took care of it. And then, okay, now it's good. But if you're not careful, you could certainly scratch the surface and do a bunch of stuff to it and mess it up. But you got to be careful. It's actually a little tricky to peel some of those. Actually, it's a little trickier than people think. But that's the reason behind the peel. It was Topps giving you the option. You didn't have to, but they said well, you certainly can.
Gotcha.
People forget that 50+% of first round draft picks and all scores never even make it. Very few sure things in sports. Absolutely. Very true, Bez. Cards bring me joy. Just can't explain fully. Totally fair, Boston Kid. The problem with young players, you have to pay tomorrow's price today. That is especially true. Most junk was cards that have been thrown out as well. There's value to PSA 10s and all notch stars from 86 to. So Baz, I get your point with this, but there's still 12 billion out there and more in boxes. So I wish that if most junk cards had been thrown out, they would be worth something. People are paying premiums for PSA 10 because they've decided they are going to, but in reality they shouldn't because guys, I can open up on the case. For fun, when they were talking about that, as they were talking, I had my other window open and I went, all right, just for hell of it. I went 1991 Donruss cases. I went on eBay just to see how many were there. I found a bunch. I found rack cases. I found wax cases. I found unopened wax boxes. So it's like, guys, I can give you all wax boxes, wax cases, the whole 9 yards. To this day, 30 years on, I can still get you boxes and cases all day long. Yep. There are plenty of PSA 10s if they were worth grading, which right now they're not. But it was $10 a card. It might have been.
Yeah.
In the junk wax era, they mostly sold. So this was the comment I was mentioning. In what junk wax era, they mostly sold packs, as I recall. So you're correct to a point. No, hold on.
No.
In most shops, they would try to do that. Like I was in shops where they would try to do that. But if you bought 36 packs, you get the box. Like realistically, you just buy it's like, okay, you don't want to sell me the box? I will buy 36 packs. Oh, that's the entire contents of the box. Please give me the box with the packs. I have purchased the box.
At the shows, they're
Yeah, at the shows they would totally do it.
everywhere.
Yeah, at the
everywhere.
shows. But I'm talking about the regular card shop. They would try to pull that. If you bought the 36 packs, they'd give you the friggin' box.
They give you the discount if you buy the box. I'll give you
Yes,
this.
absolutely.
Whatever.
Other point is order as well. The other differentiator between the junk wax era and today, most of my early packs were not purchased in a card shop. They were purchased at the pharmacy. They were purchased at the IGA. Because Carlos Sr. would go in to get something, and he'd go and grab a couple of packs. They were sitting there on the counter. You could just go get them. They were sold everywhere. They were sold in convenience stores. They were sold in pharmacies. They were sold in supermarkets. They were sold in this, that, and the other thing. So that's why I say, like today, they're talking about, oh man, they're printing so much. Talk to me when you can buy it at your gas station, your convenience store, your supermarket. They've all got blasters up the wazoo, and you don't seem to ever run out. Everywhere you go, they're there. You go to bed, 5 blasters fall on you, and you don't remember buying them. That's the junk wax era.
Yes. Well, actually, I bought mine at the dairy.
But that's what I mean. Like they were available in almost every place you can imagine that someone could have put them on a shelf.
1970.
They were available everywhere.
Every variety store had them. They had them at Eaton's. They had them at gas stations. I don't know because I wasn't getting gas then, but boxes were everywhere.
Mhm.
No place they weren't. And you'd have to go to the particular stores if you were looking for something else. If you're looking for like wacky packages, you'd have to go to a particular store because not everybody would carry everything. Because there was a lot of stuff coming out at that time.
Oh, yeah.
Hockey was on every store.
Yeah,
Every store.
no, absolutely. Very true.
That's old time stuff.
Best advice I would give, best advice I was ever told, keep collecting and collect what you love. I think that's fair. You do have to be careful. Like I said, today it is more expensive than it was back then, but it's still valid. There's just some validity to it. Could you imagine if every Griffey Jr. 89 Upper Deck ever printed was sent to PSA, that would outnumber all the graded covers combined? No, it would be about 1 million. They printed a lot. To be clear, they printed a lot. But it's like, no, it'd be 1 million. There are 18 million graded baseball cards now. So no, it would not outnumber all their cards for graded combined. They graded 7 million this year. That's more than all the Griffies that were ever produced. Like I said, Upper Deck printed 1 million, which is to say a lot. However, if they printed 10 million, 50 million, 100 million, they'd literally be falling out of people's closets right now. They're still very available.
I think they are.
Close, but not exactly. So if you've got some behind you, then I'll believe you. How many 89 Griffies do you have behind you?
1.
I need more, Bobby.
I
You should have at least 1,000. Mike and Eric, I heard someone call opening packs as the gateway drug to the hobby. That's what it was. Back in the day, yeah. That's what it used to be.
I think it's always the fun. It's the excitement, the adventure, the gambling.
It's the unknown. Even people who don't collect like opening packs. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like it's enjoyable. It's fun. Look, none of my family really collects at all. And if I was to bring a box of cards right now at the house, everybody would reach in and start opening a pack. They're like, what are we looking for?
Well,
they don't even care. Like it doesn't matter.
Don't open them.
It's the principle of the thing. It's the principle. Is people just like opening it and seeing what's inside. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's
Gonna
like
be
a
Victor.
present. Victor.
Yep. Has acquired a couple of peeled cards of late. Totally fair. I just throw out some 90s cards because nobody wants them, especially me. Yeah, there's the good news is when you threw them out, if you go look back in your closet, Eric, they're still there.
Yep.
They come back. It's like a horror movie. It's like a horror movie. You can't actually get rid of them.
It's like Pet Cemetery. It keeps coming back.
Yeah. I've been trying to get rid of the same 1,000 1991 Donruss for 25 years, and they don't go away ever. They just come back.
You keep finding more.
They just come back. If you collect Griffey Jr., a new video dropped on YouTube by Cards and Comics breaking down the pop reports of the 120 rarest 1990s inserts. Check it out. Incredible graphs and charts examining values and pops. Okay, that sounds cool. I'll check that out. I do like Griffey. I don't collect him specifically, but I do appreciate some of his cards. And for some of the sets that I'm working on from the 90s, I'm going to need the Griffey, and I'm a big fan of that stuff. All right, Yannick, you're going to give it a go here? All right, let's see. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
It's tolerable. It's fine. You're okay.
It is tolerable, but it's
tolerable. So how's it going?
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I rebooted everything.
Yeah, I think probably, I'll be honest with you, it's probably the connection with the actual headphones or microphone, whatever you got going on there. Yep. Because that's usually where feedback comes from. It's something with the microphone. Right now you're okay.
I used to have it on mine.
If it's a no one, just cut me off. I'll just go back.
Oh no, that's fine.
If you change your name to Justin, I'll think about it. Cards definitely aren't an impulse buy anymore like the Junk Wax era. Not that that'll come up in the highlight show. It'll come up in the highlight show.
Oh, yeah.
Impulse buy anymore like the Junk Wax era. You have to have some serious cash and a plan to find wax. Junk Wax era, 50-cent packs versus $29 blasters. Yeah. And that was the thing. Like, even if you bought them at the full retail price, and we're talking about 1990, I think it was 35 cents a pack. It might not have gotten quite up to 50 yet. It might have been 35. But let's say it's 50, whatever. For the sake of argument, it's 50 cents. 36 packs is $18. That's a full box, $18. At full retail, no discount, $18. That was doable. Like, that's something you could talk your parents into. It wasn't like that much of a stretch. It's like with less than a 20, you could buy here's the box. Go nuts. Today, $20 won't carry you nearly as far.
Yeah.
That's where retail blasters came into play for a while, because they were $19.99. That was the last vestige of $20. That's why retail even exists. Otherwise, it was rack packs. But the problem is, in the 90s, in order to justify it and make it work, we had rack packs, we had cellos, we had all this stuff. That's how it worked. We had so many ways that they could break it up, and it's like, oh my goodness.
I'm just going to rectify one thing. It's cellos.
Sure.
And it's Billy Celio. And
oh, wow. That's an important distinction right there.
It is. And he spells his name like, I don't know where he gets. How do you spell his name? Cello.
I think it's Celio.
There is an I there. Okay,
I believe
it is
so.
Celio. Yeah. Okay, where a cello is short for cellophane, so that's why we get cellos.
Okay.
Anyways, just pointing that out, because every
fine.
time you say it, I kind of chuckle inside my head, so I got to kind of get that out of there.
There you go. But all the different formats basically created a ton of production. It was one of those things where it's like, okay, so you don't want wax? Then how about this format? How about this format? How about complete sets? How about box complete sets? If you still don't have enough, here's some more. That's why there's so much. Why don't you use junk wax here as a means for heat? There has to be enough out there to heat the earth for a year, probably a couple of years. I wonder if there would be any chemical issues.
There is. Because
I would say, like, if you burned enough of it, I feel like there would be an issue, I think. Maybe I could be wrong.
Well, isn't there those packs that are sticking together now? I forget what era. They're all sticking together. You open up the old packs, and you can't even separate the cards.
I would say if you got the mid 90s with a lot of gloss, especially a lot of gloss.
I know guys are saying they're calling them bricks.
Because they basically become that, yeah.
And they're useless. So all that unopened material there is it's maybe wise if you collect some of that stuff, because there's less trillions out there. Because
I was going to say, so less trillions. That's important. Yeah. In relative terms, it's rare. It's scarce. I would love to see a comprehensive documentary of the junk wax era going at least 2 hours. Jack of all trades doesn't count. Yeah, I would agree. If you did it properly, I think it would be good, because you got to put it in the context of modern context and put it into context for people, because it's really hard to understand what it is. Because if you weren't there, that's why I say I don't blame the slab stock guys. Like, even though it's fun to make fun of, I don't blame them. They weren't there. They didn't see it. You have to have seen it. That's why I say, like, even though I was very young when it started, like, I saw it. I saw the piles and piles and piles of these boxes when they were contemporary, not after the fact, when they were contemporary.
The one thing back then, if you didn't really go to shows, you weren't aware. It's not like we had TV that had programs. Didn't like we had the internet, all these different things. So if you went to a show, you would kind of see it. But if you didn't go to a show and you went to a little, maybe small show, you wouldn't see it as much as you would or know about it today. So I guess they're more in the know today than they were back then.
Yeah.
Because really, things were kind of, it was different. You know, you had to, when you went for Christmas time, let's talk about it. You know, present, you know, you wanted a car when you were 16 because you had to drive to 16 different malls to find the right present. Now it's just like Amazon. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But that's why I challenged the idea that when they throw stuff like that out, it's like, I don't think you realize what you're discussing and what you're invoking. If we were in the real junk wax era, not the fake one that you're trying to imagine in your mind. If you were in the real deal, not only would you not run out of material to open, not only would this all be true, it'd all be there. In the era of social media, when I show you pallets of current product, then we're talking. But that's like, no, I don't think you understand. Like, in today's world, if I go to Costco and I see 5 pallets of 2021 Prism basketball, then fine. Game on. Now we're talking. But then we're going to take a picture of it and share it on social media, and everybody's going to be like, wait a minute, how much did you make, Panini? Then we're talking. By the way, we don't have as many factories as we did back in the day to produce these cards. The manufacturers aren't producing their own cards anymore. A lot of time, that's part of the logistics issues. They've got people making it for them. They make it for all the manufacturers, which is to say, you can't print as much as maybe you, even if you wanted to print 4 million of each base card, you can't. You just can't.
Are they
won't
just
do
doing
it.
the specialty cards?
No, they do. From what I understand, they've pretty
And like
much
the base sets do.
they've pretty much all commissioned everything the third parties.
Really?
I don't think maybe Topps still has printing machines, but they're about it. Everybody else, no. Brian Gray, all of them are producing stuff elsewhere. They don't make a damn card for themselves. So you got to understand, like they don't have control over that, even if they wanted to.
Yeah, I was just saying back in the day there was a little more sense of ignorance opposed to today. There's no ignorance.
Today you'd get a couple social media posts and the jig would be up immediately. Immediately. Yeah. Slapstock main guy said there were more cards produced now versus Junk Wax era. Yeah. And I think I saw your comment on that one, Baz. And I agree with you. It was he didn't even realize how wrong he was. And like, dude, no. So let me actually ask you a question, Yannick. Let me bring you into the conversation a little bit.
Last chance for romance. Hang on, test. I changed the buds there.
Yeah, worse.
Nope,
It's
still
worse.
Hear it. Nope, still hear it. I don't know what it is, man. I really don't. Like there's
Okay.
something going on in their setup somewhere.
I haven't changed anything, but I guess I'll be out. I'll be in the chat. So
All right, no problem. No problem. We'll catch you a little bit later.
See ya.
It's not that bad.
Like I said, if you can still talk. What I can do is just in between. Just
It's
give
for
me
you guys because I don't hear it
low.
whatsoever.
No, it's
very
fine.
low.
Yannick, it's not too bad. What I'll do is this. Whenever you want to chime in on anything, just signal me and we'll do it. So I got a question directly for you. I want to get your perspective on this. Earlier on in your collecting career, when you initially started, what's the first era that you actually started collecting? The very beginning.
I would be 9-10 years old, so we're going back to 89, 1990.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So then you have some context for exactly what we're talking about. So when you think of that era, were you buying predominantly from card shops? Were you buying from convenience stores? Where was the cards available for you?
Convenience stores, grocery, supermarket. Dad would pick up a couple packs.
Sure.
And if you wanted the good stuff back then, flea markets, that was a huge player in the game here.
No, sounds good.
The single boxes, remember the 90s, there was a flea market kind of wave for a while.
Oh yeah.
And basically like you would go in let's say probably like a couple hundred table flea market, like a big place. It would probably be about, I would say 10 card shops, like little booth, right?
Yeah, booths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I remember probably a penny, nickel, dime to a quarter, maybe $1 a card sometimes, the big hits. But other than that, that's how pretty much that's how I was probably getting my cards most of the time, I would say.
No, that's fair. Now, when you were there and you were looking at it, because I also went in the flea market route, I had a lot of those back at that time because I had some card shops around me, but they were a little bit out of the way, so it's just easier. But the flea market guys, and Bobby knows what I'm talking about. So that Dixie flea market, this is in the 90s especially, though. Back in that time, they had a couple of dealers who were there for a long time, who stayed for a very long time, and there'd be a couple beside each other. But what happened is they'd get some limited distribution from Grosvenor. So even though they were like, oh, it's a flea market, it's like, no, they'd actually get boxes of the new product. They'd buy it from Grosvenor and have it shipped in. And so they'd still have access to some of the newer product. And they would put it on the display and shelf. But if we go back to the earlier days where it was the pharmacy and stuff like that, they'd have a rack of boxes. So you could pick packs from whatever. And there'd be multiple open at the same time. Lots available. Plenty.
Sellers.
That was a good one too. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. They were almost anywhere you could think.
Sellers,
of.
especially.
They were available. Yeah,
Byway sellers.
Byway, especially. Yes, absolutely.
You would grab lunch at Zellers, and Grandma would buy you a pack.
Here's a good one though for folks that are familiar with
fries.
Here's some folks that are that are familiar with the baseball side. I remember in the mid '90s. This is after the Apex had already passed. We had the baseball strike and all that. Byway had a bunch of Topps boxes and packs from the previous couple of years. And you could have gone equivalent of cases worth of 93 Topps pack and pulled all the Jeter rookies you wanted. I was getting packs from Byway there because they had 94 Topps and 93 Topps. They had them both. So I remember getting a bunch from those. I was never focused on a specific set though, because otherwise I would have bought enough back to see it. So I could have been sitting on a stack of Jeters, especially when he went up and he had his big moment.
I know what you mean about the flea market craze. Because you know that frame piece that I just got, that Pickering Market. Well, they had a whole section all for sports cards and sports memorabilia. The other part was most of the largest part was, sausages and handmade whatever. And it was one of those kind of nice flea markets. Not a lot of ready-made stuff. It was sort of, handmade or whatever back then. But then that sports card section was actually created because actually they had the whole sports card show in the whole place. But then it became a permanent flea market, and the sports card area got this section, which was kind of big. It was probably about 10,000 square feet, I guess, just for the sports cards and other stuff. So I was always around there buzzing around, and
we had like an old style of medium-sized mall, with like outlets almost, but an indoor one a little bit. So that's been a flea market for like 20 years. So you can have actually like the low tables in the middle, but some of the bigger guys have stores. So lots of those are, one of them I think still there. I haven't been in over a decade, but
and then they had the mall shows. Like every mall had a show where all the guys would set up down the middle of the aisles, right?
But that plays into. So I'll read Robert's comment and I'll go to the next one here from Hockey, because both are very pertinent. Exactly what we're talking about. So I remember going to the Canadian Tire and they had 91, 92 Pro Set hockey boxes, about 5,000 on display for something like $5 Canadian, which is about what it was. That's what happened. It could be relative, but there were likely more people in the hobby during the junk wax era. I think there were physically more people participating day to day in the hobby in the junk wax era than today.
Agree.
I think we are so attuned and we're trying to pay attention to social media accounts and all that. Because we're in the ecosystem, we feel like it's more. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's even close to true.
Is that hockey, or are you talking about the sports?
I'm talking about the hobby in general.
I'd say it's close. With the amount of
I don't think today you have near the head count. I don't think you have anywhere near the head count.
Just add the basketball, because you had nobody in basketball back then. Now you have how many people in basketball? It's big.
No, I get it, but then those folks in basketball would have been baseball in the old days.
Add hockey.
And baseball doesn't have it. Baseball lost them, and then they shifted over.
Baseball's a shift down, but the basketball's a dramatic.
I get it. Well, and F1. Yeah, F1.
Always been, there's F1.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But as I say, like I said, it's just my opinion. And the problem is we because we don't have a real metric for head count. We can't use card show attendance. That doesn't work because that's the people that are willing to go the extra mile.
I'd like
back when I was a kid, you only had your peers group, which is
correct.
Would have been your social media then, whatever, right? In school.
Yeah. And everybody collected cards when I grew up.
Now I've been collecting since I'm an adult, basically. And again, we've been in COVID, and other than you guys, no one collects around me. So I couldn't tell you really. So.
But that's why I used that analogy I said earlier. If I go out of my neighborhood, like I'm not people, whenever I get mail, they're like, oh, you're in a condo apartment? No, we're in townhouses, but we're in a units, 200 units, all townhouses, families, all kinds of things. If I go door to door and walk around and go, hey, do you collect cards? Collects. I guarantee you, I'm going to be like, no, what are you talking about? And these are young families with kids and stuff like, no, they don't collect. They're not doing anything of the sort. No. So it's like, I don't think it's, and I don't live in the middle of nowhere. I live in a tiny suburb of 750,000 people outside of the GTA, which is multi-million people. Like I've got plenty of people around me, but I can go in any direction you want, find tons of people. They don't collect. They don't. So it's like, if we go to epicenters with large groups of people and you still can't find them, where are they? They're on the internet. They're watching us right now. It's more niche than people think. So my dad had a card store in the 1990s. Still had 5 cases of 1990 score football in my mom's house. Perfect example of junk wax era. Absolutely. 100%. I remember when the LCS was having 30 plus copy of every player in every set. Yep. And in the 80s, you could buy 100 card bricks of some of the popular rookies of the day, which is to say they had so many, they could make 100 card bricks. And if you bought them, you could buy more 100 card bricks. What does that tell you?
Well, I think back in the day too, you could collect, and you could use your allowance and have a great collection on a weekly basis. You can't use your allowance and buy much of anything today. Like kids and the kids get a bigger allowance now, I guess.
Eric's getting very spicy. Like this is what happens when Marcel Dion, denies his overtures. He denies his overtures, and all of a sudden he's getting real spicy now. Okay. I could buy 86 Donruss packs for 20 cents at 7-Eleven. The earliest packs I remember buying were 79 Topps Baseball and my mom at the grocery store checkout. Absolutely. If you were around in the era, you know. But that's why I say, like, I don't blame the slab stock kids, but at the same time, here's where I run into a problem. And this is my main critique. My number one, it doesn't matter what age group you fall into, by the way. They're doing it, but I've caught older collectors doing this too. If you're not sure and you don't know, don't say it like it's a fact. Don't render an opinion as a fact. An opinion is not a fact. There could be some facts built into your opinion. It could have some understanding, some research could be built into your opinion. But an opinion is never a fact. It is not. It is your opinion. It might be an informed opinion. That would be wonderful. That's great. We appreciate an informed opinion. But when he says, it's like, oh, I think they produce more now than then. What do you base that off of? Have you done any looking at what those numbers look like back in the day? It would take 5 seconds of napkin math to figure out that doesn't make any sense. Not at all.
COVID's been exactly that. What is opinion and what is fact is not exactly known. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. The thing is, with COVID, you've got a research piece that will keep evolving. Production numbers are production numbers. From 30 years ago, production numbers are what they are. It is what they produce. We can figure that out. If we really want to, we can figure that out.
I wonder if they had the numbers for the expo back when it opened in 90.
Well, I think we talked about this, and I'm pretty sure the record was, I think the record was what, like 10,000 change or there's something like that? Like that was, but that was around 90, 91. By the way, coincidentally, and again, we had this one, and it did very well. It did very well. 2 years off in the whole 9 yards. We didn't hit our record. The same way the National didn't hit its record. By the way, the record was established in the early 90s. Interesting coincidence, no?
If we didn't have COVID, I think we would have been close.
Sure. But my point is, the key here is would have been close. If the argument is, oh, we've got so many more people, then we should have doubled it. We should have blown it out of the water by like a factor of 2 or 3. We're not doing that.
Yeah, but if you take all the things that are sold on eBay every day,
that's my point,
and incorporate that into a show, it's kind of thousands of shows.
I get it, but the thing is that, like I said, even the eBay figures though tell us there's less transactions. There's more dollar per transaction, and there's still plenty of transactions to be clear.
Sure,
but we're not at the apex number of completed transactions. We're actually not. eBay can give you that data, and actually we're not. So it is to say that yes, people are spending money, so they're spending more money per card. They're not buying as many cards, individual lots. So like I said, we can pull those numbers. It's no. So to answer,
it's just just
go get a napkin.
Yeah, let's go get the napkin. Exactly. So is Grosvenor still around? My understanding is they're still around. I believe that.
Yeah, they're still around.
Yeah, they're kind of quieter compared to
for now.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, until our Fanatics overlords take over.
Yes.
Bio was great. Yes, they had their moments best. Brad agrees. Everybody bought cards in 1990. So I'm trying to get caught up, guys. I'm almost there. I'm only about 5 minutes off. We're getting close. It used to be shooting fish in a barrel to find someone collecting cards in junk wax era. Now it's hard to find people who collect cards. Yes, agreed. Way less people involved today than junk wax era. Basketball is a small ecosystem made for higher end cards. You represent most cards submitted now, but still very niche-y. I think that's reasonable. It'll be tough to tell. I know that they've got a certain pockets that are very passionate about it. We know that. First year to buy packs, so Mike here, was 1970. Bobby, they were 10 cents per pack based on knowledge of the year. Right? 1991 National Anaheim. Very good. And that was a madhouse from what I understand. I wasn't there, but I hear it was a madhouse, that one. In the mid-'80s, at least half the kids in grade collected sports cards. Now I bet it's less than 5%. You're probably not far off. And some of them probably collect Pokemon, by the way. Some of them may collect Pokemon. Some of them may be playing video games and stuff. So it's like they've got other hobbies and other interests, and cards aren't necessarily the number one thing they'll think about. A lot of people that collect in junk wax era would be dumb to collect once again. Yeah, would think it's dumb to collect once again. I venture to guess 50% of eBay sales now are still linked to junk wax era inventories. Could be. I think we can probably figure that out, but you'd have to sit there and try to figure it out.
Don't we used to collect sets then too? The goal was to collect your set, right?
It was,
and or you would go pick up singles to finish your set. Mm-hmm. That's how I started.
Yeah.
And now it's basically when I realized, like, okay, people now are actually they're going after, singles or prospects and then trying to flip it. And that was like 2 years ago when I got in. I was like, okay, what's going on? It used to be sets. That's all I knew.
Yeah. And I think, and we talked about
1990, 91 Upper Deck. hockey.
Very rare. Very rare.
Very rare, but wow, a thrill that was when that came out. I remember that.
Yeah.
Like
No,
from 89 OPG to 1990, 91.
It was a big deal. It was a big deal at the time when it came out because they were much better cards.
Hologram.
Cards.
Ooh.
Yeah. The cards were much better than what was out previously. So real quick here, I'll get a couple of these. You guys are doing great with the comments, by the way. Thank you for that. Hockey says, if there are far less collectors now, which I believe there are, what does this say about the future of the hobby and all the big money, big corporates and pumping the cars? I think this is the number one question. So Hockey, let me come back to this question because I feel like this is the topic du jour. This is the real question. And that came up with the Josh Luber thing. Let me come back to this. Here we go. Give me 1 second. Mark Burley has been in many A&G cars many times before, but never had a Chrome. Has A&G Chrome in 2021, so I'm excited for these. Congratulations, great cardboard. Non sequitur of the night. I'm not sure what that had to do with anything, but thank you for sharing. About a third of my grade 4 or 5 class are collecting Tim Hortons card set currently. That's cool. That's good. Good to hear. The Tim Hortons sets are built for kids anyway, so they should be. I hope so.
Mom and dad picks it up for $1, right? So
yeah, exactly. And here's the thing. I'll be honest. I kind of wish the Tim Hortons set would get adjusted a little bit because I still don't like the format. I understand the idea, but look, I don't want to buy a coffee to get some friggin' hockey cards. That's annoying.
no.
Give me a different product. Let me buy a Boston cream donut and give me the damn cards for the discount. Don't be a fool. Talked my brother out of buying 86 Sphere basketball at the 91 National. They were $10 a box. I wanted 89 Upper Deck basketball. Well, in fairness, 89 Upper Deck basketball was still okay until we figured out they printed a little bit of it at the time.
Did he beat you up after?
I think it would have taken a couple of years for that to kick in because the Jordan didn't really go exploding until later.
Not until later, yeah. Oh, those boxes were everywhere. I remember at
that moment there was a lot.
Expo, they were loaded. I was going, who wants that? 80. Oh, come on.
Yep. So here we go here.
Jump
yes, agreed, Yannick. Sets were big back then. Had 500,000. Now I have my best 50,000 cards. 3 out and all commons and only collect players. Totally fair. Good evening, Dustin. Nobody's listening to us. Apologies, but I'm still only 40 minutes in the stream. Hurry up. 2 times speed it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yannick is right. Sets only, the odd insert. No parallels or numbered cards. I like the McDonald's cards more than the Tim Hortons. I agree with that. I prefer that. Have a good night, Eric. Take it easy. We'll make fun of you later.
Yes.
Tim's are one of the best things for the hockey card hobby in Canada, but McDonald's was better, Brad. McDonald's was better. Like, look, I'm fine with Tim Hortons. I'm okay with it. I think they do an okay job, but the McDonald's cards were better. I'm sorry. They were better. So real quick here.
Yeah, I got a whole set of acetate. I was just looking at them at the McDonald's.
They made some nice ones, though. I like them for what they were.
These ones are a little bit dark, the smoky colored ones. I didn't really like them so much. But
I think I remember the one you're talking about. Was it like a kind of a like a dark copper color around it?
Yeah, it was like the whole thing was, I don't know. They were all kind of
I think I know
what was the first set? 91, 92, I would say?
Give or take, yeah. Not about it would be in the early 90s. And I think it would be Upper Deck. So let me pull this question and I'll come back to some of the comments that go further later. I want to come back to this as a general theme though. If there are less collectors now, what does it say about the future of the hobby and all the big money corporations putting money into cards? That comes under the Fanatics. That comes under all these other companies making plays in the hobby, putting a lot of money down, hoping to expand the market. And this was also talked about in that long live stream with the guys, where they were questioning Josh Luber's thought process on this. And I think it's a good point. We'll come back to it in a second, Hockey. I think it's a good idea. I like the thought. Here. I can't imagine you would see an establishment like Starbucks selling their own license cards. Well, in fairness, it's not their license. They're basically commissioning an existing one. I don't think Starbucks needs it, and it's not really the crowd that would buy into it.
Should take the cricket card market.
Ooh, Bradman? Ooh.
I mean, Starbucks is everywhere.
Do you guys have an LCS that you like by you? No, all my LCSs are dead a long time ago. Dead.
I have one, but locally, hockey only. That's all they carry. They don't care anything else.
Do you like anything about it? That's kind of the second question there.
I like because that's where I go get my supplies.
I was gonna say you like that it's there.
he's fairly like, you know, the penny sleeves now are, instead of 85 cents they went to $1.09. So they're literally.
Hey, listen, you're getting lucky because all my card shops around me, the real card shops, died years ago. Card supplies usually I get it from the comic book store that my brother goes to. He still goes every weekend. And if I do buy anything though from a card shop, there's a card shop in Hamilton. The name escapes me. Mike probably knows the one I'm talking about because I think he buys stuff from them. And I'll order online and have them ship it to me. I bought some stuff from them maybe a month or two ago, and I have to go probably have to go buy some more stuff. I'll buy my one touches and stuff from them. I buy
It's
some
my
boxes.
excuse to go.
The thing is, I can't be bothered. It's too far. Like, I can't do it.
Oh, it's like 10-minute drive for me. So
Well, Hamilton is not a 10-minute drive. So.
No, I know. I figured out.
Here you go, boys. First, there's the placemat.
Okay.
McDonald's, the first
Yeah,
year.
yeah. So was it like 90-91? That sounds about right. Yeah.
Does it say?
It'd be like early 90s. I think 90-91. If
No
memory serves me.
ketchup stain on it.
No, this one
It's
is
an allergic reaction.
It's actually yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned it to Bobby earlier. It's an allergic reaction to.
When I dyed the thing, yeah, it was bad. It's not so bad now, but 91, yeah.
Okay, so right around that, yeah. So that would have been early Upper Deck. So think about that. Upper Deck came out, just released hockey product, and then got the McDonald's thing early, which is big, which is huge.
Hey,
When
29
did they have
cents.
Yeah, I know.
Even though, to be fair, Yannick, even like 10 years later in the late 90s, it was like 99 cents. It wasn't crazy. It was still good. Sportsflix make McDonald's cards for a few years with technology. Yep. Well, actually, hold on. If you're talking about hockey, it was never Sportsflix. Yeah, so that's the one. It was ice.
Those
Upper
were
Deck Ice.
sticking to each other.
Yeah, so I think the one you're thinking about, Baz, if you're thinking about the hockey, again, if you're thinking about baseball, it's something different. If you're thinking about hockey, you would be talking about Pinnacle. Pinnacle is the one who did the lenticular in hockey. Yeah, McDonald's baseball cards would be a different thing.
Yeah.
Shameless plug, AMG Collectibles Halifax. We do appreciate shameless plugs, Brad, always. Rookies in Hamilton carries loads of stuff. Okay. Yeah, I think it's Breakaway. That's the one that I'm thinking of. Eric, do you visit George LaRocque's LCS? Okay, I'll leave you guys to talk back and forth on that. Can the hobby truly grow without having an healthy LCS ecosystem? This is a good question. I like that question. Give me a second. I'll come back to it because I like that question. Free shipping over $200. 91, 92 was the first McDonald's. I was buying a case of top loaders $50 2 years ago. Now $200 a case and rarely ever stock. Yep. They sold that quickly, so I'm shocked they don't have decent value. Okay. GM? Not sure.
So this is when I started putting packs away.
Oh, okay. So this would have been the early 90s with
92.
The Jays. So 92 for the World Series?
I have those.
I said, I'm going to put these away, and then I put this pack away. I still haven't opened it. You know that one, Carlos.
Wait, hold on.
Flair.
This is Flair. Hold on. 94 Flair. Oh, okay. Yeah. My brother picked up some of that stuff back in the day.
Yeah, so I left it sealed. Figured, okay,
by the way,
I'm going forward. I'm going to collect unopened. Yeah.
To be clear, it's nice looking stuff. I thought the Flair in the early 90s, mid-90s, they did. I thought Flair made some nice cards. They were cool. And with
Great
Marvel
package.
and the comic and the art and everything, they look nice. They look
Great
nice.
package. It's kind of, you take the plastic off and it sleeves off.
In that era, it feels premium. It really does feel premium for that era.
Yeah.
They put a little extra effort into it. So I applaud them for that. So here's a good question. This is a good open topic. And again, guys, any of you, the link is pinned in the chat. If any of you do want to pop in and say your piece, if you want to on anything. But this is a good topic here. Can the hobby truly grow without a healthy LCS ecosystem? Okay, I have some thoughts, but please.
I got an answer.
Yannick, you want to give it a go first?
Sure.
So without healthy LCSs, do you think the hobby could grow without, your card shops?
In my world, wouldn't change a thing without.
I'm kind of in the same boat, but can you explain why?
Pardon me.
Go ahead. Yeah. So I'm in the same boat I mentioned as you are. What was that? Go ahead. So basically, in your world, it wouldn't change a lot. Why is that?
He does not carry anything that I even remotely purchase. Pack, hobby boxes. Again, if I was maybe a hockey guy, he would. He does, obviously. I go more to him to just basically keep my money next door, so he keeps his store open and I can go see him when I need, So I make an effort once a month to go say hello, pick up my penny sleeves, a couple one touches, and just shooting the shit for 20 minutes or so, right? So
No, I agree with that. That is
But
where I see the
if I
value.
wasn't going there, I don't think he would miss necessarily my business, or because I'm not the type of customer that he wants or keeps his place open, because I don't buy necessarily all the packs and the wax and all that.
No,
So,
that's fair. And that was kind of my underlying point, is that there is value to a great card shop. There is still value, but it's very difficult to create the scenario. So Brad was having a shameless plug earlier, and they're trying to create a certain environment. They're trying to create a certain, as they go
just the
along, they can
last
adapt and adjust. Go ahead.
point, what actually Brad and Sherry are trying to build right now, that's what exactly a year ago I was telling myself, what most likely I would go and hang out to a card shop like this once in a while, right?
Agreed.
As
Sure.
in, I can sit, hang out. There's almost like a lounge part. You
Mhm.
can, discuss like we did at the show almost, but except being on a
Mhm.
food court, you can go, let's say, like, hey, on Thursday night on the third week of the month, we'll just go open, or not even open, just go talk and say hello and buy a couple things, right? So
You
I
just
would
hit on,
definitely go to a place more like Brad's than just the old typical small card shop that it's kind of crummy and
yeah, but let's add one element to that, because I think you're hitting on an excellent point, and I think that's a very key piece. The flea market that I used to go to, the one that I mentioned in the 90s especially, that was like the heyday. The flea market was never this exotic, wonderfully, sterile place. However, it wasn't a dump. It was one of those things, like there's an in between. There's a lot of room in between. But it wasn't because the little booths and everything were the most wonderfully organized, the most wonderfully designed, but it was a hangout, because we would go on Saturday. My dad would go over to the watch dealer and hang out. And he'd just hang out and shoot the shit and just chat and just talk and do whatever. Carlos Sr., I know this may shock you guys. Carlos Sr. is a talker.
Yeah.
I know this may shock you. It's true. He is. So he would go there and do that. That's what he would go there and do, and hang out and chat. And I would go over to the card booth and I'd hang out and I'd chat with the dealer there, and folks would come by, and there'd be the regulars. There'd be the folks that would also come in on the Saturday. Some folks would come in on Sunday. Sometimes he'd be like, hey, you want to go to the flea market? And it'd be Sunday. And I'd go in. I was there on Saturday. I was there on Sunday. I'd buy some stuff on Saturday, buy some stuff on Sunday. It wasn't crazy. The budget wasn't big, but I'd still pick up some stuff here and there. The point is, it was a hangout. Because you're not buying stuff the whole time. You're not opening product all the time. I didn't have the money to be opening product all the time. I'd open some packs here and there for sure. But you'd open it up at the booths. Everybody would be looking around. Hey, see what'd you get? Whatever. And that was part and parcel of the thing. But it was a booth, and there were no seats. There was nothing. So you basically were literally standing at the counter and just kind of leaning in and looking, or you'd go through the dollar bin or whatever. And that was all part of it too. So you could make it work if the vibe, so to speak, in the room worked fine, and you had the regulars who would come and hang out and chat, and you knew who everybody was, and you go, hey, what are you getting? Oh man, I got a box of the new thing, whatever, this, that, and the other thing. Yeah, sounds good. But that was all part of the package. And if you were able to do that, then you were able to enjoy part of the experience. And that's kind of what Yannick was referring to a moment ago. You can build that. It's very difficult because you have to have regulars. This is the one thing that you can't buy. You have to have regulars, because if you do, it builds an atmosphere in the shop. And if you've got an atmosphere in the shop, then people are more inclined to come on by. Yeah, that's what game shops have done. They do those tournaments and those things with the tables and everything because they want to create that environment. Hey, come and hang out. We're all hanging out here at the shop on Thursday.
Can you get a liquor license?
Well, Burbank, I think, has a little bit of licensing where they can serve a little bit in their shop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, with it, they're not going to sit there. They don't have a tap going the whole time, but they got beers in the fridge and they can serve it to people, and it's fine. So they're allowed. And again, they'll do that for some customers who hang out and whatever. Not everybody and their brother. They make emphasis on it, like, we're not going to give alcohol to everybody. You're a kid and ask for it, you're not getting it. But if you're one of the folks that are coming by, you're hanging out and you're a regular and all that, would you like a beer? Here you are. So it's like, again, it's part of the experience. They're trying to create an experience. They're trying to create an atmosphere. That's the point. So I'll come back to that question, though, as well. So the people, whether employees, owners, and customers, making LCS fun and positive energy, 100% Brad. So the thing is, to answer a question, I think a healthy LCS ecosystem does help the hobby grow, because it's a place for people to hang out. It's a place for people to gather, to chat about the thing, to drum up enthusiasm for it. A great dealer, a great environment could be a great piece of information. You can have some of the hobby drama. Hey, did you hear about what card porn said? Basically what we're doing here. If you could do that in a card shop consistently, people would come because they'd chat about the latest goings on because that's their spot where they can chat with people and talk about this stuff. Great. Awesome. It's very difficult in 2021, going into 2022 and beyond, to build that environment because you can't just expect it to be there. You have to have the characters, the people that just buy wax endlessly and like struggle with it to a certain point in the sense that they're like, oh my God, I got to get the newest box of this, that, and the other thing. There's always that guy. There's always the guy that always goes through the singles box and goes through the thing and is like, ha, I found the good one for $1. Yes, that guy exists. There's all these different groups of people, but they all had a place. And as long as they were there, it's like, it worked. The system worked as long as you had that. It's very difficult to build now.
I know. For 20 years, I went to an unhealthy LCS, and I still went. It was like pain, torture, but it was the only place around, really.
Yeah.
So, I was just getting supplies mostly, and they wouldn't come up with anything. And I think that's a problem with most LCSs. They just carry mostly new stuff, or else they're into comics and stamps or coins or something else. So it's a kind of all combined into one. But they really don't carry anything too rare for the most part. I think most of it's sold online. But every once in a while, they'll have something sitting there.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Vintage-wise, new stuff, whatever. I guess they pull whatever they pull.
I feel like a good shop today would have a combination of the two, but the point is still the same. It's still very difficult to build that combination. It's still very difficult because you cannot make the vibe appear. It doesn't work that way.
No.
The vibe just kind of develops on its own. And then the regulars get to know each other, and that's where you can bust people's chops because their quirks, their inclinations and their thing when they're hanging out. But it's just hanging out, chatting cards and chatting whatever, BSing. And if you've got the ability and the space to do that, you can foster that environment so that people are just hanging out, and then other people see that people are hanging out, and that motivates them to come by. Oh, I'm interested. What's going on here? All these people are congregating in this space. It's a lot more interesting for them.
I used to have the same idea, but in a motorcycle shop.
Sure.
You used to have a lounge. Customer could hang out, ranching, shooting the shit. Drinking sometimes, but that wasn't the good part.
It's not exclusive to cards. It can be any great shop of any business of anything. You can build that environment where people are hanging out and chatting about this, that. If you can foster that and get people to buy into it and they're part of the environment and they come in, even the people that don't buy could have some value in the sense that they help create an ambiance. If somebody's a good personality and they hang out, they can add and then draw additional people in just because it's like, oh, this is a good place to hang out and chat with folks about this, that, and the other thing.
Here's a question for Yannick. Yannick, how many times have you ever hopped on your motorcycle and had no idea where you were going?
Most. All the time.
I know. Is you just got on your bike and you're going for a drive. And how many times would you end up with other like-minded people? Whatever,
Oh, motorcycle crowd is easy to talk to, whatever. Like there's a kind of a camaraderie, I guess, to a point that where you go, where you come from, you always stop at gas station most of the time because you fuel, then you'll pull over and readjust your gear, have a smoke, jerky, Red Bull, let's go.
The funny part that most people don't know is that most motorcycles, when they pass another motorcycle, you put 2 fingers out saying hi. Mm-hmm. So it's like, hey, how you doing? You're just driving going, hey.
I'm cool, you're cool.
And that's like most of the people. Nowadays, not so much, but back, everybody did it.
Now you're saying they use just 1 finger?
Ask your dad.
Could be, sometimes.
Well, usually with him, they use 1 finger whether he's on a motorcycle or not. That's different.
It's 2 fingers.
Does that count? Is that what you're referring to?
It's not like you go high. It's just like 2 fingers, and it's
low. I know what you're talking about, but I'm saying it's like you got to understand. Carlos Sr. gets the 1 finger salute everywhere he goes. He doesn't need to be on a motorcycle for that one. It's a little different. Yeah. Not the same connotation. Not quite the same love. Not the much love.
Most people don't know that. Yeah, and actually, I was in my car and I did it to this guy who was driving a motorcycle. We were kind of the only 2 people on the road. He was coming across this way, and I put my hand out of my car window and put my fingers down. He kind of went, "What?" Because cars and bikes don't do that. Just bikes and bikes do that. So, anyways, it's a motorcycle thing.
By the way, again, guys, great job with the chat here. So I'll quickly get caught up on a
Yeah,
couple of
some
these here.
great questions.
So in
Wow.
Ontario, to get liquor beer license, you need to have food too. I'm not sure how much you need. That's very true. In Ontario, we're different. We got the LCBO here, like different game. I would assume in Burbank, California, they have a little looser work with the alcohol.
We give out free vaccine tests at our LCBOs.
At the LCBO?
Yeah, you can
Oh,
get
really?
5 free. A lady was standing in line for 10 hours. I'm going, there's just 5 of them. You get 5 in a package, right? Free. And I don't think you have to purchase anything. I think they just said they were handing them out there.
Okay.
I don't know. Holy shoot. Well, when in Rome, right?
Sure. So local card shop drama can be interesting. I worked at a card shop in senior high school years ago, got to see it all. Yes. Well, card shops can have drama too. Because of Carlos Card Shop, we try our best. LCS are more common when people went there to set collect. That's true. Well, that's the thing though. Like today, it's trickier because it's more transactional. You can kind of go in and out. It's like, look, you're there to buy some boxes. Just give me the boxes. I'm leaving now. It wasn't quite just, oh, I'm just going to hang here and shoot the shit for a while. And it's not quite the same. It's a little trickier. I think the smaller once or twice a month shows will be the lifeblood of live buying and selling. I think that's reasonable. I get you.
There's a lot of them going on now.
They are, yeah. To build a good shop today, they expose money, resources, and relationship. This is true. To get one started, yes. Anthony here, good evening. Love LCS. Brad here agrees with baseball card curmudgeon. Baz, absolutely. So I'm just trying to get caught up. It's like, guys, you were doing a good job with the comments. Like, we're chatting, but I keep getting caught up here. I've wanted to open an LCS that has cards, comic books, and a pizza shop that also has a retro 80s video game too. It's a dream. Ooh.
Damn.
You're covering all the geeky levels. I get you. So not as many people are hardcore into sports like it used to be. All the options to watch TV shows. That's true. I miss the days when everyone watched the games. That does change the dynamic quite a bit. I agree with that. I miss riding. I had a Ducati. That was my baby. There you go, John. Good evening. Loop's HQ shop in Miami down here has a $500,000, 1 million shop easy with inventory. The best shops are that and more. Fair. Surprised Carlos doesn't have all the 82 Wrestling All-Stars. Never really got into that. I do respect the folks that build it. I think it's key, though, that obviously I was born in 83. So a lot of the guys there don't apply for my era. However, they eventually would become the guys that I follow. Jake Roberts is in that set. Ted DiBiase's in that set. Jake the Snake Roberts. Sorry, I already talked to Jake Roberts. Yeah. Ric Flair's in that set. You got Andre. You got Hogan. You got Rick. I'm trying to think. Rick Martel. Rick Martel's in it. Dino Bravo's in it, I think. Yeah, they got a bunch of guys who eventually would become players in the late 80s and early 90s who I do have quite a bit of familiarity with from that version and that run. So it's one of those things where I can respect and appreciate it. I think if you're excited about them, I'll say, I'll find the YouTube channel for you. It's Garrett. It's, I forget what his handle is, but he's doing a lot of the 82 All-Stars with autographs.
Card Cutter.
Thank you, Card Cutter. Thank you, Yannick. So yeah, Card Cutter on YouTube. Check it out because he's building a set of autographed 82 All-Stars, which is very nice looking. There's some good stuff in there.
Wasn't Mike Canadian card too?
He collects wrestling definitely, and he did a lot of stuff with Garrett as well. We'll see if they ever get back to doing their little podcast thing. It's like they were doing it for a while.
Oh, they stopped?
Yeah, well, I think Garrett's off. He's in the military, and he's off to California now, so he's moved to his other location. So I don't know if it's a scheduling thing or whatever the case may be. It might be a little tricky for them to set it up.
Tough, eh? Wow.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think, though, this is maybe one of his last stops before retirement, because now I think he's met the number of years close to it,
Navy
and he'll be able to retire. Yeah, nice. He'll be able to retire soon. So at that point, I assume he'll be able to figure out his landing spot, and then it'll be a lot easier to set things up with that.
Yeah.
Dr.
We
Beckett
all wanted. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Read it.
Yeah, Dr. Beckett did a podcast and trying to answer one of my questions of could you create an LCS as a co-op model to increase connectivity and community?
Ooh.
It's bold.
Wow.
Collect point. Go to LCS. Collect points. I don't know.
Well, basically like I know a little bit about co-ops, but not like a ton. I don't have a ton around me, but I'm familiar with it generally.
I live in Saskatchewan, so co-op is everything.
But do you think a co-op could work with an LCS?
I don't.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, in a sense.
Okay.
Well, then it's owned by the people for the people by the.
Well, I mean, you get what 2% back of all your purchase.
Yeah. I guess you could. It's one of those things like. Let's put it this way: if you could do enough,
let's get a company together to do this.
Here's what I'll say: I'm kind of inclined to agree with Brad. But let's play out the thought for a second. It depends on what kind of shop you're trying to run, right? If you're trying to do product, then you need allocation. To get allocation, you need volume. It's not good enough to just have a shop. You need to have a shop that is able to buy enough of whatever. Now, that's under the current system, right? When our Fanatics Overlords take over, even if they keep the rest of the manufacturing the same, the allocation thing could change. That's where an LCS would get affected. How does the allocation model change in a Fanatics world? That's the question.
Fanatic bucks.
Could be. But whatever that is, whatever that looks like, that's the answer to that question, because allocation, in that scenario, allocation is everything. If you're just talking about buying and selling cards, sure. Yeah. You could probably figure out arrangements, but you're buying and selling singles, doing whatever. Okay. What kind of singles do you need to sell in your community? Like, I suppose you could, but what are you doing?
Would it work? No, Brad's right. It wouldn't work at all. But I mean, the idea is kind of nice.
Sure.
Let's say, like Bobby said, like Fanatics, since you can buy all their products, you know, their, you know, apparel, like all the jerseys and stuff, and then the 2% back, or whatever you want to call it, the Scooby box, you can
Points, whatever.
You can like turn them into buy whatever, right? Like jerseys or cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a smart way of doing things.
Yeah, I think there's
if they're going around the LCS and distributing directly to the customers, yes.
Mm-hmm. I think the card market
it's time
is
for Fanatic Visa. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
PayPal had it.
Color to your team.
Oh no, that's HGA. No.
Sorry. Settle down. I already did my HGA slander for them.
I know. I already did mine in.
They need to give me something new to give them a little more slander. You know,
okay.
That's always part of the bit. So here, John has a question about Gretzky Hoffa poster. Does this one ring a bell? Is that familiar?
It's
Jofa. Whatever. Yeah. It's a stupid helmet. Whatever.
It's
an ugly helmet, by the way. Those are ugly helmets.
It was really, but it's very distinctive of him.
Oh, it is. That I agree with. So does this familiar poster ring a bell for you?
The Jofa poster, yeah.
It probably would have been a promo one. Is there a specific era that they had, or did he have a series of them?
Oh, you know, Gretzky, there's like 80 posters of him out there. You know, most big top stars in the NHL over the years had 5.
Which team would have been that poster?
And he had like
probably Oilers.
Yeah.
Most likely. That would be my opinion.
Jofa, his early years for his helmet. He kept that helmet for a long time though.
I think he still had it into LA.
He wore that helmet the whole way through.
Yeah, he was endorsing it, I guess. Yeah. And it was his kind of thing, you know.
Made a crazy carpet material.
I don't know. Jofa helmets were kind of, when they came out, I remember when Jofa came in, and it was.
Hey, that's all Michel Goulet handed his.
When I see Jofa helmets, my thought process is when I went to the CNE, and they would have like those games, and they had like the pitching machine where you could do it. Well, Carlos Sr. and I were really good at that because I could throw with great consistency at a certain speed. So Carlos Sr. would guess the speed, and I'd win those novelty batting helmets for baseball that have no padding in them. I had a stack of them because we were really good at winning that. Because I'd pitch a couple of times, he'd figure out what the speed is. No, but I'm talking about the ones you could actually put on your hat, like as a hat. But what happened is because I was very consistent, I could throw it consistent. I wouldn't throw as hard as I could. The point was to be consistent because you want to predict the speed. So I'd throw a couple, he'd gauge it and go, okay, the next one is going to be this speed. Boom. I'd nail it right on the dot, win a helmet. We had a stack of them, but there's no padding in them. So when I see Jofa helmets, I think it's like, that's like the hockey equivalent. It's like, there's no padding in that. That's not protection.
You and Carlos Sr. are carny grifters. Oh my God. I can't believe it.
Half Panamanian, half Colombian, buddy. We got this.
Enough said.
Corruption is my birthright. I have said this before. Corruption is my birthright. This is what I do. So apparently it's from the early 80s. So they would definitely be Oilers if it was going to be that kind of poster for Oilers. Probably the blue one would be my guess, just off memory.
Generally
not too familiar for the Hoffa helmet. I guess, didn't you have 2 versions of it? I guess depending on the uniform.
There's so many Gretzky posters.
He would I would have guessed like white, blue, black and white probably. And
Mike says he's got a black.
Oh, Kings maybe for black.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Rangers, he had the blue and the white.
Rangers, St. Louis.
St. Louis, he had the blue. He would have had.
Blue, yeah.
Oh yeah, Yager had a Jofa helmet as well. That's true. That is true.
Well, Yager's.
Who had the best helmet?
Lanny McDonald. That bubble head.
Okay, so here's a question for Hockey. I often hear the argument, about people looking out for each other in the hobby, would you say that retail scalpers are looking out for people? That's a bit of a loaded leading question. But let me rephrase the question a little bit. Let me rephrase the question, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a quick refill here. But let me rephrase the question to leave a little opening in the space. Do you think that with the way we're configured right now, do you think there is a lot of, because we all have at least a little bit of a dip toe into the social media side of things. Do you think we really have much of hobby people looking out for people, or looking out for clout, or doing a little bit of both? Where is your feeling on that as far as looking out for people? I'll leave it open to your interpretation, if you follow my meaning. You can take it wherever you want. Be as spicy as you wish. I'm just leaving it open for you to take it. Why don't you take a stab at it, Bobby? Give it a go. Try not to offend too many of our future corporate sponsor overlords. A couple is fine. If you want to offend HGA, offend away. Feel free to do that. But other than that, hold back just a little. I'll be right.
Let me give that to Yannick. Go ahead. Oh, Yannick, you want to take that one?
You got to actually talk on this part, Yannick.
Yes,
I know. I'm just, I don't have much to say about it, basically, because I flushed a lot of my social media influences or stuff following that I don't follow, that I don't need to follow. So I would say a good part of my circle has interests of mine or theirs to, they're withheld to a standard. But other than that, no, I would say in general, no, people don't have each other's back in this hobby.
So you think that most of the people would rather see, they do it for the sake of their own sake, promoting themselves as doing a sacrificial thing, oh, I'm such a nice guy, and they're bringing this forward and saying, yeah, I've helped, yeah. Or are they doing it for themselves, or they really just care? Like for what I do in the hobby, I care about the people and the collectors. That's my kind of deal of what I'm about, because I'm just really about information. I don't really have a dollar value behind that. And that's sort of the driving force behind it, is, what people are motivated by. And, I guess that's the question, is if you think that people are just motivated by the money, or they're just motivated by the sincerity of it all. And it's certainly not.
Obviously, everyone has a goal, I guess, to why do you come and you watch Carlos' channel on Friday night?
Sometimes I wonder.
Night, so I
real
guess.
quick. There was an excellent comment during Dustin's live stream where I think I want to say it was Hobby Champs. And he said, I'm not sure whether I'm paraphrasing, but he goes, I'm not sure if I should be proud or ashamed that I've seen a bunch of Carlos's live streams all the way through. And my reply was, well, you should be kind of ashamed. It's like, I don't watch them all the way through and I'm on them.
Yeah.
I don't watch them while I'm doing it. Just saying.
I guess everyone has how they want to do this or get, do you care about the likes or the thumbs up or the, depends.
Yes, Yannick, we care about the likes and thumbs up. Speaking of which, if you haven't already, if you could hit the thumbs up, we'd appreciate it.
That would help. Appreciate
Love the segue. Appreciate it, buddy.
Definitely. But I am speaking for me on my, I just do Instagram. I like to just put, but I had no goal other than meeting people. Basically, That was the main thing, was just to get me to meet new people, interesting folks that shares the same common interest of me. As kind of cheesy as it sounds, it's kind of what it was. So, and then look, I met you two, and look where we at now. So,
yeah,
all downhill from there. All downhill from there.
Unfortunately. So, yeah, some of my best friends today are certainly from the hobby for the last 25 years.
I met few of them.
Some are 40 years. So I've had a lot of people, and I think they become your friends because you share like-minded things. My other friends from high school, everybody went their own direction. Some of us that drove motorcycles, we kind of stuck together. Some of us, did different things. So, but it's always nice when you have that.
You're gonna have to get that motorcycle of yours ready to go again. You keep talking, but let's go.
I don't have it anymore. I have to buy another V65 mag.
We'll find you one. Just sell it.
Now it's vintage. Now it's worth so much money.
Just sell something behind you there. You'll cover it.
Pretty much. I got a Quebec Nordiques unopened pack of cards.
There you go. That's
from 1990.
That's expensive.
From 1990, that makes it doubly
It's like
expensive.
$5 maybe shipped.
Hey, that's score.
Nice.
Nice.
So actually, DR's got a good question. By the way, again, guys, killing it with the comments. Appreciate it. So here, what are one or two things you hope happens to hobby in 2022? Hang tight on that one for just 1 second. I'll come back to it. I like that question, though. It's a good one. It's a good, nice, open question. We love those. So this is the Hofa thing. The plaster in full color, auto up in the fleer hand corner, sticker selling for $125 on eBay. I'm guessing this is the poster itself. Yeah, the poster is in full color. Yeah, I'm not sure, John. What I would recommend to you, here's my suggestion to you. We love to answer questions like this as best we can. Something like this, though, needs visual aids. I think if you have a picture, you'd probably be your best bet. Get a picture somewhere, and then we can probably at least try to see if we can answer it here a little further along. But you got to have a picture. It would help a lot. I would say something else. People looking out for themselves. I think there's certainly a lot of that in the hobby for sure. So Baz here says, ultimately, card collecting is a solemn hobby. Experience mainly at home, sorting, checklisting with a social component for those who are most social when they need a fix. I think that's fair. That's been a lot of my hobby experience. Like I've done it that way for a very long time. I incorporated more people in after because it's like, okay, no, I'm going to go out there, but it's also putting yourself out there. Right. So it's like, you gotta give a little to get a little. That's just the way it is. It's like in a lot of aspects of life. I was okay doing my own thing because I was doing my own thing. Like I was very comfortable in, and then as I went a lot further along, it's like, no, I'm actually very comfortable with the sound of silence. There are times where I don't need to be hearing people all the time. It's like, no, I just want to do my thing in peace. But then when I'm ready to chat and do that, well, then that's what we create. That's what we open up the venue for. I have an advantage now in this platform that I can hit a button and go live and chat with people virtually in a variety of different ways. It's a lovely luxury to have, but it's not necessary. Not everybody's into that. That's cool. That's fair. But it's in and out for themselves. There's always going to be an element of that in everything. Always. It's up to you. It's what you want to make out of it. That's why I stuck up that theme earlier. Like, I like being at a stage of my collecting that I don't worry about the price anymore. It doesn't matter that much. It's nice if stuff appreciates. I don't care if it doesn't. I get stuff that is cool to me, but what is cool to me sometimes changes all the time. I'll give a little fun story of a rabbit hole I went down, but I want to get through these comments because you guys are killing in the comments.
All right.
I feel like most individuals in the hobby and social media are helpful to share information and collecting what they know, and I also see people looking to capitalize. Very true. There's always a mixed bag. Retail scalpers looking for themselves, and there are people too. But I've also seen examples of some of the retail guys who are willing to at least share the wealth a little bit and kind of collaborate and cooperate. But they're all trying to make a buck, which is like, fine, it's whatever. Brad agrees with you, Yannick. Well put. Friends come and go, but cardboard is forever, especially junk wax cardboard. Literally forever. Feedback just stopped. Did he mute himself? Yes, he did. Awesome, guys. No, that's appreciate the questions, John. Feel free. Like I said, with stuff like that, feel free to ask. Again, with stuff, a lot of the stuff, pictures help. It helps a lot because it's more specific.
That's good what he's saying here.
I wish the year-end videos would make mention of the predictions made 1 year prior. Otherwise, a waste of time and exercise. I think that's a valid point. It's a valid one. I like to revisit predictions, especially we try not to make too many. We try to be very picky on predictions. But when we make them, I like to revisit them because I'm happy to hold us accountable to them where we can, because it's like, it's only fair. Cards are a form of meditation, serenity, and nostalgia. Very nice, Baz. Very nice. Okay, this is a good general question. I like this one. Let me see if I can go back to it from DR.
It's a New Year's Eve question almost.
It almost is, but we can touch on it briefly. We can elaborate on it later. It gives everybody a chance to maybe do their initial thesis, and they can always expand on it later. What's one or two things you hope happens in the hobby in 2022? By the way, I would say those of you in the chat, if you have an answer to this too, feel free to throw it in. But let's start with this. Yannick, what's one or two things you hope happens in the hobby? This is very general and very broad. You can go in any direction you want in 2022. This isn't a trick question.
Oh, I know it's not. I guess. Like,
all right.
Maybe
do you want to defer to Bobby for a second? Do you want to defer to Bobby for a second?
Ahead. Maybe the floor to Mr. Burrell. Go ahead.
Okay.
Bobby, go for it.
I hope there's a hockey app and website coming out. That's the one thing I really hope for.
So does Eric.
I know Eric. I put that in for him directly. Yeah. What I hope for the hobby, I hope things stabilize. I hope it goes along a steady path, that it doesn't grow too high. It doesn't jump up again. We don't need any more, leaps and bounds. I think it's kind of reached that kind of plateau where it's leveling off and things will go as they should forward. And I hope everybody stays in the hobby and enjoys the hobby and doesn't get too hard into the investing. Now, at this point, the investing part won't be so much jumped upon because there's no spiking in the prices. So I think the hobby is more comfortable in that sense, where everybody was rushing in and jumping in, didn't know what to buy, and they're just buying for financial gain. And people want to, you want to buy something or invest in something. That's great. Take the long road; it'll serve you a little bit better.
All right, seems reasonable. Yannick, do you want to take a stab at it now, or do you want me to do it? Okay, I'll keep it real simple and really high level. Regardless of what happens to the market, good, bad, or indifferent, because mine is irrespective of the market. My one or two thing hope is that most collectors realize at some point this is supposed to be fun, chill out. It's not that serious. It really isn't. Almost no aspect of it is that serious. I try to make an open mockery of it every single time. Look at the logo. Look at it. I'm trying to make a mockery of this whole thing every single time out. I'm making a mockery of this damn thing because it deserves to be made a mockery of. It's not serious. This is kids' games. We put adult money into it, but it's kids' games. It always was kids' games. When we put adult money into it, we change the context. Get you. Totally with you. 100% got it. Understood. But it's still silliness. It's still cardboard. It's junk. At the grand scheme of things, it's junk. It really is.
Going forward, I'd like to see a permanent definition on what a goat and a legend is.
See, Yannick, there's so many opportunities. You could have gone the goat legend. You could have gone the goat route. So let me grab a couple in the comments. Yannick, I want you to get inspiration. There's some thoughts in the comments. I want you to get some inspiration now. Okay, so here we go. I hope more money goes into young players so I can buy legends. We appreciate some selfishness.
That's it. Hey, that's always up there.
I'm curious how people define the term scalper. It seems to be used in a derogatory term, but if you sell something for more than you pay for it, does that make you a scalper? Great question, Jeff. We'll get to it in a second. Love the question. For selfish reasons, I hope more people get interested in vintage. Fair enough. Okay, question, Robert. I want you to think about this before you answer. Think about this. I get this from the vintage guys. Are you sure you want more people to get interested in vintage, or do you want to buy your vintage cheap? Because I think it's counterproductive, and I think you guys are playing yourselves. Like, no, you should tell everyone that vintage sucks. You should tell them not to buy vintage so that you can buy it cheap. I don't understand why you want to pay more.
Because they have so much, they're holding so much.
I guess so. Like, it only works if you're selling. Like, otherwise, right. I don't understand why. Because if you're still collecting, why would you want more people to be interested in it?
Well, I think it drives people forward collecting vintage opposed to dropping off. So
yeah, no, like, look, you do you. But for me, in my opinion, the stuff that I want to collect, I want to advocate for how it sucks. Juan Soto's trash. Sell me yours cheap.
Yes.
Cheap.
Don't quote the 6061 set. It's just hard.
Do not be a fool.
Mm-hmm. Nobody collects sets anymore.
Okay, here we go. The scalper definition. Sets. We'll get to that in a second. Sherry, good evening. The women in the hobby are taken more seriously. I think that's fair. And I think it's something that is beneficial. By the way, that's beneficial for the industry because the more consumers you get, it doesn't matter who it is. The more consumers you get, their money spends too. So I would take them seriously, especially if they're willing to spend money on it. Whatever that is. Whatever that looks like. I'm hoping the prices come back to the prior boom of earlier this year. Earlier this year, the prices spiked.
It was
I think you're thinking early 2020 is what you're thinking. Because earlier this year, we had a spike.
The highest of all.
You're thinking earlier. You're thinking earlier, my friend.
January, February was like bang boom.
All right. Most collectors who start at age 5 and 76 is here to plug away in some form of fashion. They keep it simple. You're right, Carlos. Cards is just paper. Very good. Thank you, Baz. 1 second here. Mr. Brad, how are you?
Hey, boys.
Going well.
You caught me.
Yeah, no worries. It's all good.
In his fancy LCS. Oh no, that's his.
Yep. So real quick, I'll get caught up on some of these comments and we'll chat a little bit here. Give me a second. Hope people offer the cards I need for cheap. Yeah. So that's why I said, like, if you collect vintage blows. It's trash. Only idiots collect vintage. Idiots. What's wrong with you? We'll come back to the scalper thing in a second here. Wayne Gretzky sucks? True. Ovechkin sucks? Absolutely. Agreed. Speculators make more sense. McDaniel sucks? No doubt. Only an idiot would collect McDaniel. I'm old and have a 20-year window to sell. King of sucks? Agreed. I hope everyone realizes Connor McDavid sucks. I mean, plays for Edmonton. And there's nothing to look at here. Look at Ovechkin just go singing on Gretzky. Suckiest suck that ever sucked. Got caught up. Did it. It's tough. You guys, like I said, you guys are doing a great job with the comments today. So, Mr. Brad, how are you?
Good. I just got a message from Sherry. She's in the other room. She goes, I made a comment.
Oh no, and I acknowledge Sherry's comment, and I agree with Sherry. By the way, whenever they do like the women of the hobby or whatever, I always take a very pragmatic approach because some people can't get past a certain thing, and I'm going to be serious about this. And honestly, people would do well if they would just take this approach. How about you pretend that you're just a ruthless, heartless bastard who only cares about the bottom line? Okay, great. Here's my pitch. Their money spends too. Let's make this easy. If you just care about money and you don't care about women or any of it, their money spends too. So guess what? Make it available, make it viable, make it reasonable, and you're good. You don't have to do anything too crazy. Just make it so it doesn't suck for a woman to walk into a card shop and be treated like an idiot and be pissed off and then not spend money. You want the money? Just ask them what they want to do. That's it. You got a question? Answer it. Plenty of idiots in the hobby who are men too. Don't worry about it. I've seen them. I've heard from them. They're idiots. So you answer their questions. Just answer the question. That's it. Whoever comes in the door, answer their question.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that hard. It really isn't that hard.
I don't have a problem taking money from women. That's not a problem.
It should never be a problem to any business who wants to be a business. Why would you reject money?
For 20 years, this lady, she used to come in and she'd come to my booth. She'd wander around the expo. Everybody's probably seen her before. And, she'd always buy something at my booth. She always says, you always have interesting, different things. She was mostly into baseball, though. And I used to have some oddball baseball stuff. And she used to always buy something. And, she was nice and friendly. She didn't talk too much, but, always friendly, always nice. And she's still going to shows. Even now, she was at the last show. I haven't gotten to know her name because she's very quiet. But she talks nicely and we all have a good time, but not too many women in the hobby, but I think more are closing in now. And I think as the women's sports really peak up, I think that'll drive more people and more, well, I don't know what Fanatics is doing about that, but I guess we'll see.
It'll be an interesting because it's always, if there's an interest in the sport, that potentially helps. But I mentioned before, that's a tricky thing. It's not a one-to-one relationship. It's not always like, oh, you enjoy the sport, therefore you collect the card. Not necessarily. No. And even if you're a collector, not necessarily. There's a lot of pieces that you got to put
soccer
together.
Discussion a long time ago.
Yeah, but soccer, F1, like doesn't matter. Pick your thing du jour that people are into right now. You gotta understand there's something more to it. Even if you're predisposed to collecting cards, even if you like the sport, even if you get into it, doesn't mean you're going to collect the cards.
No.
There's another thing required. It's got to be interesting to them to collect those cards as well, specifically. So Sherry says, I'll take cards and sales any day. And that's what you should do in business. That is the correct answer. Now, I'll come back to the question for you earlier about the scalper thing in just a second. But let's do it since we got Brad here. I did get your video earlier, Brad, so I want to play it because we didn't get a chance to last time. So I actually have it.
Yeah.
So from the shop. So if you remember, we mentioned the Trailer Park Boys thing from AMG Collectibles. Mm-hmm. I think I can pull it up for us and I can play it for us. So I should be able to do that. So let's give that a go. We'll do that real quick. Let's see if that operates. And let's see. I want to do.
In the meantime, Brad, what do you want to see for the future or 2022?
Just like what you said. You know what? I think there a little bit of stabilization is good for the hobby right now.
Good.
And
Bubbles.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the boys.
Now, actually, let me double check one thing here. Hold on. I'm going to stop sharing real quick.
I need that shirt.
Is that going to work for you, the shirt?
Yeah. If I had a rocket ship.
I've got a couple of those we were going to make into cards at one point.
Oh, that would be a great cut piece. Oh, man.
That would work, yeah, with the colors.
I want that rocket ship top right there. Or maybe the bottom doing the lift off.
Okay, so I'm going to try it, and let me see if the audio works, because this one doesn't give me a checkbox. But let me give it a go. Let's see what happens.
Oh. Nope.
Can you hear it okay?
No, can't hear it.
Yeah, no audio.
No.
Yeah, no sound?
No sound.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
Yeah.
That's all right. I know what I need to do with this one. Give me 2 seconds.
There we go.
Yeah, so I know what I need to do with this one.
I picked up some packs today, Bobby.
Oh, what'd you get?
Like just an assortment. Like a Gretzky year or some...
These are just some unopened packs? Are they
Yeah.
graded or no?
Tops O-Peachy? Which?
Some tops, some OPT. That's top. I kept a good angle. Yeah, I know. I'm the worst at this.
Oh, the 77 WHA. That's like Bobby Orr on there. If you look
Yeah,
at the,
that's 97. I know that's 83, 84.
yeah.
I got a couple of those. I got.
Oh, that's a peachy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Are
that's
they
a
good?
winner.
Are they good? Are they good?
I honestly, I think so. This guy had them forever. I can't see them not being good, but you never know. I honestly, I can't tell. People ask me all the time about that. I'm like,
A big
They look
secret, if
great
you
to me.
feel some old wax, get into a like box of
Yeah.
88, 89, 90. You feel it, just you grab it and you feel the consistency
What's
of
going
it.
on? We're here at AMG Collectibles looking at all the fancy comic books that I'm going to try to save my money up to get.
This store is pretty cool, pretty amazing.
It's very
Oh
cool.
yeah, Bubs, look, Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah,
Just let me take one.
it's a muscle comic.
Just let me take one.
Ricky,
Just that Ricky. Just gonna look at it, Bubs.
I know the people. I know the
Worth like
people.
$1,000.
Yeah, but you can't steal it.
You're no fun anymore, Bubs.
Hi, what's your name? How you guys?
I'm Isaac. Nice to meet you, man.
Are you enjoying AMG Collectibles?
Yeah, it's great.
Good store, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's cool.
Ricky,
What? Didn't that happen? Walk away, camera this way.
So there you go. You got your shameless plug-in.
there you go. There you go.
Done.
I got that comic. Oh, okay.
That's why I asked. That's why I asked the previous time Brad was on. It's like, so did they return the comic? Brad.
Oh, getting back to what I was saying, feel those other packs.
Yeah.
Just feel it for consistency. Like there should be a wrap. It shouldn't be too loose, shouldn't be too tight. And then you kind of apply that to the 79. It's your first thing that I've always done.
Yeah.
If you've handled enough wax, you can actually like pretty much tell that's your first big sign.
Yeah.
Or if there's a tear in the back of the wrapper, then you know you got to watch out. 86. Oh, 87, 88.
I think
I hated those years. 85, 86, 87, 88, and 89. They did all the same player but different colors.
Yeah, that's 86, I think.
No,
This is 87, 88.
that's 87, 88. And 88, 89, it's dark blue, I think.
That one.
Yeah, one thing I never forget is the wrappers. Except
Then you can also
those
go back
years.
to the classics, which I just love.
The Andy Griffith Show. Okay.
Raiders.
Okay.
This is kind of cool. I don't think I had one of these. This one's actually open at the top, but I like it.
Oh, is that the Monty one?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
That's the Monty Wrestling
Yeah.
from 86.
it's open at the top. The cards were.
Yeah, it's like a little pocket pouch. You ever see those, Carlos? Kinda
Is this
cool.
the sticker one? Hold on. Actually, yeah. You know what? I saw the cards, but not the actual
Oh,
pack.
gun.
Yeah, because they had that at the they had that at Legends of the Game. They sold those singles.
I know my wrestling.
Now, here's the thing. This is where, unfortunately, like I wish you have the thing at Legends. I bought the Hogan, I bought the Macho Man, and I bought a couple of the other guys from that little sticker. I know for a fact I had them at one point. I know for a fact I had them at one point. I'm sure they're in a box somewhere. I don't know where they are.
Monty is from Holland, isn't it? Just say yeah. Does it say Holland on the back of the wrapper? Because I think
yes,
they
it
were.
is. Made and printed in Holland. Yep.
Yeah, that sounds right. There you go. Frank's Card
Yeah.
and Collectibles, first time in. So we met Frank at the expo. Good evening. Floyd the Barber rookie card. There you go. Take the wheel, Hulk Hogan. That's from an Ultimate Warrior promo leading into WrestleMania 6. A great promo if you look it up. I'd show it to you, but I'm sure that this live stream would disappear forever.
Like the other one did. Yeah.
Yes. 53 didn't happen, Bobby. It didn't happen.
I know.
So real quick, I'm gonna pull the scalper question up because I think it's a reasonable question. I think I like the question. Now, real quick, I'll share a quick story related to the idea of collecting, fandom and all that. Now, of course, it can also work where you do become a fan of something, you decide to collect. And actually, I had a little bit of a fun story. When I was on Personal Finance Dad's live stream, I mentioned to them, kind of tongue-in-cheek, kind of jokingly, about the whole Aussie Rules football thing when we were talking about like miscellaneous sports, bowling and this, that, and the other thing, F1, blah, blah, blah. And I said, no, you guys got to get into Aussie Rules football. Now, by the way, I have watched a fair bit of Aussie Rules football. I like the game. I think it's fun. I enjoy it. But I don't get to watch it much because TSN would show it at random hours and all that. However, I did check and see that the new season will be starting up in January. And assuming they're able to play the game without a hitch, you know what? I'm getting the streaming package. I'm watching the stupid games. I like watching the damn thing. I will pay to watch the games. But I decided, all right, screw it. I know the cards exist. I hadn't figured them out. I hadn't tried to figure them out. And this past week, I went down the rabbit hole of watching breaks of Aussie Rules football cards to try to figure out what the hell these things are. Select is the one who produces it. Select Australia makes all the different things. And of course, they got levels and brands and whatever. And a lot of stuff is quaint. I love it. They use the numbering like the old numbering where it'll be like out of 100 or 110 or whatever, but it'll be like 86 of 110. I'm like, oh, you Aussies, I love it. It makes me so happy. And they get so jacked up and excited when they get some of the foily inserts and stuff. They're like, all right, I like this. This is some of the old school collecting I enjoyed in the 90s. So I like that. I actually went on eBay and I saw an insert. I won't reveal what it is yet.
Uh-oh.
But I went to go buy a couple because they have similarities to some of the stuff that has taken off in some of the other categories. By the way, Aussie Rules football will not take off. It doesn't have enough show. It's not going to be a thing. I get a kick out of it though. It's fun for me. So I found a dealer that had a couple. I go, great. I'll pay the exorbitant shipping fee, whatever. I'll grab a couple. I have no context of values, but I'm like, I can afford this. I'll live with it. I grabbed a couple, ordered it. Great. Paid it. 3 hours later, canceled. I'm like, are you trying to hold out on me? This is a conspiracy. Australia is trying to keep its cards from me. How dare you? I got to talk to Aussie Card Dad and some of these guys like, yo, I got to talk to one of you. It's like, I got to get the hookup because they're trying to deny me. By the way, they do international shipping and international ordering on eBay. So why'd you activate it if you won't honor the deal? I paid for it and to buy it now. It's like, what the hell, man?
Maybe they got locked up or something.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. But like 3 hours later, they canceled my thing. I was like, I paid for it. What the hell? Send me my cards. Jerks.
I think you're supposed to go, oi!
Oi.
No, you get oi when you deliver the damn cards, Yannick. Right now it's like, oh, not oi. So
that movie with Matt Damon, wasn't that South African, sorry, yeah, that football, rugby, whatever it was, yeah.
Invictus,
yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was a poorly done kind of.
Yeah, I didn't.
It's like they won at the end, but it was like, hey, yay, we won the championship. Yeah, that's it. It's like when they won in the 40s. They go around, shake people's hands, and Stanley Cup. It's like, oh, good job.
Yeah, good job. Seems reasonable.
Oh, you look at some of those the 40s or 50s even. It wasn't the big jumping around like they do today. It was like,
well, I would think with a lot of those, I would think they were basically out of gas because they were killing each other for the entire series. They're like, I don't have enough energy to jump. I did everything I could. This is all I got.
Gentrification is gone nowadays.
Yeah.
Long gone.
So Mike here says, I will stop downplaying it when they let me buy the damn cards. I paid for them. This was a deal. It's like, even it's supposed to be a completed contract. I agreed to pay the price. I agreed to pay the shipping. What the hell? Trash. Utter trash. So I said I might have to talk to Aussie Card Dad and a couple of the Australian guys that occasionally will check out the live stream. It's like, guys, we got to talk. I got to figure out what this nonsense is, and I got to get some of these damn cards. That's what I need over here. The hell?
We need COVID cards.
Oh, we had some of that with Project 2020 and stuff. They introduced it.
Oh.
Do you want actual COVID on the card? What are you looking for?
Well, it's probably going to be there anyways, because they just said it's airborne. I went, really? What was it before?
I was pretty sure that's like 2020 news. I'm pretty sure.
I kind of want that Daryl Strawberry one they did with the he's got the mask on.
Which one are you referring to?
Oh.
Project 2020. There was one with.
Well, Daryl Strawberry wasn't in Project 2020. You're thinking Project 70.
No, I'm talking the first series. Daryl Strawberry had one that he had the mask on.
Daryl Strawberry wasn't in 2020 because they only did 20 players. Each one of the artists had to pay. They had 20 players and 20 cards per person, but Daryl Strawberry wasn't on the list.
Okay.
I don't think in 2020. Maybe I'm forgetting, but I don't think he was in the original Project 2020 list.
Better look that up.
Well, it's only 20 players in the list, so that's
the backlash.
Well, that's true. You know, listen, those $5 cards might take a hit if I get it wrong.
Yes.
But I thought anyway. I'm pretty sure I saw a drawing. I think it was a Keith Shore
Well, there was definitely a player with a mask on. That I know. That is 100% true. I remember that card.
I was like Bobby mentioned. I kind of wanted to have something like this.
Are you thinking Doc Gooden?
Maybe
Dwight
Doc
Gooden?
Gooden.
Because Doc Gooden from the Mets, he did have a mask on, and he was from the Mets,
But
and he
there's
was one of the
one
players.
card that Doc and Daryl are on the same card. Maybe that's what I'm kind of.
Maybe, yeah. But I know Doc Gooden for sure because Dr. K and the whole bit, and like they did. There's definitely a card that had that theme on it. That one I remember for sure. That's why when you said Daryl Strawberry, I'm like, I don't think Daryl Strawberry makes sense to me. But Doc Gooden was definitely in that set, 100%. So that would make sense to me. Just quickly scanning here. Yeah, so I'll take a look.
How was business this week? Brad?
Good. Yeah, it was awesome. I got all the cards shipped out earlier this week from the Montreal show, plus the ones that came in, which was great. Took a little extra time to get to PSA, which is always fun on the stress level when you ship a package, and sometimes it goes in 24 hours and sometimes it takes 5 days and sometimes it went good. And and the AMG store was hopping all week long.
Nice.
Great.
Well,
Yeah,
towards Christmas it should do well. I'm hoping.
it is. And I think
One
one of
more
the
week.
comments earlier we were talking about, it's like, how do you kind of, there's enough local people that you could sell out almost any day. And that's the hard part. You're in business. Me and Sherry talk about all the time. You're in business to sell, to make money. But at the same time, you've got guys that will just come in and how much for everything in that case, or how much. There's so many eBay sellers, Facebook sellers out there now. Like,
Yeah.
it's tough. So you gotta walk that fine line, right? It's like you want to keep your inventory, so you have vintage, you have comics, you have wax boxes, you have supplies, you have all that stuff.
What's the hot ticket this year, Brad? Like, what's mom and dad coming and buying for they can afford to buy for their kid, let's say, or.
You know what was good? Like the Upper Deck World Juniors, the Team Canada. I say the World Juniors because it comes out around them, but that was a really good product.
Have a good night, Victor.
But you know what? Lots of singles, because that's kind of where we direct people to.
It's better. Like, here's the thing. We joke about it, but I would direct most collectors to singles.
Same every
Go
day.
get the stuff you want. Like, go get your favorite player, go get your favorite team, have some fun. You don't have to take. It is fun to gamble a little bit. I enjoy it, to be honest, but the cost of freight isn't usually worth it.
Right.
It's one of those things. Like, if you could do it for a couple of bucks on a flyer for fun, yeah, sure, that's great.
Yeah.
But if you can't, no, then at least the singles, I get what I want. I get my team, I get my player, I can get something cool looking. It's like, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
If people are buying out your display cases, then your prices are too low.
Well, but that's the whole thing. It's that fine line. It's like, where do you put the price level at?
I
It's
get
like,
it. Yeah.
Do you price?
You want to sell
at
stuff.
Right. You want at comps. Or people want below comps. Can you go above comps? Like it's very, it's actually very difficult.
Ovechkin above comps.
There you
Soto
go.
above comps.
I said to Sherry,
Yager below comps.
there's a prime example. There's one card in
Mike Trout way below comps.
Yeah.
You
Why
pay
did you
them
wanna
to
go
take it
there?
away.
That's funny. There's one card in the
There,
Doc.
There's your guy. Is that the one, Yannick?
That's the mask. There we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that's the Doc Gooden. That's the Dr. K card.
You
Just
were
wanted to
right,
grab it.
my friend.
I just remembered it because I remember seeing it when they were originally doing the original run. It rung a bell.
For some reason, I had Daryl Strawberry in my mind.
That's okay.
Maybe
That's
because
fine.
I've been
They both played
watching
on the same team for the Mets, so
Once
they were in the
Upon a
same
Time in Queens.
You should ask the guys, Carlos. You talk to a lot of the guys in the U.S. The one card right now in the hobby, what one card has gone up 50%, a high-end card, 50% in the last 2-3 weeks?
50%
And
the last 2-3 weeks.
Oh, that
Alex Ovechkin Young Gun.
Is it 50%? I knew
Yeah.
it went up quite a bit. That I knew for sure.
We
But-
we
I
sold.
just want your submission. Sorry.
Yeah,
I was
no.
gonna say, so should I send over the
Yes,
card now?
95 has gone up the same ratio. Everything's gone up the same ratio. Sorry, that was not a
I
shame.
showed the victory for amusement, but like I literally have a PSA 9 sitting up in the box that I bought for like $20-$30.
Yeah.
It was already graded.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, it wasn't worth a damn thing at the time. It was like, it's fine, whatever. But it's like,
We
no, I
sold
can
an
get my money back
Ovechkin.
and then some.
An Ovechkin graded a 10.
Mhm.
I won't use the 6,500 3 weeks ago, and
Wow.
then yesterday sold one for 10,000.
You did?
Can you believe that? $10,000 is where it's gone. So 6,500 3 weeks ago, 10,000 today for an Ovechkin PSA 10, and I've got buyers right now that will pay 10 grand for PSA 10 Ovechkins.
Really?
So what you're
That's
saying,
a lot
Brad,
of
is
money.
that when I was at the expo and I could have bought a variety of them that were well centered in good condition for $400 and change in
Yeah.
2019. So you're saying I probably should have bought them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I was actually in the market for one. Like, I was actually looking for one. It's not just for the sake of, analogies, but it's like, no, I was like, I had my idea, but it's like, I just couldn't quite pull the trigger at $400. But in the back of my mind, I was like, I probably should.
I almost considered buying one. Hey,
Oh, that right
Said
there is
almost.
an indicator.
I said almost.
But like, I had it in the back of my mind, and I was kicking it around. I'm like, oh. And then afterwards, I was like, and I went home, and I was like, I should have bought the damn thing.
Hmm.
It was right there. I should have just grabbed it.
Poor investor. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I'm doing a terrible job investing. It's terrible.
Yeah.
The theoretical transactions that I almost made would have made me a lot more money than the actual transactions I made.
No,
But it
it's
happens.
good.
It was a given that he was going to do well, because it was never a given that he was going to get to the spot that he is at now, but it was a given that he was going to advance forward up that list. That was a given. Like, he was doing it. So it's like, it wasn't a complete shot in the dark. There's a lot of shots in the dark. Actually, he already had established a good track record. He was already well on his way. I wasn't trying to pitch him to you in 2006. I was pitching him to you in 2019. It's a lot easier to be like, actually, we're a lot further along here. We can at least assess that he's got a Hall of Fame career already, and he's just adding to it. We're figuring out where we'll land.
I think
And he had
his
won
turn-
the Stanley Cup already.
Yeah, his turning point was the Stanley Cup in the video
Yeah.
they made afterwards, and it really made him more personable, because he's usually not out there. He won't sign autographs too easily. He's one of those kind of guys, and I think that made him more I don't know, more human, I guess, in a sense that he cares about everything, and he was happy. He was truly happy, and you could see it. And I think people really emotionally were drawn to that, and I think from that point he really rose up quite a bit, because people dropped that guard they had on him, and now he's going for the record. So now it's a bump on top of that. So expect that card to buy it now if you can get it for 10 grand.
The
Now
last one
here's-
sold for
Hashtag
$77.50
invest.
a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it's going to fluctuate, obviously, right?
Yeah.
10.
It's also
No,
dependent on.
US, so it's 10 grand.
Oh yeah.
I think what's going to be interesting, and this is the conversation that's going to come up in the future, because you're going to have the folks, as that card creeps upward, as it keeps going up the chain, you're going to have people going like, should I hold on to it? Should I wait to see if he breaks the record and all that? And they're going to flip out and freak out about it. And here is my advice at this time.
Oh.
You're almost never going to be happy with the result. If you pull the trigger at a certain point and then it goes up another 30, 40, 50%, you're going to kick yourself forever. You shouldn't do it, but you're going to. If you hold on to it a little too long, it hits its apex and then it starts coming back down, you're going to kick yourself if you didn't sell at the apex.
Mhm.
So my suggestion is get over it, find the number that you're happy with, and then if you're worried about making money in the future, well, then use the money you made to make money in the future.
Exactly.
Why are you concerned about trying to squeeze every last dime out of the thing? When it's like, look, if you're that smart, well, then turn it into additional profits down the road. Like, there will be other opportunities. This is a good one. If you did well, you did well.
The quote should be, "If you think you're that smart."
But that's why I put that qualifier. If you really believe, this is where I'm putting people to the test. They can tell me they think they're that smart. It's like, no. If you are that smart, prove it. This is your opportunity. Take your profits and convert them into something else.
Brad, did you have any of those over the past 6 months?
Yeah, quite a few.
Oh.
You know what? I was talking to a guy today, and of the, I think our November shipment, which I'm shipping out now. That's why I was working on until I jumped on. I said we're going to go as long as we could, but my eyes were popping. I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah.
It was nice to see I don't think, I could be wrong if someone did have one, but there was nothing lower than a 9 on any Young Gun submitted. And I know some people were like, well, what do you expect? They're new. But when it was $10 a card, $20 a card, people were submitting everything. So now at $200 a card, you can look at the 1,000, 1,500 cards that I'm sending back this week to people. You look at it,
they're going to be good.
People are being smart. People are being
Mhm.
selective. They're getting opinions. They're double checking them. The whole thing's working now. It's all making sense. The educated, smart buyers.
Stop it, Brad. You're gonna let them think they're smartening up. No, Brad. No, Brad. No. The buyers and collectors are stupid, Brad. They're very stupid. On average, they're idiots.
Yeah.
It's
Stop
turning
it.
in,
Settle down.
it's turning into a PSA for PSA.
No. Here's the thing. I have no issue with what you're saying, but I think the crutch is always like, oh, the people I'm talking to are very smart. Well, then maybe you're trying to surround yourself. Maybe you're trying to surround yourself and drowning out the idiocy. But the problem is I can see the idiocy. It's like the Sixth Sense. I see idiots everywhere. All the time.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere I look. Morons. Cretins. Fools. They're there.
Yeah.
So it's like, y'all can do this. I can see them. They're right there, right in front of your
Forgot
face.
Peasants.
And peasants. And there's 100 of them for every one of these smart people you're talking about. 100.
No,
They're like the zombie hordes. You can't hold them back.
I agree with you 100%. But at $300 a card to send a card in,
But they don't have much of a choice. They better be smartening up.
you
Hopefully,
got to think about it. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
Like
Agreed.
at $10, who cares, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Shingari,
It
good evening.
wouldn't be $10 because of the value of that card, correct?
No, but people did at that point. People
At
did
that time, yeah, of course,
Yeah.
yeah. I wish I was one of those at that point.
Well, at that point, it made sense for a lot. Like I said, at that point, you could take a flyer on a lot of stuff. You really could. You really could take a flyer and just give it a go and see what happens. I sent in. So when I did that, and you guys will get a chance to see it next week. When I did that showcase for the 60 Parkers, I sent in some of the common guys in there that were nice cards, some clean cards in there. But I sent them in when it was like $20 a card, which is fine as part of a larger order. So it wasn't a big deal. At these price points, I wouldn't send in even some semi-star guys. Like, it's not worth it to me. It's cool to have in the set, but it's fine. I was able to send in a bunch. So that was fine. It was okay. But it's one of those things where as you go along, you have to make a decision. And right now at the current price point, you really have to make a decision. You have to think about it. You do have to Brad's point, you have to decide carefully why you're going to do it. And if you do that, then great. So real quick here, I think Hockey Guy here, he's mentioning about the set idea. Tops tech level, confusing product with even more variations. Don't announce it. No checklist, no online support. Set like Opeachy. You're talking about Panini Prism. They have a ton of variations on that one.
McDavid is the good question there. The Integrity Farm.
Yeah. I wanted to grab it. Yeah,
okay.
It's coming up. So right now, so this is McDavid. So I'm going to say similar career. No, because Ovechkin is a goal scorer. McDavid is an overall playmaker. Like he is a goal. He can score, but he's also a playmaker. He can be a big assist guy. He's going to be in that configuration. He's more like a Crosby. If we want to use that class, he's more stylistically a Crosby with amazing speed.
I think if he gets traded, I think that's his only route.
That'll help. Yeah.
Great success is that if he gets traded to the right team, and I wish it was the Leafs, but anyways.
Yeah, but I'm just using the comparable players. Ovechkin is a different stylistic player.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
But McDavid could still be a tremendous asset and a
David
monster in the hobby.
Yes.
Because he's the full package as an offensive player. He's got the vision. He's got the speed. He can make amazing moves, score goals. I don't think he's going to try to score at the rate that Ovechkin can score. Ovechkin was a freak of nature in that sense, and he's got a physical game. Like, he's a completely different animal.
Oh, yeah.
But Ovechkin can make amazing passes and deke out 5 guys, make them look stupid, all kinds of stuff.
On his back, backhanded. Yeah, I've seen those goals.
Yeah. It's 2 different style players, both great, but great for different reasons.
Yes.
Which is good, which is a good thing. But I wouldn't call him similar in that sense. But if McDavid is able to stay consistent, if he finds a good team, wins a championship or 2 or 3 or whatever it can be, McDavid, sky's the limit. I'll touch on Baz's question here, comment here. Be careful with Ovechkin. Few born players in North America ever resonate with North American collectors. Think of one. Ovechkin, though, he does have the love.
Now he does.
especially now. Yeah, and nowadays he does. Yager, I get you, but Yager was always mercurial. His problem was he stopped caring at different times.
Yeah.
And he just didn't resonate. Yager has a great personality. Like later on in his second iteration in the NHL, people started to get a taste of like, actually Yager's kind of a funny guy. He's kind of an interesting dude. Because he was more motivated in the latter portion of his career. He was willing to put in the work. He was a workout demon late. And I was like, you realize if you had cared about it this much, you'd be the 800 goal scorer. You'd be the other guy. Because Yager had the talent.
He did.
And he skipped years of his career where he just decided he didn't care. He went off to Europe for a while, came back. And I was like, you literally would have been the other 800 goal guy. You're it. You're 1,900 points. You'd have been the other 2,000 point guy. For sure. You'd be on the pantheon of pantheons. 2,000 points, 800 goals.
Oh, yeah.
It's basically you and Gretzky alone on Mount Olympus. For a modern-ish player, like, and he didn't play in the 80s.
Go figure. Well, pretty close.
No, I get you. But the point is, like, imagine though. It's like he didn't get to take full advantage of the video game era. He got the tail end of the video game era, but still 2,000 points, 800 goals, both within reach, both easily within his reach. And it's like, dude, such a missed opportunity. And he's still amongst the all-time greats. Ovechkin still has to pass Yager on the way to Gordie Howe.
Yeah.
So it's like he's still right there. But imagine if he played the 3 seasons he took off.
Yeah.
Imagine if he had actually given a damn those seasons that he didn't give a crap in Washington and then a little bit in New York. And it's like, and you still got the 760 goals. What the hell? What a shame. What a shame. Yeah, so there we go. We touched on it. Good evening, Tim. I'm only buying singles on my own PC. Not looking to flip anytime soon. Totally fair. Here you go. So for Mike. Brad, any thoughts of PSA getting down to $50 a card or lower? We're looking at the mid-year 2022. What are you feeling, though?
100%.
100%.
In my opinion.
In my opinion.
Brad has personally decreed it. Rubber stamp. It's done.
No, it will be.
Don't take opinion as fact, as Carlos said. Anyway.
Oh, well, opinion is opinion, yeah. But I will say it is helpful that Brad at least is in communication with PSA on a regular basis.
Yep.
There is feedback being passed back and forth.
Yeah.
So I think that's important.
Yeah, no, it will be for sure. There's like
Him and Josh are like that.
just do the numbers, right? However many cards they got, their 80% going to the backlog. They're going to be caught up. They want to keep that 3-month turnaround going. It all makes sense.
I think it helps a lot that I checked a little chart and they're all in, even for the value stuff, where they're obviously the most backed up.
Yeah.
They're in 2021 now.
Yeah.
Now they're like, because I was mentioning in the thread and they're like, oh, Vinny's like, oh, so they're a year behind. It's like, not exactly, because that is the last date of the oldest order, the one that's giving the most trouble or whatever it is. They're at 99% of January, which is to say that all the other orders have been processed from that month. So it means that even if that one just straggles for a little while, it's going to stay showing January until suddenly it jumps to March or April. And then all of a sudden we're jumping forward months ahead in almost a single bound. And you're like, what happened? There was one order that was giving an issue or something. And then if they're devoting that much capacity to the backlog, that means we're getting through those values. The problem is we're getting through these $10 submissions and $15 submissions. It's like, you're not going to be happy with the results. Even if you get 10s on the other end, it's like, it's $20, $50. Was it worth it? Waiting a year and a half, 2 years for that? Probably not. For everybody else, once you can get to about $50 a submission or a little bit lower, you don't even have to get to 20. Once you get to about $50 a submission, a lot of stuff opens up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now I'm at the stage, I joked about it earlier, but I'm not completely kidding. Probably in the next couple of days, I'll ping Brad. I'll be like, where am I sending the stupid Ovechkin? And how much is it? How many? Actually, I got a question for you, Brad, related to that. Out of your current submissions,
Yeah.
have people started taking advantage of the $100? Is that a thing for you right yet? Or is that a thing that's coming up?
You know, it's a big dilemma because people are looking at it saying 3 months for 100
Mhm.
or 150 for 4 weeks.
Mhm.
So like that's the big dilemma. My last order that I just sent out was all at the express level.
Mhm.
A lot of the cards could have went in at the $100 level, but people just
If you consider that Carlos said in it, what would the upcharge? So you want to wait,
Yeah.
or you want to get it
Well,
done?
the $100 covers up until what limit? Is it $9.99?
$9.99.
I think I'm still good, Yannick. So that's the reason why it's still I joked about it earlier, but the only reason it's a consideration is that even in a 10, it would have to be a 10 for me to get an upcharge on it.
Yeah.
Even
Like, it would
a
actually
9
have to
right
be a
now,
10.
How much is a 9 Ovechkin?
The 9 is getting pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll
I'm
pull it
sure
up.
it's still worth it.
No, but that's we've crossed the threshold. The last little while that I've been doing my research, we've crossed I was waiting to see if we crossed that line. We have now crossed the line where it's like, I showed you guys that victory. That's a couple of $100 in a 9. Victory. It's like, okay. So
We sold one of those today to a guy that has it. So we sold it for $38.50, a PSA 9, and he is razzing it for $4,500, and I think he sold all the spots. So technically, he sold it for $4,500 today.
nice.
That's
Quick
big.
buck.
But it should be at the 2-to-1 ratio. It shouldn't be at a 3-to-1 ratio, right? A 9 to a 10.
Yes, I'm just looking for the recent ones here. I feel like there's
Well,
more
there was
recent.
on the 10, there was 2 sales at like 77, but someone scooped one at 91 US like 4-5 days ago. So so you're in almost the 8,000, let's say.
And the thing too, like
Give or take.
what is there? I think the pop report, it's still under 1,000.
I had it. I closed it. Carlos will tell you. I'm sure he's on it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Okay, so to put it in perspective, the 9 is trading just shy of 400, which isn't too bad. The 10 jumps up. The last 10 that sold was 1480.
For your victory?
No, for the Ultra. This is for the Ultra.
For the Ultra. Yeah.
The Victory is still, like I said, Victory is supposed to be like an even lower brand. But the point is, once the Victory starts getting to a couple $100 at that level, then the Ultra is more than that. So now even if you say 400, so that's why I say think about it like a 9. You got to be thinking 9. So if 9 is 400, then 100 becomes viable. Like we're back in the game on that. So it becomes a lot more interesting. Even 150 is viable, but it's like, well, if you're patient, like with Ovechkin, waiting isn't a problem. You actually are like, another month or two, whatever, it's fine.
Yeah.
Because that you're not sending that in because you urgently need to flip it. It's not a big deal. But to your point earlier, Yannick, if it became a 10, then it would get upcharged to I think the 150 anyway.
Yeah.
So you send it at 100. If it comes back at 10, you get not charged 150 anyway. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So that card has officially hit that threshold now where it's like, you're stuck paying it anyway.
Send the jet.
The next level too, like it's all relative. Like what you're doing too, Carlos, is putting it in perspective to say, okay, the next level that will open up will be cards $4.99 and under. Well,
which is useless to me.
So can that sustain though at 75 is too much for cards $4.99 under. It's got to be 50. And then the next level at $99 and under, $20. You know what I mean? Like you can't have cards valued $99 and under and charge $50. It doesn't work, right?
Well, you know, it'd be funny if I don't want to give Nat Turner too many ideas, at least for free. I'd have some fun with it if I was him. I'd be like, yeah, okay, $10 grading. Oh, great. Maximum $50. Oh, burn! Up charges anyway. But you got $10.
Yeah.
You wanted $10. I gave it to you. The threshold matters just as much as the actual price point, because if I adjust the threshold accordingly, you actually don't get $10. It's there, but you don't get it.
Yeah. I think there should be a better way of determining the value even on that. So
that's going to be critically important. Yes.
Right? If you want to incentivize, like give people incentive and say, okay, you know what? If it has a value of raw value under $50, you can do it for $10 and there's no upgrade charges. Mm-hmm. So then all of a sudden you could get guys saying, I'm going to take my 7980 O-Pee-Chee Commons and I'm going to spend the $10 to grade these ones that I think might have a chance at a 10 where you get that stupid $800 or $1,000 for a common card as a 10. Mm-hmm. And I think that could be a game. Like that could be a whole other separate business. So it's just like you're playing the lottery. It's like, All right, I'm going to submit the cards at $10. I'll take the gamble.
Co-op. I knew it.
Yeah.
Said it wouldn't work.
I think no. I think so. I think some folks will. To your point, I think some folks will take that gamble. It's a fact. Like when you provide that low, but that's what I say. Like if the threshold's a little low, some folks are gonna think they're all clever until it's like we're gonna see, because they may incorporate some of that card ladder algorithm into figuring out the price. That may become a part and parcel of the game. That's part of that integration piece. So real quick, I'll touch on a couple of these comments here. Hockey Guy says, who's the most similar player to Ovechkin in history? Pre-injury Lindros. I don't think the physical game counts, but the only guy whose goal scoring was Lemieux would be a good comp. I like Bossy from a pure goal scoring perspective because he was a machine goal scoring, consistent year after year, goal scoring.
I would say Martin Saint Louis, maybe.
In terms of I don't think St. Louis was ever the goal scorer that Ovechkin was.
No.
Because I guess it depends though. Like when he says pre-injury Lindros, he's incorporating the physical game. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why the Lindros and Martin St. Louis was not a big guy.
No.
Here, the real comparison, and you have to go back, and it would have to be Maurice Richard.
Okay.
Because he was that type of player. He would dominate
physical and then the goal scoring as well.
Everything. Yeah. He was everything. He was the Babe Ruth of hockey, right?
That's quite a throwback, though. Think about that. to get a good comp on Ovechkin, we need to go back to Maurice.
You really do.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting combo.
Yeah, because they said he had a fire in his eyes when he was, he would, and he'd get pissed off. He'd fight. And
that I do hear. Yeah,
get a lot of goals. So I think that's the best comparison.
How about Jean Beliveau?
No, he was gentleman Gene.
Yeah, he like I said, it does matter to me as a fan of the game. It does matter to me that Ovechkin does have a physical element of his game. He's willing to be a little bit gritty, but he's got amazing goal scoring talent and skill level. Like he does have the skill level. If I compare pure skill level, we talked about McDavid and everything. McDavid has some of the best pure skill level we're going to talk about. But like Ovechkin has huge skill level and a physicality. And like he's willing to lay in a hit and then score a goal on you. So
and a little Bobby Clark and Kenny Linsman in him too.
That's what I mean. Like, but that's an amazing combination. It's an amazing. And by the way, he cares. He gives a crap. It's like you're not going to be at age 36 still chugging along, trying to keep going, and still trying to score goals and still trying to do a lot if you don't care. And he cares.
Yeah,
which is good. As a fan, you appreciate that. That's why I said the Yager thing is kind of it's a tragedy that didn't involve injury. Why didn't you care? You were so good. You were
Russian
so good.
Tragedy. The Russian tragedy. Come on.
I'm talking about Yager. Yager's not Russian.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Ovechkin.
No. I'm talking about Yager. Because he's a case where like he stayed pretty healthy and he had all the talent in the world. And it's like all you had to do is give a damn. Like honestly, and you are still right near the apex. But you didn't quite get there because you didn't care quite enough. It's a shame.
Yeah, he came in when there's a lot of good players too.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he came in a bad year or a bad era.
Yeah. He just refused to try. It's such a shame. It is a shame.
I don't know why.
For whatever reason, it wasn't lack of money. He made lots of money.
Yeah.
That wasn't the issue. It's just for whatever reason he couldn't get motivated. And then later on, he suddenly got motivated. Like, where were you 10 years ago when you were at your prime? And you could have, if you had been motivated in your prime,
he lost the fame.
Yeah, we'd be talking about Ovechkin chasing Yager's record.
Yeah,
because that's basically how good he was at his apex. So imagine if Kovalev gave a shit his entire career. Yep, true. I wish I was collecting when Ovi Young Guns came out. I'd be happy camper. Fair enough. Here we go. That's probably how we'll do the set registry, meaning the $10 thing. Yep. Ovechkin is like Owen Nolan turned up to 11. 15, sorry. Neely, similar to Ovechkin. Neely injured leg as well. Not quite. Well, Neely definitely had quite a goal-scoring touch, and he did have the physical element to his game. Mm-hmm. So I think that part of the comparison I think is fair.
Cam Neely was good. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, because he was a 50 goals in 50 games guy. He was one of those guys that did that. Loving the Montreal love. There you go. Yeah, Neely. Speaking of constant goal scoring, I think we can Lafleur. Yeah, Lafleur. Though stylistically, like he's more of he kind of extended it out to a longer period of time. Like at his apex, he definitely was a guy up there. When I'm thinking of goal scoring, I'm thinking machines. Like Bossy was a machine, year in and year out. Like if you look at the 50 goal scoring guys, it's Gretzky at 9, Bossy at 9, Ovechkin at 8. But if you go look at Ovechkin's record, he had a 49 goal season and a 48 goal season. Like he could have been the record holder. Like it's scary.
What about Dougie Gilmour?
I love Dougie.
Doug Gilmour had the intensity. He had
Oh, yeah.
the intensity, and he was a playmaker and he was a goal scorer. But he was never like a 50-plus goal scorer. I don't think he ever got 50.
He didn't
He's
have to be.
streaky.
No, but I mean, like, he's got the physicality. He is a goal scorer. He does have a goal scoring touch. It's tough to find the combination. I think the point that we're making here is that it's tough to find a good comp, and that's indicative of an excellent player. That we struggle to find a good comp with so many good players. It's like, well, you got this element, but you don't quite have this element.
Yeah.
So it's like, I think that's about the most Ovechkin praise we can give. We can't find a guy that properly fits your mold without going way back in time to a classic great.
Here's a good trivia question. How many 50-goal scorers, just to put in comparative how hard it is to score 50, how many 50-goal scorers in Montreal Canadiens history is there?
We have Richard, of course. Bernie Jeffround was the first, I think.
Stéphane Richer is the last one.
So I'll give you, there's only 6 players in the history of Montreal to score
Yeah, I
50
got half of
goals
them.
this season. And if you can name them, I'd be very, very impressed.
Well, Richard was certainly one of them. Boom Boom
Yeah.
Jeffround was the other.
Yeah.
Then we get up to Lafleur had to be one of them.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
think
Richer, Stéphane Richer.
Yeah.
Serge Savard.
No. Yannick, you got Stephane Richer. That's 4.
Saku is one? No.
I don't think Saku never got to
Over
50.
there? No, I don't know about that. That'd be good. He did. I think it's a no name.
There's
Kind of
Dial
there's
the line. No.
2 guys left. It's
Is
a
that
great
is that one of them here for Frank?
Steve
Steve
Shutt?
Shutt?
Nailed it. You
Okay.
got
Oh,
one
yeah.
more. You got one more, and I'll tell you.
What era?
80s.
80s,
Yeah,
90s?
he did 80s. Without Googling, this is tough. I didn't get it. This guy quizzed me about 2 weeks ago, and I was stumped. He even gave me the initials, and I was still stumped.
Was it DeLorme or no?
DeLorme?
What was
So
the-
right now here, Mike has 5 of them listed off. You said there were 6?
Yep, there's one more.
Okay,
guy.
so there's one more that we're all missing. So right now this is 5. This is 5.
Yep. Nope.
No.
I'm just leaving the guesses in as folks are put in. Marcus Lasson didn't play for Montreal. Paul, I know what you're doing.
Without
That's
actually
Naslund?
Googling it,
That's
it's hard.
Naslund.
Like I didn't get it.
It's the 80s. Boy, that's tough.
Initials PL.
Pierre LaRouche?
There you go.
Oh shit.
Damn.
I don't know my Canadians history well enough, so
I
that's
would
fair enough.
never have gotten that right.
I lucked out.
Yeah. But I think that's what's interesting about certain teams. But also, if you want to have some fun, Do the
I would've never
comparison-
guessed
do the
him
com-
otherwise. Wow.
yeah, do the comparison of like the 50 goal and 100 point guys the last 15 years or so compared to like the 70s and 80s into the 90s.
Yeah.
It's just what's funny is that it's not like nobody scores goals, but it's harder. Like you really have to be elite to get into the upper. That's why I say Baz made a fair point about the foreign players, but here's the thing. Ovechkin broke through once he showed personality. He broke through once he won a championship. He broke through once he kind of warmed people's hearts in the sense that it's like, no, he cares. He enjoys it. The other thing is there will be an appreciation as time goes on. It's like, you were a freak of nature, and we're not getting more down the pipeline because scoring is hard. Getting 50 goals is actually really hard.
Mhm.
And as it turns out, not everybody's doing it. We don't get 10 50 goal scorers anymore. We're lucky if we get 1, maybe 2.
That card will be 20, 30 grand next
At
6
some
months.
point, there's a real. I hate to do it, but we got to pull in the hashtag. Paul, bring in the hashtag invest.
Hashtag
Now is the
invest,
time.
please.
Now is the time, Paul. Hashtag invest.
Did you guys ever heard of the story? Ken Reed wrote about it. The guy name's Denis Marouk, like
Yeah.
the old hockey player, 81 or 82. He scored 61 goals, but no one talked about it because Wayne Gretzky scored. I can't remember that many that year.
Which year are we talking about?
81, 82, I think.
Was that the 92 goal season for Gretzky?
Yeah, I think
It would have
so.
been sometime in the early 80s they got the
Yeah.
92.
But he finished second best score, I think, at 62 goals. But
No, I get it. I get it. Look, but that's why I say though, like Gretzky had amazing statistics. The problem, nice, very well
Who
played,
else
sir.
would have
Well
a
played, sir.
bumper sticker?
There you go.
that guy had probably one of the best hockey mustache ever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he had a big
The mutton
before.
chops, like
Mutton
big.
chop, yeah. Right.
There you go. Paul delivers. Paul delivers.
He lives in Toronto here.
We need it with the emoji as well. Thank you, Paul. Well
Anyway,
played.
it's a great story. If anyone like want to check it out, can read about him. It's pretty cool.
I hear that someone in the panel has heard of Ken Reed.
Yeah.
Do you know who Ken Reed is there, Brad?
No, no.
Never heard of the guy.
Nope.
Who the hell is Ken Reed?
Here's something I picked up. I'll show you something. Nice.
Go ahead. Okay, hold on. Here, I'll share it. Let me back up. All right, so you got autographs. The Maple Leafs team set. I see Frank Mahovlich. I see Red Kelly offhand.
What's the
Souvenir
donut shops?
of Tim Hortons Donut Shop and Drive-In.
Okay,
This is
gotcha.
the first promo, I guess. If you maybe bought a dozen donuts back then in 1960. This is 1964.
Okay,
65.
gotcha.
And it's just a little promo piece, so it's really kind of neat. The funny part is I owned the original. It was huge. The autographs were 3-4 times the size of their autographs, but it was autographed all around it. It matches exactly to this. I sold it on Classic in 2009. We didn't really know much about it and what have you. Realized it was, from that year, and actually it was in the flagship store. I would have got 5 times as much money today if I would have known that information back then. So I had that. So I have an affinity for it. These are extremely hard to find, like virtually impossible. So, anyways, that's my Tim Horton story. There it is.
Okay.
This is the first time I bought this quite a few years, 3-4 years ago. They put him back on the cup for only a very short period of time. I don't know why. I think because they were allowed. Have you guys? Did you not see it when it came out?
I don't remember ever seeing that.
Yeah, it short.
That's
time,
Tim Horton on the Tim Hortons mug?
I put one of. Sorry.
That's Tim Hortons on the Tim Hortons mug?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Tim Horton. Yeah.
Okay, here. There's my Tim Horton.
Actually, it's almost the same
Ooh.
shot. Identical. Look at
There you go.
same shot, same year.
That'll be part of the set showcase. I still have it sitting on the desk.
Looks like we got this set up or something.
No, I
But
told.
anyway.
I don't know if you caught the beginning of the show, Brad. I was telling Bobby that I got a half day at work because apparently the department did so well, so we got a half day. And I said, "Wait, so I got time to do shit? Hold on." So I was like, "Yes, okay." So I was like, "Okay, great. I know I'm going to do the pickup video. Great, I know that. I think I can do the 60 Parker showcase because I got the last card in yesterday. Beautiful." And then I was like, "Do I have time to do the goals video?" Yes, I do. All 3 recorded, all 3 edited, all 3 uploaded on the channel, and already preset to load on the channel. Like, yes,
That's
Work for
impressive.
me.
I did it and got it all in before the live stream. I don't want to toot my own home, but I rule. Look, it's harder than you think. If anybody does YouTube, you'll understand that if you actually record and edit 3 videos in one day, and they're all at least 15 minutes,
Oh yeah.
it's actually really hard to do. And get it in a day and get it all edited and uploaded, man. Whew.
It's like I'm on a camera quest. Has anybody ever seen this before?
I don't think people in Ottawa saw it.
Yeah.
And it's more, it's at
I
least
can't-
current.
I can't
Current
find
with the
anything.
logo.
I couldn't find anything on the other one, the Barry Sanders, and I can't find anything on this one either. It's like it's still sealed. Like I don't know where these things come from.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. So I'll get caught up in the comments here. By the way, Brad, can you riddle me this? Riddle me this. You'll appreciate this as a Batman reference. Riddle me this. Explain this one to me. So right now, according to my calculations, we have 29 people watching. There are 14 thumbs up. People in the new year, I'm going to be a lot pickier about this, but could you please? It's free. Sherry, did you hit thumbs up? Sherry, did you? Did you? It takes 2 seconds. Could you do it? I'm not going to ask all the time, but could you guys give me a break here? Like the discrepancy is unfair. Like it's wrong. Frank, did you hit the thumbs up? Did you? Frank?
Did he?
Frank? Just asking. Frank?
Can you see who does that?
No, I can't.
No.
No, I can't. all I see is the discrepancy between the 2 numbers. And I'm like, well, some of you are watching and not doing it. Could you? It takes 2 seconds. Come on.
I just hit the thumbs up.
Thank you.
People don't like it.
I'm like, I can accept that too. At least I can accept that. But then I don't know why you're watching. That seems a little odd.
See, we don't even get. I can't even see numbers or anything. How many people are?
I've got it on here. It tells me that part.
Yeah.
So Sister, I scored 50 twice. Ken Reed is amazing. Both books called Hockey Card Stories. Yes. Brad is familiar with Kenny Reed, somewhat.
Yeah.
At some point, we may indulge this and bring him on. At some point, we may do that. I think it may make sense.
Oh man, he would Yeah, 1,000%.
Yeah, I think we'll have ourselves a little conversation. We'll have a little fun.
Yeah.
So Ozzie Smith played 19 years in the Hall of Fame. He has the same WAR as Trout, but why doesn't Carlos think Trout is a future Hall of Famer? I don't care about WAR at all. Here. Yes. I don't care about WAR in the least. Ozzie Smith was a defensive wizard. In the Angels team history, there is a center fielder who has gold gloves. It's not Mike Trout.
And Mike
It's
Trout
Jim
do a
Edmonds.
backflip?
It's Jim Edmonds. It's Jim Edmonds. I may have taken a little poke at Mike Trout during my pickup video when I showed Jim Edmonds on the screen. Just letting y'all know.
A show without Mike Trout disses.
The thing is, for the record, did I mention Mike Trout first? Did I mention him? Did I? I did not.
No.
I didn't say one word about the man.
You kind of did earlier.
No, but not like this is so much later. Like, what does that have to do with Ozzie Smith?
Yeah, so,
What does that have to do with Ozzie Smith? Like, I had nothing to do with that.
All right.
Bozzy scored 59 times. Yeah, same number as Cressy. That's exactly right. Trout's not even close to Hall of Famers of today. Thank you, Baz. Appreciate you. I bet that was an arena giveaway. It's pertaining to the thing. Trout would be a Hall of Fame if he retired today. Yes, because the writers are morons. They used to give away wacky stuff at games. Just thumbs up. Thank you, Frank. Did a while ago. Thank you, Mike. Stop guilt tripping me. I have to guilt trip you. You must. Sherry says she did. Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate you. Yeah, Chubby Champs, I did. Thank you. It's because you can't thumbs up while watching full screen or live chat. I totally understand. I get you. I do appreciate it. Big Unit, thumbs up. Thank you, Big Unit. Appreciate you. No Trout Wooden, not even halfway to 3,000 hits yet. Correct. He's at 3,000 home run, 300 home runs. Yes. Come on. Right now, is he retired today? Above average. Get out of here. 2011 Topps update, seal average, hobby worth more than 80. I don't care what it's worth. People are stupid. The best fist player in here, it's Tim Salmon. Hockey guy gets it. Yes. That's right. That's right. Thank you. My Trout slander will continue unabated, Brad. It will continue unabated. I will lead this campaign. Look, until the man gets to the Hall of Fame, and then I will troll him at the Hall of Fame. Y'all wait for it. It's going to happen. It's going to be amazing. Hey, what are you doing here? I'm in the Hall of Fame, but you're trash. Why are you here? You should be sweeping the floors of the Hall of Fame. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous.
So, Brad, question.
Yeah.
Since you've opened, which isn't long, what's the best thing that's come through the door?
So, well, we've like AMG.
Or what's the best thing you sold, or what's the best thing that came through the door?
At the new location?
Yes.
Biggest thing we sold Amazing Spider-Man 1.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah, that was the biggest card.
Was it graded? Of
Nice.
course.
Yeah, 4. A 4. We still have a 5.5. So
Okay.
that was the biggest one.
Wow. Nice.
Honestly, everyday stuff comes in the door. Like it's awesome. That's why I said there's so much stuff out there in every province all over
And
the
that's
place. It's
Nova Scotia,
everywhere.
surprisingly, yeah.
No, that's fair. But the thing is, it's the sneaky places that get you.
Yeah.
Because because the regular places, like if you say the populous places, it's like you expect stuff. But it's like, no, stuff's got to sneak around and get into these weird places. Like,
Old
Why-
homes and
absolutely.
Like, you know what, we bought, I think that deal was Sherry. She's still unloading it, but 800,000 cards the other day. A guy wanted $500 for 800,000 cards. And I just was like, sure, deal. Like, I don't, at that. you
There's
don't
almost
even
nothing you can put in there that you can't at least make your money back on.
look. That's it. I'm like, you don't even look. He's like, do you want to see it? I'm like, no, I don't care.
By
Whether
the
it is-
pound, you can probably get rid of that.
it's
Worst
a couple
case
cords
scenario,
of kindling, you know.
Yeah. It's not even that. Like, here's the thing. Almost regardless of what it is, you could probably put it into bundles and give it away to kids or something. Like, you can get value out of it one way or another. Like, you
But,
really
know,
could.
I'll say this now though, like that's one thing, but kids want new.
Wait.
You touched on it earlier, Carlos. Like
Yes.
let's develop a line for kids, and they're just going to be like, I don't want that crap. I want the good stuff.
They tried, though. They tried so many. I remember Donruss Triple Play. They tried. I remember Collector's Choice, a variety of type. They tried. I remember UD's Choice. They tried. They got lucky on the StarQuest Golds after the fact, but it's like, I remember that stuff wouldn't sell. It was available cheap. Nobody cared.
Yeah.
And it's not that they weren't trying. It's not lack of effort. The kids are not. I don't have kids, and I'm trying to tell people kids are not that stupid. You're not going to fool them that long.
Yeah.
That's why I quoted that comment. And by the way, that comment is in my video. You can check it out yourself. But it's like, no, I needed a parent to answer this for me. I can't answer it. I have to let them do it. I posed the question. I said, those of you who have kids, am I wrong in my assessment? I'm just trying to think logically here. I'm going to give your kids credit for not being idiots. They may one day grow up to become idiots. This happens all the time. But I'm giving them credit now for maybe being able to think through this and realizing, wait, if none of you want it and it's available in abundance, maybe it's trash.
I think it's the parents' moral attempt at trying to give kids cards to think that they're going to get into it, like it was the 70s when they grew up and they didn't have everything on TV or the internet and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
It's a different world.
It's not going to happen again.
I think if it's even
can't,
average, though, I think you can make it work. But I think if it's very clearly a product where you're dumbing it down, like I said, a lot of those kids' products, they dumb them down. And it feels like it's dumbed down.
Tim
And they're
Hortons.
not.
Yeah.
They're going to feel pandered to, and it's going to feel like you're basically insulting their intelligence. It's like they'll reject that. Like they will reject it, and they'll throw it right back at you. And it's like it's not going to work. You have to treat it at least a base level. Flagship's okay because it's flagship. Everybody who buys flagship, it's fine. Upper Deck Series 1 and 2, that's a standard. There's still something in it. You can pull something, even if it's tough to do. You can chase some young guns. Like there's still some basic in it. That basically is the base brand. Anything below that, it's like, okay, I guess. Give it a try.
You reduce production runs for kids stuff. It'll just be the investors jumping in and grabbing it all up. So there's no way of winning really. In that sense, it's very tough to have a product for children.
Yeah, no problem, Brad. Go ahead.
Unless you want to give them 82, 83, and then like they don't care about the players.
Yeah, if it's not players that they care about, it's going to be really tough to sell.
Those are not cheap
So
anymore.
357 is going all in here. Yannick, can I reverse this and can I take a bet on 40 plus games on injured for both?
Oh,
40 plus games injury for both. That's a better bet than the 40 plus home runs. That's a better bet.
I would take the bet.
I would take the bet on the 40 plus injury games each. Comics years ago, Curious Going Nuts, Incredible Hulk 181. Okay, gotcha. Fairly certain the best stuff is still sitting collecting dust at the table. Moose Jaw. Could be. Mike here says, what percentage of stuff coming in does Brad turn away? Not due to price being too high, but because it's too common everyday stuff. That's a good question. Okay, what do you got there? A Bobby Orr Jigsaw. Somewhere off in the distance, Eric is like, no.
Eric, where's Eric?
Eric just arose from the dead. He's alive.
It's like, it's so nice. It's like gem mint condition.
yeah, those are really nice. See, there's that one, and then there's the one with the dark jersey, which is harder to find.
I bought something.
Is there so there's another variant to the same puzzle, same jigsaw puzzle?
Same jersey. Well, obviously it's a dark jersey in the puzzle.
Yeah, but I mean, like, there's a variant to the jigsaw puzzle itself from the same manufacturer.
Yeah, and they made pinbacks, which are actually related to those. They took the shots from all of the different puzzles that they made, Sanderson and whoever else, and there was other players like Brad Park and what have you. So, and they did pinbacks towards all that, and then this is the finite stupid stuff that I know. So, anyways,
There you go.
puzzles in the can, same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, in the can. So this was a question for you, Brad. What percentage of stuff coming in? So this may be a Sherry question as well. So whoever wants to answer it. Does Brad turn away? Not due to price being too high, but because it's too common everyday stuff. Well, in the example you gave, it's almost irrelevant. Like at the sheer amount of volume and price, it's whatever.
Yeah.
But if it was like more standard, do you guys turn away a lot of stuff based on being common and all that?
I brought in something like that.
Yeah.
What would you do? It's a little table hockey.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? That one, yeah.
That's kind of neat. Anyway.
Absolutely. We'd be interested in that.
See? He's not turning away trinkets. I got it. Love it.
100%. All that stuff sells. Like, you know, when you look at the stuff from $5 to $20, that's cool. Like that stuff all sells. There's markets for all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The higher end stuff gets a little tougher out there, but you turn away like you don't turn it away. You try to just educate the people you best you can and say, well, we've got a pile, and I take them over to our storage, which is next door, and I say, you can have whatever you want in here for free. And it kind of, that way people really resonate and they go, oh, well, you don't want my 3,200 count box of Pro Set? No, here, come over next door, and we've got 200 of those boxes, and if you'd like to take a couple for free, feel free. So that once you do that to somebody, all of a sudden they realize they're like, well, okay, well, I guess my stuff really isn't worth, but you do it in a polite way. So they
Yeah.
kind of know it's like, hey, this is what we do with it. If you want to leave it here, put it in the pile and somebody will want to enjoy it, right?
We'll give
Well,
you a
that's
store
that's
credit for $5.
yeah, but that's
Yeah.
the thing. It's like sometimes there is an educational piece to be like, look, I get what you're saying, but it's like I literally don't need it.
Yeah.
It's like it physically takes up space.
Like your
And we-
91 Don Ross.
And like I said, as many times I've tried to throw it out, I've tried to burn it, I've tried to have, a young priest and an old priest come by and exercise it, and no matter what happens, it comes back.
Yeah.
It goes right back in the same spot. Like I can't get rid of it.
It multiplies.
Cursed.
The old
It
place
is-
is Carlos Senior. I know it.
I will leave it at the house, and whoever inherits the condo will be permanently doomed to caretake for it. It now belongs to the condo.
It's funny. You talk about things that are there's certain things that are junk, like real junk. Like you said,
Mike Trout cards.
there, but Mike Trout rookies. But the worst set ever made in baseball history from the junk
Ooh,
wax era.
okay.
Like hands down, it's a blue set. It's called 91 Rookies. I think
Okay.
it says on it.
Is this Donruss?
No, it's
Donruss.
I score maybe. It's maybe a 40 or 50 card set. It says 91 Rookies. I think it is score. And if you look at the player list in it, like off the top of my head right now, Ray Langford is a guy. Name, I don't know why that name sticks out to me. It has nobody. Like it's the worst.
That little green pack that it came in.
It's not green. It's blue. It's blue, and it's got a
Okay.
baseball player in the front. It's called 91
All right.
Rookies.
Yeah.
I got to break. I don't know if will I lose. Oh yeah, I better not do that. I want to bring it up on Beckett to see the list, but there's 40 or 50 cards. And when you look at the list, how did they possibly mess up that bad with this set? The worst set ever.
I'll see if I can find it.
Well, they were
But
little
Brad,
box
what
sets.
we need to do is you need to send proper propaganda. So earlier tonight, we were talking about all things that are trash. So what you do is, and I've been trying to tell the eBay sellers this, stuff like this should be like $1 because it's trash.
It's upside down.
No, it's the autograph. I'm using the autograph.
Yeah.
So so this one's from the chronologies of the redemption. So that's the out of 15 redemption. And I keep trying to tell them it's garbage. And then this is from the cup. Keep trying to tell them it's garbage. These things are out of 10. Garbage. Trash. Should be like $1.
Yeah.
And they won't sell it to me for $1. This is what's
Check-
horrible.
Check your eBay listings now.
They don't get it. They just don't get it.
Same thing.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh, Tiger. Nice. There you
So
go.
we had boxes.
What's
of
the
that.
D for?
Woods?
Oh, okay. So they decided to do like a fake
Oh.
nameplate for it.
They did
There
it
you
in
go.
15
I got
places,
you.
right?
D for relationship and women.
But for basketball, for golf though, it's kind of weird because it's like you don't have a nameplate, dude. You don't have a nameplate. Look, this is the Medano one is manufactured. Like it is manufactured. It says right on it. But it's like okay, at least Medano with a jersey, you can pretend if you want to, price yourself accordingly. But Tiger Woods does not wear a jersey. There is no Woods on the back of anything.
Yeah. I bought these the other day, which I was so proud. These were on a
Okay.
guy's table. Medano
Okay.
Oh.
or Ben. I don't know how to.
Well, you got Jamie Benn and Medano. Okay, so which year is that one?
This is 2009-10. And like I looked at this and honestly, like he had 20 and 30, but they were on his $10 table. And I was like, how can you on-card autograph of Ben and Medano for $10 each? I was like, and I thought of you, Carlos. They're in a section up here. I just got a little.
I'm pretty confident I need both, actually.
Oh, really?
I got to look it up because 09-10, there's still some empty room in the late 2000s.
Brad,
They were
gonna
on
pay
his
the rent.
table, like,
I'm actually double checking the list right now, actually.
Ovechkin's coming that way anyway. So
Exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
But like literally $10. I was like, look, I'm half offended. The Jamie Benn probably deserves $10. It's like, how dare you?
I know. Hey?
I'm offended. I'm offended on Medano's behalf.
You paid $20 for one Gonzalez. So.
Juan Gonzalez was awesome, though. Like, Juan Gonzalez was great.
When did they start doing those cards where they had the name like Woods or? Because I remember I had a picture. I was just going through my files. I don't know, last week, and I took a picture of this kid. He had the whole Ken Griffey, and it was all the letters. This is like 12 years ago. So they must have did those way back then, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, they've done it for a while. I said I was going to buy a box the other night when I left, and I bought a box of SB Game Used Golf, which is very interesting from this year's Upper Deck. And that's why, and I pulled that.
You got that hit?
The
Wow.
Tiger. Tiger Woods is my favorite athlete of all time from any sport.
Fair enough.
I'm such a huge fan. And I pulled it and I was like, there you go. I was ecstatic. I was driving home. I'm like, I can't believe I pulled this card. And that's probably the biggest card I might have. Yeah, probably the biggest card I ever pulled in my life, to tell you the truth.
Fair enough.
Oh, wow.
Just a quick question, Brad. On the Medano, it's USMO on the back. So it's the ultimate signatures, USMO.
USMO and USJB.
Put those aside. We'll talk later.
Double
It's so
cha-ching.
funny. I love that because 1000% telling you the truth. When I seen them, I was like, "There's no way he doesn't have these."
Oh,
But
people would be so just for context. I have 2,256 Medano cards.
Yeah.
His checklist is 5,700.
Oh, geez.
And it grows every day. So like I have tons. Now, if you were talking about the first decade of his career, I have comfortably 90% of what exists. Comfortably 90% and above. It's hard for me to find stuff in that remaining group because it's obscure. It's not even rare per se. It's just obscure. It's like people don't list it. It's odd stuff, weird variations and things. So a lot of that is tricky to find. The next 10 years after that, one of the years I have 50%, and the last 5 years of his career, including that 09-10 season, I have about 20%. I'm missing 80% of what exists in that last 5 years.
Right.
And I still have 2,300 cards virtually. What does that tell you? How much they manufactured. The first 10 years, I've got comfortably well over 90%. There's a 90% chance I already got it. The last 5 years, there's a 20% chance I got it. A 1 in 5. And even stuff that would feel common. I actually added a couple of base cards to my thing the other day that were marks off the checklist because I didn't have them. But they were late 90s. They were base cards. Mm-hmm. Still needed it. Still on the checklist. Just the way it is.
Don't let him beat you down, Brad. Giving you the rhetoric.
We'll talk. So the power of Donors compels you. Love it. Love it. Okay, real quick. I think I saw comment. Frank had a couple comments. Let me grab a couple here. So Hockey Guy says 40 card plus played is a better bet. I don't know if I'd take it for both of them. That might be a little high. Send us an order rise. Yep, during the puzzle that you showed. I say opening day is one of the best newer products for kids these days. Cheap and no one really touches and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of tough to get a move around. Rummage to Brad's Pro Set stuff. Settle down on Pro Set. Settle down. 40 card set going for $6 on eBay. Golf jerseys went. They actually had golf memorabilia. It's the shirts.
Yeah.
Even for the first year of Upper Deck, they had the shirts.
Polo shirt.
They're cheap, by the way. I'm waiting for it to come in. I gotta see, but I actually bought a Future Watch 2001 Future Watch, Retief Goosen Future Watch auto.
Ooh.
I'll explain more when I get the card in because there is a story behind it. Because I was a big golf watcher in the early 2000s. I was watching Tiger and all his competitors. Retief Goosen was a 2-time U.S. Open champion. So if you grab some of these other guys who were pretty good in that era, again, history does not remember Retief Goosen the way that I would when I was watching consistently. Yeah. But Retief Goosen was good, man. He was good. He was a great golfer. But he was in the Tiger era. There was a lot of guys who were really, really good, and Tiger was there dominating and doing all that stuff. Everybody thinks of Phil. They think of all these other guys. But there were a bunch of challengers who came up and took majors during the Tiger era. Mm-hmm. There was the Jim Furyk's. There were the David Toms. Vijay Singh. Yes.
Like incredible.
Look, I have an easier time naming off early 2000s and late 90s golfers. Let's talk about the duel between Tiger Woods and Bob May. Who wants to talk about Bob May?
If we talk about John Daly?
John Daly was fun, though. John Daly is a character in and of himself.
Super driver.
Yeah. I love the guy.
But he was an entertaining dude.
So this weekend, I don't know if you guys like. I love watching golf.
You'll be excommunicated soon, Mike.
Yeah. The PNC this weekend is Tiger's playing with Charlie, his son, and Justin Thomas is playing with his dad, and John Daly plays with his brother that he plays in the tournament with, they're hilarious. Like, it's probably for guys that aren't like hardcore golf, it's one of the most enjoyable tournaments to watch. Like, it starts tomorrow. It's 2 days, and it's incredible. The daily, I'm pretty sure it's his brother he plays with, but VJ Singh's playing with maybe he plays with his dad.
No, I think he plays with his son. He plays with his son as
now.
well.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Well, I think it's a father-son thing. So, like, but the thing is, he has his son. VJ, here's what people don't know about VJ Singh. VJ Singh, his biggest distinction was that he was a great golfer. He won a ton of majors. He did all that as well. But his record after the age of 40 is legendary. Like, he did a lot. He won a lot after the age of 40, which is unusual. Now, golf is good because you can still be good later on in your career. You can still be really good later on in your career. But it's unusual for a guy. VJ, I think, won more majors after 40 than he did before 40, which is unusual. He was a late bloomer in terms of his career and how he did. And he was amazing. But that's why I say, like, there were so many guys. For me, that early 2000s upper deck golf stuff, I'm not going to sit there and collect a ton of it because I don't have the time. I don't have the hours in the day to pursue all these 1,018 projects. I just don't have the time. But if I had some time and just unlimited funds, like, no, I'd grab some of that stuff because I would get the David Toms, the VJ Singhs, the John Daly's and all that. Because I in the late 90s and early 2000s, I was one of the guys who was rooting against Tiger because it seemed like he won everything for a while. But he didn't, but he won a lot. But he was a dominant player. So I was cheering for the field, the Chris DeMarcos and all the guys who challenged him, Rocco Mediate, all these guys.
I love Payne Stewart.
Payne Stewart. Yeah. All these guys are forgotten to the sands of time. The hardcore golf guys know who I'm talking about, but like everybody else is like, oh, who the hell are you talking? There was a time period where Tiger was competing not with any specific person. He was competing with the field.
Yeah.
And there would be a guy who would rise up, sometimes a journeyman who has one cup of coffee. This is the one major he takes. And it's during the Tiger era, so it has like this extra emphasis. They're still playing. Majors are still being handed out, but it's not the same. The ratings were the highest. Tiger Woods drew ratings. He brought eyeballs to the TV set. He's the reason Upper Deck even bothered making golf cards in 2001. They wouldn't have even thought about it if he wasn't there. No way. Mike Weir. Yep. Mike Weir had his great run. David Duval. Yes. He had his major and then he fell off the map.
He got vertigo, right? Like
he had a couple of issues.
Yeah.
David Duval had two things. He had vertigo, but he also had a thing where he was motivated. And then suddenly he fell off. He did get the yips and he had vertigo and he had a bunch of stuff, but he won the one major. And the major was after his apex because he had a run where he was number one in the world. And then he started struggling and having some issues, maybe with vertigo at that time. But then he won that one Open Championship randomly. And that was it. After that, he tried to compete, but he'd never be able to string together 4 good rounds again. Golf is weird, man. You're on top of the world, you're doing everything right, and then all of a sudden you fall off the map and nobody can explain why. It's bizarre.
Jordan Spieth.
Yeah. But that's what I say. John Daly is just legendary because like he won 2 major championships separated by a lot of other stuff in between. The first one, nobody expected, it was out of nowhere. The second one, even less people expected it, even though he was a former major winner because he had fallen off so hard. It was a redemption story. You have no business even being here. What are you doing? And then you won another major? What the hell?
Yeah.
Golf is fun that way. You can build, by the way, golf relies on storylines. The good commentators will build a storyline for you because otherwise you're just watching these guys hit golf shots. And if you play golf, you realize they're better than you and you suck and they're actually good at it. So it's annoying. But if there's a good storyline, that's what keeps people engaged on Sunday.
Yeah.
One of my favorite weekend is the weekend of the Masters.
The Masters is still really good. They know how to present it. They know how to present
golf and everything that's happening. There's always a crazy story, like you said, some guy who comes out of nowhere and just takes it all away, or gets the crowd still loving the whole thing. So
very true.
Tiger, that was like 3 years ago now. Like when he came back and won it all, that was just incredible. Like
but that was a huge story. That was another big comeback story.
The whole weekend.
Yeah, because it had been over a decade since he won a major.
Yeah,
and people were convinced it's like, oh my god, after all those years of dominance, he's never going to win again.
I'm still a believer.
And then he did. It's going to be tough now because it's going to be interesting. So, kind of to your question, I forget the name. Who's the guy who normally does the Masters commentary? The one who does a lot of the does the intro, like the tradition like no other. He's the voice who does a lot of the master intros. The name totally escapes me, but I know who I'm thinking of.
I do too.
Because he's legendary because he's been doing it for so many years now. And he's the guy at Butler Cabin who does the interview as well. The name 100% escapes me. Let me see. Masters announcers. Jim Nance. Thank you, Big Unit. Appreciate that. Perfect. Yeah, no, but Jim Nance, he's great. That's the thing. I used to be hardcore into watching golf. And in my house, we used to watch. So translated here. I don't really collect the cards very much. Obviously, I picked up the Retief Goosen because, man, that was funny to me. I was like, man, let me get it. It's sweet. But I would be a candidate for collecting golf cards because I was watching hardcore. I watched every major championship, every major tournament, the Players Championship, all this stuff. I was watching all that shit. So that was F1 before F1. And guess what? You weren't selling the cards. You couldn't even sell them to me. I did buy some packs here and there. I bought some of 2001, or 2002, but it's like, nah, I'm not that interested in the cards. And I'm a card collector. What does that tell you about the fringe sports and the secondary sports? If you can't get somebody who's hardcore watch, that's why, how many golfers did I just name off for you from the early 2000s? I was watching, man. I was there.
Very impressive. Very impressive.
Because I was watching that. That was the time that I was watching that hardcore. I was watching I'd sit there and watch the Masters from front to back as much time as was on there. It's like, I am watching the Masters. Everyone leave me alone.
Yeah.
Not anymore. I'll watch a little bit here and there. When the next one comes up, I'll watch them. But it's not as intense as it once was.
No, and I watched it then too. It was interesting. For sure.
Yeah. Because it was still compelling. You had all these great candidates to win. You had all these great Sergio Garcia. Will he ever win a major? He finally did. Like all these guys, that was the storyline. Can these guys win a major in the Tiger era? And all these guys would try. You'd have challengers to the crown. And it was tough. And some guys would win. And when they did, it was an anomaly. And it's like, oh my God, congratulations. Good job by you. Rich Beam. Look up Rich Beam, who won one major championship.
Yeah.
He couldn't do a damn. He was drinking friggin' what's it called? Pepto-Bismol. He was going down he was literally drinking Pepto-Bismol on the course because of nerves in the last round. And he won. It was the PGA Championship, I think. And he won. And it was like, congratulations, you did it. And that was in that era. That's why I say it was that tough. Offered a case of 2001 UD golf at a show in 2004, $200 and passed on it. They couldn't give that stuff away. Yeah. It was a cool idea. And by the way, Upper Deck's gotten back into golf. They're coming back. Wait, is it Upper Deck or is it Panini?
No, Upper
One
Deck.
of them.
Yeah.
Is Upper Deck? Okay.
Upper Deck, yeah. And that's where I bought that box. It was SP Game Use. And
Is it the new one?
Yeah. So it came out at, say, I think our cost was $125 a box, and it instantly was selling for $800. So now it's back down to $300. So like that's the rise of those boxes. So when like $800, you could sell as many as you wanted to, and then now it's $300 and no one's really looking at it. That's why.
But I bless them for trying. But I have to ask, and I'll pose this to Brad. I'll pose this to everybody else. I'll go back to what I said a moment ago. Nobody was as into golf as I was in that early 2000s, late 90s period. You couldn't sell me on the early Upper Deck product. And it was good product. It was nice. There was some cool stuff in it. Like, I'm not knocking it. What's the appeal now? We don't have Tiger anymore. Tiger still exists. He's not dead. But the point is, like, he's not out there dominating. Phil Mickelson had a great run. He's popular. People like Phil Mickelson. He's great.
Yeah.
But he's basically on the senior PGA and he's second now. If he's not already, I think he's there now. I think he's over 50. So I think he qualifies. I think he could play in the senior.
Yeah.
All those guys are in the senior PGA. The guys that I kind of grew up watching, VJ, and Phil and all those guys. Tiger in a couple of years, if he wants to keep playing, will play in the senior because it'll be easier. It's 3 rounds instead of 4. Like
Tiger's winning. Tiger's winning another tournament.
Yeah. No. I think that's very possible. Yeah. But it's not the same as it once was.
He's such a fan. I'm like,
he's missing that one to tie.
He needs a couple. I think he's at 15
exactly.
I think he's at 15. And isn't Jack at
18.
Jack Nicholson won the
18, I feel like,
Master
right.
at back when he was 46. That one
Yeah.
that you see everywhere, that just like he was back, like I'm
I
thinking
agree-
Tiger's
I agree
gonna pull
100%,
one of those
but
eventually.
Tiger has had back fusion surgery.
I
His
know.
leg is destroyed.
I know.
He is literally the bionic man.
He is, and he's going to defy the odds again and do something crazy.
He did.
Are you going to get his cryogenic chamber, Brad? Is that what's going to happen next?
Absolutely.
Probably.
Like,
He's got that.
He's
dope.
going to need one.
yeah. What did he say? He goes, when I went out 2 months ago or 3 months ago, whatever it was, I was his interview. He did a 30-minute interview, which was so good.
Mhm.
Again, being such a Tiger fan, I know I am biased, but he goes, I was standing out there and my leg was so small. It was like the flag blowing on the 18th hole at the British Open. He goes, my leg was just swaying back and forth. I had nothing. There was nothing there. Right.
Mhm.
And he was so close to amputation. And now all of a sudden he's like, so I decided I'm going to work 12 hours a day and I'm going to, and now, like, watch when he rolls out there with his son. Like, he just looks like I know he's not back, but he looks like he's back. And that just the intensity of that just makes people, I can see them cringe when
I will say, I will agree with you, Brad, in that if he is in a competitive mode and if he can at least make it interesting, it will draw eyeballs. Immediately, there will be eyeballs on it. There will be eyeballs on this thing anyway with his son and everything. Because apparently his son has a pretty good golf swing at an early age as well. Like,
crazy.
They'll
like if
do
he's
the father and son thing, and he's got the green jacket, so he can just play that one Master a year if he wants forever.
he can, yes,
Yeah.
he can, yeah, absolutely. They'll invite him back. They'll keep inviting him back as long as he wants to play. Like, no doubt. Now, maybe bring it full circle with Brad. Maybe Brad, what you need to do is hook up Tiger with your buddy Ric Flair. Ric Flair should have died like 20 years ago. Ric Flair owns the Lazarus Pit probably, so maybe he can hook up Tiger. Maybe that's what he needs. Whatever Ric Flair's on, maybe Tiger needs some of that.
Yeah, you're going to see Tiger around for the next 20 years, like you just said, Yannick. He's going to pick his spots. He might play 3 tournaments, 4 tournaments, but he'll get a sponsor's exemption for everything for as long as he can walk. Right?
I know the last HBO thing on him wasn't necessarily the most, for his image, I guess, or whatever.
He's not a perfect person. He's got flaws.
At all.
He's got major
watched
flaws in his life.
And I didn't realize. I know it was crazy, but I didn't realize that it was that
Yes.
nut. Like, as in, like, his father since day one, even before he was even conceived, he already was. The whole picture was drawn. It was already planned that it was good. That's how it's gonna go.
Yeah.
So army man too, and just like hardcore old school, like, you do, and that's it, and that's the end of it. So
He came in at the right time too, when the clubs were getting really good. Like the sweet spots there in clubs now are just amazing. Go back and try to use my old Tommy Armour. It's like, God.
And I don't think you can say, I don't think anyone will dominate. We'll get off the Tiger train, but no one will dominate a sport and have the influence on a sport ever again than what Tiger did when he came into golf.
No, that I agree with you. Like I said, he
he
moved the needle in that era. The
crazy.
purses went up when Tiger started his ascension.
Yeah.
The money was never better in golf than it was when Tiger was in. If your tournament got Tiger, you suddenly had attention, you had eyeballs, you had TV coverage. Like, all of a sudden, people gave a damn of the Greater Westboro Open or this random Greensboro Open or this random tournament du jour. Tiger didn't play in Canada a lot. One of the most famous things he did was, I think it was 2000, I want to say, he did the Canadian Open.
St. Andrews, wasn't it?
No. I'm talking about the Canadian Open. This would be right around 2000, and he did the Canadian one, and he had a shot where he hit it over the water and basically put it on the back of the green, and it was like one of his most famous shots, and it was in Canada, but it was rare when Tiger actually came to Canada because he worked his calendar around the majors, and he would rotate around some of the other tournaments. So the other tournaments would be like, we would love to have you play at our insert tournament here. So when you get them, it'd be like, because that was over at Glen Abbey. It was at Glen Abbey where they had it, and he hit a famous shot. Like, it was an unnecessary shot. But this was Tiger.
That one. I remember exactly.
Yeah, but it was Tiger in 2000. He was at the peak of his powers, And he hit a shot that was grossly unnecessary. He hit like a 200-yard shot over water and everything. It's like, you can hit around it. It's like, nah, I'm going to hit it over the water. Whatever.
Yeah,
And then he won the tournament and move on. The beat goes on.
I remember that shot exactly.
But that's the point. When an athlete can do that, and I can describe it to you, and you can say, yes, I know what you're talking about. That's the point. That right there in a nutshell is the point.
Yeah.
So Brad's fandom, and I like to mock all things, but Brad's fandom, justified. Brad, you are justified.
Thanks.
Ooh, got past the threat.
And I was a Tiger hater. And I was a
You got
Tiger
the
hater because
Carlos
of course I am. And of course I am. But Brad, you are justified.
There we go. Good.
Justified. 100%. I co-sign. I'll rubber stamp it for you.
Yeah.
But no, he was a game changer. The reason why you can be a Tiger hater in those days is because he was so good.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get the hate. Mike Trout's the opposite. He kind of sucks. But it's still funny for me. Like, frankly, it's funny. He's like the anti-Tiger. He kind of sucks. But he's got a big war. He's got a high war, though, guys. He's got a high war, you guys. It's amazing. Change your life.
Yeah, plus, golf is an individual sport too, where it's not team related. And, a lot of the other games rely on teams or how they're doing. Like McDavid, he's got a lousy team, but he's a great player. So when does the worst goalie in the league become the best goalie in the league with the best team, or vice versa?
We know we talk about it all the time. And obviously we kind of believe it, but let me kind of pose the question to you. Do you really believe that there is no scenario at this stage? Again, let's think of the current era. Is there no scenario at this stage? So I know Edmonton's in disarray still. Is there no way they could ever, in your opinion, just an opinion piece, is there no way they could ever get to a point of contention where he could actually win something with Edmonton? Because if he did, it'd be huge for him. It'd be huge for him. It'd be huge for them.
He'd be retiring by then.
No, but that's kind of your answer. I get it. But I just posed the question. I said, is there some weird circumstance? Because, by the way, Washington wasn't great a lot of years that Ovechkin tried. They found a way to break through one time. And that Washington Stanley Cup is worth so much to Ovechkin's legacy. The fact that he actually did it in Washington, found a way, because Washington was the drag of the league for many a year.
In 74, yes.
But they've had plenty of years since where they've sucked. I'm sorry. They didn't get Ovechkin because they were good.
No.
Yeah, so they've had plenty of bad juju going on. But they managed to win that one time. And that is almost worth multiple Stanley Cups for Ovechkin's legacy, because you did it in the place where you started on a team that had no hope until you showed up, and you did it.
Yeah, well, they had 5 first-round draft picks, didn't they? That means they finished in the league worst 5 times.
But this is basically the Pittsburgh Penguins story. This is basically the Pittsburgh Penguins story. How many first-round draft picks did they have before they finally built a winner?
Different era, but yes, understood.
This is in the Crosby era. Crosby was one of the first-round draft picks. They had
We're in a
many
different era now going forward from 2000.
I get it. But I'm like, Pittsburgh was dead to rights until Crosby showed up with Malkin, with Marc-Andre Fleury, with first-round draft pick.
Lemieux's era too. They lost the arena. They almost lost the arena.
Exactly.
And in 73, they almost lost the arena too. It's like Pittsburgh. So.
Can you remember the Washington Capitals goaltending tandem that won the? Do they still give out no, they don't give out the Jennings anymore. Is that gone now?
I thought they still had. It's not really announced much, but I thought they still had it.
No idea.
But do you remember the tandem? I remember building my sticker sets in the 80s. There was a tandem from Washington that won the Jennings, the 2 goalies. Do you remember that?
All right, good news. The Jennings still exists.
It does still exist.
Marc-Andre Fleury and Robin Lanier won it last year.
There you go. But I didn't even know if it still did. I don't even remember hearing about it. But
it's really kind of a low-profile award at this point. Yeah. It does exist, though. It still does exist.
More because the tandem was 2 guys. You know what I mean? But do you remember the guys from Washington?
Palmatier?
No.
He wasn't there then?
All right. I got the list, so I'm kind of cheating, so you can ignore me. But I'll scroll it through here.
Mike Leo.
Oh, my God. You got to go that far back?
Yeah.
God damn. Okay.
That's
going to be Bobby, early 80s. Early 80s.
283.
83, 84. 83, 84 is what you think. That's a tough one.
Yeah. You know what?
That goes back to my birth year. I can't help you.
When we play trivia, a buddy of mine, we call it a hoppy clue.
I was going to say.
Give it out. So a hoppy clue will be initials
I know there's some of you hockey guys there. Do you want to give it a go? Okay, so Frank got one of them.
Al Jensen nailed it.
Frank got one of them. There is a second player there.
Man, I haven't heard of him in so long.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, it's random. It's not obvious in the least.
PR initials.
Yep.
Oh, Pierre LaRouche. No.
Nice.
Sorry.
I'll give you guys in the chat, because I know there's some of you guys in the chat who are hardcore hockey guys. If you want to give it a go, give it a go. Don't cheat though. Like, think, if you have the memory banks to think back to the early 80s, give it a go. I'll give you guys another 30 seconds and then I'll give you the answer.
I'm trying to think. You know what?
Do you have the Jeopardy song?
I probably should. Look,
That's
Yannick, part of my goal in the new year is I want to add a couple more videos and little things to because StreamYard is fun. You can play around with it if you really want.
You miss $1 million.
I have a bunch right here.
So this is my original sticker book with my name on the inside cover.
Oh, that's cool. Nice.
Oh, you wrote your name. It's not worth anything now.
100%.
Actually, it goes back to what I mentioned. It goes back to a topic from a while ago now in the episode. But you know what? One of my favorite things is, in addition to what I talked about earlier about the whole Aussie rules, me acquainting myself with their segment. Do you realize they still have albums?
Yeah, there is some albums that are coming out. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No. I'm talking about for the Aussie rules football. They do albums for the select series every year.
Yep.
So you as a collector can buy the album, and they actually have an album where you can put the whole set and everything. They still do the albums, and I was like, I love it. Beautiful. I love it. Fantastic. Sensational.
You should see it at my LCS there. He'd always have it. I'm going, really? And soccer albums too. They have.
Well, soccer albums, I believe. Oh, there you go. What year is that one?
Year and
83.
Here is the sticker.
Oh my God, you got it with the stickers, eh? Did you finish the series?
Absolutely. You could mail into a Peachy. So every Christmas in my stocking, Mom would get us the stickers that we needed because they were sick of buying
at the back page.
Nailed it.
There you go.
Riggin. Oh, freaking in the
Riggin. First time, it's like,
oh my God, I knew
first time caller, Pat Riggin, International Borders. Good evening. You are correct. Yeah. That is the other name we were looking for. And if you haven't already, hit the thumbs up.
There's the ad.
I'm calling people out today. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't already.
So you could always go.
Hold on. Let me zoom in on it, Brad. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Go ahead. Okay, there we go.
At the end of the year, you can order 10 different stickers of your choice for $1. So every Christmas in our stocking, we would get the stickers that we needed.
Okay.
And then that would be our big highlight.
Very good. Very nice.
Getting Pat Riggin and Al Gent, they were the last two. In my head, they're the last two, but it's funny. I always say when you go through the books, so that like 83, then 85, 84.
I like that you still have them though. It goes back to the spirit of collecting, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
At this stage in the game, I will still do the odd set. Obviously, I did do the set, the recent set that I finished, but it's going to be a lot less going forward. I will still do some sets, but in the goals video, I do announce my new set that I'm starting in hockey.
Oh.
Those of you that are listening carefully will know what it is. It's kind of obvious, but y'all can wait. And that'll be on December the 23rd when the goals video comes out. It's already recorded and uploaded.
Reagan, he was really hot then. He was the other guy, Al Gent. I don't know about him, but Reagan, I should have got him. I thought his rookie card was his rookie, right? In 83?
I think, yeah.
You have to be in that range, yeah, probably.
Because 84, he's hitting it hard. 85, he's hitting it hard, and then he kind of drifts off because it's Washington.
Washington seems to have these phenomenal goaltenders that have that brief front. Jim Carrey.
Yes.
Like it's like I remember Jim Carrey.
Mike Palmetier.
Not the actor. Not the actor. The other Jim Carrey.
As I open the sticker book, there you go. But look at this. This is
93. How many do you want?
94, yeah. There you go. Nice.
Why did they win the Jennings trophy? If you look next to it, so that year the Selke trophy went to Doug Jarvis,
the
Washington Capitals.
Huh.
The Bill Masterin trophy went to Brad Park with Detroit, and the Norris trophy went to Rod Langway with the Washington Capitals.
Langway is the big one, yeah.
You get Langway winning the Norris, you get Jarvis winning the Selke, and you get your two guys, right?
Nice.
I love it.
Yeah, they had a few good players over the years.
I think that's why I say, like, I think the whole sticker thing, there was room for it. It was good. It's one of those things. It was fun because it gave people something to collect. It gave people something to chase. That's why I say I like the album thing. The reason why I mentioned the album thing, Bobby, I love the fact that in a modern product, that Select Australia, whoever decided that albums are still a thing. And I'm like, I love it. Beautiful. That's fantastic. It's encouraging people to build a set. I think that's great.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
awesome.
From the stickers, you could order this. This is a brand new in package from 86.
Okay.
So that's the toque you were getting when you order it, and that's the bag.
That's the bag. It's on the ad. It's on
Really?
the wrapper.
Yeah, behind the sticker.
Yep, you can see it's the exact same one. And I got the wallet too.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Is that one of those Velcro wallet dealies?
It is, yes. Yeah, one of those nylon. Yeah.
Which are fine for what they are. They do the job.
These are tough to find, like still mint.
I believe that. I
bags,
believe that.
But they're identical to.
You could have one of those wallet. If you had the sticky wallet, you could wear that with your starting lot or starter. What was the jackets?
Starters.
Starter.
Oh yes,
right.
Yes.
Charlotte Hornets was the one that I got for some reason. My first starter jacket was Charlotte Hornets. I'm like, I don't have
Really
in a byway on sale.
Was it about Grandmama? Is it about Grandmama Larry Johnson? He was the popular player for them in that era, I believe, if memory serves me.
We had my family had a hardware store right across from the byway. So I don't know if the byway ever got started, but there's a strong possibility that Dad went over there on Christmas Eve, was like, give me whatever you got left. Let me see it. I got Charlotte Hornets.
Good deals at Byway, I'll tell you, man.
Yeah.
That was a
well,
great.
we've had the Byway
in the basement.
We've had the Byway Love Fest on this episode because it was so random, it was so weird, but it's like if you were in Canada and you were in the era, you know. It was a thing.
Would you guys remember consumer distributing? Was that like national? I didn't know if it was.
It was national, yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Right, yeah.
You guys know what consumer distributing was?
Oh,
Yeah, you had to fill like basically the little card and almost like IKEA, pretty much.
Yeah.
It was mostly for housewares, and it was sort of like a let's just say almost a Canadian Tire. But what you would do is you walk in, they had the warehouse in the back, and it was just an ordering place. And you would get a form, look through the catalog, write the numbers, and you'd hand them the slip. The guy would go in the back and bring your shit out, which took forever.
Most of the time, they wouldn't mail it to you. Like you would leave without anything.
Oh yeah, because they were out of stock.
Out of stock all the time. You'd be like,
so I'll go to the store to order something that will come to my door.
So you see, y'all, delivering and logistics issues, a problem all the way back to the day.
That's the 70s and the 80s.
I'm young, but I remember going with mom, and
none of us are young.
You're not that young.
We can't sell that idea.
No.
I'm happy to back you on this, bro, but I'm sorry, your beard's getting a little long for you to pull the young stick.
I forget sometimes.
It's long in the beard and long in the tooth.
What helps, Yannick, if you want to cheat, it helps doing the clean shaven thing because it takes years off. Because I went and checked, and it's like I have the gray hair extra on the side now, a little bit more. I had gray hair early, but it's like, no, it's more pronounced every year that goes by.
Yep.
Carlos Sr. has me beat on that one. He got gray hair extra early. He already had almost a full head of gray hair in his 30s. He was way ahead of the game on that one.
Brad, were these advertised in the sticker albums?
It would be on the back of them, probably.
I think there is for the bag, the wallet. Because they were promoting, these were on the back of the wrappers, on the back of the cards.
Right.
I don't think in the books they weren't. The only the last page was always order your stickers 10 I didn't remember, but 10 for $1.
I think it's more like 85, 86.
Yeah, it might be when you get up.
86 probably. In the back pages, I remember maybe the second last page or something.
From what I remember, they were on the back of the peel off. When the peel off when you were
on the sticker. Yeah, on the back of the cards and on the back of the wrappers too.
Yeah. So my books were 83, 84, 85 were my 3 years that I finished my books. That was the prime of my collecting. Then I switched.
That was a weird one, that month, the 85.
Yeah.
Did you ever get any temptation to go back and fill in some of the other 80s years after the fact or no?
No, because these are my original 3.
I get it. I'm just curious. I just posed a question.
And you know what? And you can see my sticker of it, like my ability to put in stickers. 83 is terrible.
Oh,
I'm all over the place. Like when I got up to 85, I don't know. Like I can't remember putting them in, but took much more pride in 85. It's pretty good. But 83
Gotcha.
is all over the map.
the
Gotcha.
stickers
Cool.
really went high. The high grade stickers went
Oh, yeah.
outrageous. 85 Lemieux there, and oh man, just
Oh,
School report says Brad cannot stick and stay between the lines.
exactly.
oh, there's an unopened box 85. Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
There's only 50 in that one, wasn't there? Not 100? Because they went from a 100 count box to 50 count box. I forget what year it was though. So watch when you buy them, guys, because everybody thinks they're the 100 count, but I think that one went to the 50 count. Might be mistaken.
You know what? It doesn't say on it.
It's
Oh
really,
yeah, 50. You're right. Yep, 50.
yeah. So all the years prior it was 100.
I
And
got
then they went
another. I bought another box of these on eBay from a guy. Oh,
You should.
nice.
So this is
Oh.
1990 baseball one.
Love it.
See the difference in size, right? So you can see half the size. That's the 100 count, right?
Right.
Nice.
And none of those stickers ever stayed sealed. Like they had those the neural rolling pressure seals, and they'd all open up over time.
So the box I was just going to say, I bought a box on eBay, and the guy
Leave
said
it
never
sealed.
touched, and every pack's open in it. And I got it, and I was like, "What the hell?"
Exactly.
And he was like, "Well, that's how I touched it. The stickers weren't taken out of there." I was like, "Huh."
Yeah, even though they weren't, it doesn't really matter. So you have to buy the box sealed with the shrink wrap around it, because otherwise they're all open.
Right.
Mhm.
That's what it was. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and people go, "Oh, I just bought these boxes." I said, "Better check them in because they're all going to be open." Half of them were, and I said, "Well, there you go. How am I going to sell these in singles? You can't.
Yeah.
Take the cards out, sell the cards. Get your penny each at that time."
Yep.
That was the one downfall with stickers. Stickers were used, you know. You had the sticker era kids, highly collectible.
Yeah.
But
I think
cheap.
it'll catch on even more, like especially like the high grade ones.
Mm-hmm.
When you start grading stickers, I got them in my 1964 Beatles cards are my big investments where I think there's something that should be worth more money that just are not worth any money.
Beatles who?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
honestly,
you're saying, wait, so to be clear, you're saying you're a big hashtag invest. The Beatles cards that you feel should be worth more money. So let's take a second. And by the way, guys, in the chat, quick thing I want to quickly reiterate here. If any of you have any questions or comments or anything, do throw them out. I will start winding her down at a certain point. I laughed because on Saturday, Dakota, Sports Card Anonymous, he's having his 1 year anniversary. That's why he's not on tonight. He's having his 1 year anniversary of his YouTube channel. He wants to be on. So he wants to be on the Saturday to get a year exactly.
I got it.
And I was teasing him a little bit about it. And there was, but he says he's going to do a 6-hour minimum live stream.
Oh.
It's like, oh, he thinks he's playing in my world. He thinks he's playing in my land. And we were teasing him in the chat. He goes, Carlos might just do a 24-hour live stream. It's like, I could, but I'm not going to. I have better sense than that. But it's funny because at this stage in the game, it's funny because now this live stream has gotten a reputation of being the longest live stream in Sports Card YouTube. And it's like, y'all realize that I'm only doing it because we have the conversations. If the chat isn't engaged, if the conversation isn't engaged, I'll turn this shit off after 20 minutes. I don't care. It's only going because it's going. Like, otherwise it's not.
He's going to go down in hobby podcast history. You know that, Carlos. You're going to.
At this rate, I might. But now, what's funny is even in other chat rooms, now they compare the live stream length to this podcast live stream.
Oh, you're
now we're the standard bearers. We are the standard bearers over here. So now they're like, can you last that long? Can you do a live stream of that? Can you hang? So now he's decided, it's like, oh, I'm doing 6 hours minimum. It's like, okay.
Yeah. We're like almost 5 hours in. It just felt like it just kind of sat down.
But that's the reason why. It's 420. But the thing is,
See?
but what does that tell you? That's my point.
It's the hobby. It keeps us going and talking.
If it wasn't a thing, if it wasn't a good conversation, if the chat wasn't having it, if we didn't have Mike Trout jokes, if we didn't have that,
hours.
max, and we'd be stretching. We'd be scraping the bottom of the barrel for it.
Here's the question: what's the least amount of show you ever had, time wise?
You showing me the shortest live stream?
Yes.
Probably like an hour and a half.
Yeah,
because remember the earlier
sorry.
ones, I used to do like an interview thing, and it was like, look, I can only go, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again here with everybody. It's only going to work as well as the folks that I'm talking to. I could talk for a very long time, but I'm not interested in talking to a void. That's a personal preference. Dakota actually doesn't mind talking to a void for a very long time.
He's
like. Yeah, he's good at it, but I don't. I can do it, but I don't like talking to a void.
He entertains himself. That's
Yeah, I like the interaction. I like being able to say or do things that elicit a reaction out of, because then I can play off the reaction, and then if you say something, then I can play off that.
Yeah,
that's where it works better for me. It can be done, but it's like, to me, it's not interesting. It's not entertaining. It's like, oh, then I'm just sitting here randomly talking for hours and hours and hours. It's like, that's weird.
I don't think it would go over very well at that point.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it can be done, but you gotta be into it. And if you're not into it, it'll become very obvious very quickly.
Yeah.
So like, if I want to just talk consecutively, uninterrupted, with nobody else actually talking the conversation, that's what the recordings are for.
Mm-hmm.
But if you notice, they're not hours and hours. They're 20 minutes, 30 minutes. If it's really complicated, it's a complex issue, 40 minutes, but they're not hours. There's a reason for that. It's because it's like, no, I got a point. I'm going to get from point A to point B. I'll get you there, and we'll do it.
The average podcast out there, what's it, about an hour?
Give or take. Yeah. That's
Like
pretty much.
a good quality, whatever.
Yeah.
Do you know much about a lot of the other, like, when I go on YouTube and I check out some of the other channels, I always wonder what guys are. And I know there's Flippin' Steve and Dustin and Comeback Kid, who I met in Vegas.
Oh, Comeback Card Investor. Yeah.
Comeback
You should call him the Comeback Kid. That would be good.
There we go. I didn't mean, I shouldn't have said that. But I always wonder.
Oh, no, but you should have. And now you did.
Thank you.
The one I wonder about that I do enjoy listening to, especially when I'm driving,
Sure.
is the guys, but Luca Tiger Bronze, Cage, and
Didn't they
Oh,
break up?
yes. Thank you for bringing it up, Brad.
Thanks, Brad.
So they are an interesting pair. They're an interesting duo in the way they decide to engage it. They do have some. I do listen to this stuff because I've got it on my podcast app, so I listen to it. And unfortunately, I completely slipped earlier in the show, earlier. But I want to come back to it for just a second since you brought it up. Perfect. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Always.
Brad's got the memory like a sieve.
But the second point was they drop HGA as a sponsor.
That's right.
huh.
It wasn't in your HGA discussion. I'm really surprised you missed that.
No, but it was in the question. We were talking about other stuff.
Dig.
Yeah. No, I know, but it's like, it's one of those things. There was enough meat on the bone in the first half of the question that it's like, no, there was plenty of meat on that bone, Bobby. We weren't starving. We had plenty to eat.
Yeah.
But real quick, they tried to let him down easy, but they were doing the HGA promotion at the beginning of every episode for the longest time. And now they've said, we've mutually parted ways, which is to say they've taken enough heat from being associated because they've kept it as a very open association. It's like, oh, they're great. They do all this stuff. And it's like, I understand you're reading copy, but you lose credibility every single time you say they're great, and they do increasingly garbage stuff.
Yeah.
It looks bad on you.
And you can't report on their news.
Not accurately, not honestly. You can't.
That's where you're beholden.
Like, do you know them guys? Like, what do they like? I know Andrew's in Mexico.
The other guy's in New York, is he?
Yeah, I'm strictly a viewer. I have
so
no
Cage,
idea.
I think, is based out of, I want to say New York,
Jersey?
somewhere in the state.
Yeah.
Andrew moves around a lot. I know he spent a lot of time in Mexico. But he's like a Gary Vee generation, youngish guy who sort of thinks he knows what's going on, but it's very entertaining. It's very amusing to me.
They can talk. They can talk.
Yeah, but he'll talk about, and his family has a business, so now he thinks he knows stuff. And I'm like, no.
The quality is I like when they do interviews because they actually do, come back and forth. But I mean the quality of their content by themselves, it's mostly rhetoric back and forth about the hobby that's kind of really not overly important. But they have some great guests on.
Yeah.
I think
No,
the one issue that I have with them is that they're banter, and they literally call it banter. That's what
It
they
is
call
banter. Oh yeah.
it. Look, I do banter here, but there's banter where it's like, "Hey, Bobby, say something,"
I will.
and
Right
now I'm
now.
going to say another thing, and I'm going to say another thing on top of your thing that you're saying, and I'm going to cut you off mid sentence 14 times, and that's banter. That's
Yeah.
not banter. That's just being annoying.
hmm
You can do banter. That's a way to do it. But it's like, no, if you ask somebody a question, give them a second to finish the thought.
We do banter.
Yeah,
All
but
the time.
that's my point. Banter actually means that you're when I bring Eric on and I mercilessly mock his Boston Bruinsism and his worship of the fake sport that is hockey. And because when he comes on, I must point out to him that it's like, it's fixed, right? It's predetermined outcomes. Like, settle down.
Like wrestling.
Settle down. But that's one thing. It's another thing when it's like, I need to get my word in edgewise no matter what. And sometimes they fall into that category and it's tricky. Like, but they'll have some interesting things to say. But when they bring a guest, it's good. But sometimes I'm like, when I listen to their interview style, it's like, okay, ask the question. Cage, stop interrupting. Shut up for 2 seconds and let the person finish the
He
answer.
doesn't shut up. Yeah.
I want them to finish. It was a good question. Let them finish the answer to the question. Please let them answer the question.
Yeah. But as a viewer, don't you want to listen to, as a viewer, I kind of want to know a little bit of their history. Like I want to kind of know who they are a little bit.
Sure.
And I don't think a lot of these podcasts don't provide that. They just come, hey, I'm on here. I want to talk about it. But who are you? Let's explain who you are.
They should have it on every intro. You're right, Brad.
There's nothing.
Every intro, it should be designed about he's from here and he's from here, or something catchy.
Yeah.
Because not everybody's used to you. And
Yeah.
what's are you to engage with?
And why would I listen to you talk about something?
Lions and tigers and bears, Lucas Cajun,
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
Not all of us can be a man of mystery like Yannick. No one knows that Yannick. Who knows? It's only until the recent episode where I exposed that Eric isn't actually in Boston. He's actually in a roving truck somewhere in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Y'all wouldn't have known that if I hadn't told you. I had to hashtag expose Eric. I had to tell the truth.
Yeah.
It's an Airstream pulled by a Vespa, so don't worry.
The people needed to know though. They thought it was a real room. They thought he actually lived in a house. That's not true.
No.
None of that's true.
Because you never see out of that room.
No, it's lies.
Did you
It's absolute
guys
lies.
did you watch the PWCC video that got launched today?
No.
No, what happened with that?
Oh, it's awesome. It's
Okay. Describe it to us. Tell us more.
Full disclosure, I've been a massive PWCC fan. I've used their services for 10 years.
Sherry, I promise we will get to this question. I'm leaving it on the screen. We will get back to it. I promise. I guarantee it. Continue.
I wasn't even. So they released a video today that's called On Vaulted, episode 1, featuring Nick.
Oh, okay. I heard about this, but I didn't watch it. I haven't watched it.
I'll tell you, when you watch this video, though, and you just say, again, obviously there's been all kinds of issues and so forth, but there's a collector on there. And it's funny because this is a huge collector.
Mhm.
But they actually give the footage of inside PWCC, which some people have seen, and I was supposed to be there 3 or 4 months ago when I was going. I couldn't make it happen, but it's beyond impressive when you watch their operation and you see the scale of things that they're doing.
Okay.
But this collector his name is Nick Ferrali.
Mm-hmm.
His son, when they go into it, so he's talking about the cards he bought. He's got 5 Jordan 10s or 6 Jordan 10s, but his son is the guy that did that big trade with Jeff Wilson in Miami. Do you remember did you see that video?
Okay, I know I saw the video of it.
Kid
Yeah.
comes with the big briefcase of $1 million in cards, and he's
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But his son is this guy's son, and he's talking about cards. It's really cool to watch.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I'll flip it over to you, Carlos. So you
No, for
can-
sure. Do that. Yeah. No, I'll definitely check it out. Like at this stage, I'm and I appreciate when you flip stuff over to, and Yannick flips over stuff to me as well, and so does Bobby. It's become like to the point. It's like I try to watch a lot of stuff. I'm pretty good at it, but it's like it's tough. There's so much stuff now. It's gotten really tricky.
Most of the stuff you hit the wall with too, and it's not very good. So it's nice having references as, hey, you got to check this video because I will watch it.
Yeah, I'll usually try. I can put everything on 2x speed and zip through a ton of stuff, but it's like there's limits. There's only so much you can do.
This it's 15 minutes, but when you want to watch quality, you want to. So I remember they were telling me a couple of years ago how they were getting into automation at PWCC, where your order comes in, it's scanned, it's all computers. It's when you watch this video and you see the operation, it's impressive. Like it's very impressive.
They've been quiet lately, as in like, you know, they're probably just doing their thing, and we'll see them reappearing.
Right now, from what I've seen, and this is only anecdotal. This is just my opinion. I feel like a lot of the stuff they've been putting out in their auctions have gone for about the fair market price. I showed Yannick the other day that I actually bought a 53 Tops card on their PWCC recently. I vaulted it for now because I don't want to pay the full freight to ship it out yet. I will, but I'm only going to do it once I've stacked a small stack of cards, and I'm like, send it to me in one shipment, please. I don't want to have to pay that much for one card. But I do like, and I'll see if I can pull it up for you guys. I want to show you because one thing I like, while now, obviously some folks leave it in the vault forever. That's not my intention and that's not my desire. However, I do appreciate that what you can do in the vaulting thing is that in the meantime, you can actually generate a link that allows you to then pass it along to somebody so they can actually see the card and whatever, and they can see the little zoomed in picture and all that, which I think, okay, that's cool because you can actually do it with a share button. And I was like, okay, that's kind of neat. And you can actually set an expiry date of the share button. It only works to a certain point. Yeah, which is kind of cool. It's dynamic, which I'm like, okay, that's kind of neat. So what I'll do is I'll actually do that, and I'll open it up here for you guys and show it to you. I'll create one of these share dealies, and I'll share it with you guys. Yeah, here we go. Perfect. Okay, so I'll actually show you. But this is just a feature. Like I said, you don't have to use it. It doesn't have to be a thing that you care about or that you want. I totally understand. But I'm just going to show it to you for your purposes so you understand. I'll come back to your question in a second, Sherry. Let me just drop it off for a sec. So here it is. At first, it's not a big deal, but this is just, I literally labeled it share button just for simplicity. But then when you click on it, it allows you to expand it out, and then you can do the thing. So if you just want to show somebody, here you go. Hey, here's the card I just bought, whatever. Here's the serial number.
That's a nice card, Carlos.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan. So this isn't part of what I'm collecting right now, but it's one of those things where I'm slowly picking up the Hall of Famers from 53 Tops that may become a project down the road in future years. But I'll grab them where I can. So that Yogi, I'll take it. BVG I can live with. I'm fine with it. For my collection, it's fine. For my set. Like I said, it's not game on until I get the Willie Mays. But the point is you can create this shareable link, which is cool. So to me, that's a nice little feature. And that's a shareable link. You can pass it along to anybody. Here you go. And it doesn't show too much information. It just shows the card and the serial number.
Makes you feel like you still have control, that you can share it easy.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, you still have the ability with the push of a button to say, please send it to me. So like it's still available to you. You can do that. So like I said, PWCC gets a lot of flack, and a lot of it is deserved, to be fair.
Yep.
But if you use it for the purposes it's intended and use it in a narrow scope and it works for you, you can still use the platform. It still works fine. I got a fair price on that Yogi Bear. I was happy with it. If I had paid more, I would have been like, no, thank you. But I was fine with the price I paid. And
that auction's ending tonight, and I got all 6 of them first round under from what I was hoping to pay for. So
that's awesome, man.
I'm pretty happy.
Yeah.
What'd you get?
I got a Vladdy Guerrero signature cut from 2018, the year he went to the Hall of Fame. It's a leaf, but it's his autograph on card, and I got this for $26.
That'll do. That'll do. So it is still, the point is, it is still possible to get quality for a reasonable price. Now, if it's the new hotness, if it's the player that's firing on all cylinders, well, then you're going to pay the market rate. You're not going to get a discount. But if you're willing to look below the surface, there's some good stuff there.
Today was the last day, right? So it's all the odd ends and the cards that didn't make it for the deadline, I guess, for day one. Let's say like baseball.
Yeah.
So I got a 94 SP die cut, basically. Pedro Martinez, which is basically super uncommon to have him even in a baseball, in an Expo uniform pitching. And on the back of the card, actually, he's batting, which is when he went to American League, he never went on plate anymore unless he was playing in the Nationals. So I got this card for $14 in the PSA 9.
Yeah.
So you can't grade it for that. Tell him.
Yeah. The piece of plastic at this point has almost more value than the $14.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think that's fair. And like I said, if there's some stuff on there that like, if you're not worried about the hot stuff, like you can go get some nice stuff that is good for your collection, reasonable price, and get it in there, and just leave it in there until you're ready to ship it. When you're ready to ship it, then do it. I think that's the way.
Yeah, and it's awesome. And like you said, Carl, like if you that Yogi Berra, that's something that you wouldn't have showed us. We wouldn't have got to see that. But it's a shareable link. It's a picture. It's a high res photo. All of a sudden, I just looked at that card and I was like, that's just an awesome card. Like, and it makes it so easy. If you would have bought that at a show, that card would never have been shown to anyone that's watching or anyone that it would be in a box somewhere.
Especially now that you can't film at shows. We were told the privacy and stuff. And, I can't be seen in public. It's like, well, if you can't be seen in public, you shouldn't be seen in public. Get out.
But that's
it's like, yes, you're ugly. I agree. We shouldn't see you in public. Please leave.
That's right. It's like having a yacht and not having anybody come on it. You know, you got to have all your friends on it. So,
yeah.
Bobby can relate. This is a big issue for him. Bobby, are you inviting people on the yacht? Is this an invitation for people to come on the yacht?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. It's the SS Trinket.
Well,
it's a huge. It's a mega yacht.
I'm gonna have to get Sanderson Orr there.
No, he's gonna have to oar his way on. Make him swim for it, Bobby. Make him earn it. Make him earn it. It's the right thing to do. So let me touch on Sherry's question because I think it's an interesting one.
Yes.
So here's something to talk about. Number one question that I've been asked the last 2 weeks. So presumably at the shop, I guess. What is the most acquired football cards recently? So I guess this would be kind of the categories. The guys did take a stab at it. Mike here says
Brady.
Herbert and Brady. Brady, I think, would be a fair one. Burrows and Tua. I feel like Burrows would be I put Burrows higher up there. Brady is still popular because obviously the team is still good. They've got as good a chance as anybody to get into the playoffs and do well. If you're talking football, you're looking at whoever's currently hot and whoever's playing. Brady's still playing well, so he's still going to be right up there. I'm just trying to think who else is still hot right now. Mahomes has struggled. The price has struggled quite a bit, but he was high. It goes back to what I said earlier. The Ohtani only had the explosion because he started low at the beginning of the season because expectations were low. All the baseball guys were going up, creeping in the beginning of the season, but Ohtani didn't. And then when he came out of the gate hot and stayed hot, then all of a sudden it's like, oh man, correction. So it was like an excessive correction. It was a yank up compared to everybody else. So
Mahomes
it's kind of
the opposite. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's one of those things. Mahomes was already on a high. He lost the Super Bowl. They struggled a little bit out of the gate. So, like, he's already starting up here. Going up is very difficult right now. It's like the only thing that can happen is either stabilize or come on down. Yeah. Basically, you got to keep winning. And that's the only way he can kind of sustain. So he's in trouble. So Sherry here throws in Mac Jones. Mac Jones' Donruss card had a moment in the sun. That moment may be fleeting soon, but he had a moment.
What is it now, Carlos? Do you know?
I got to check what the last one is, but we can definitely check it out. Let me see if I can find something here.
I predict that this is a PSA 10. It will be in the next 2 months, $250.
What's it at now, Brett? You know,
I'm grabbing it right now. I'm grabbing it right now.
Oh wow!
So this is the 2021 Donruss. So this is 21 Donruss, Mac Jones, PSA 10.
Yeah.
So we're gonna take a look at it here, and I'm actually gonna pull up the chart. Get ready, everybody! I'm pulling up the chart.
Yeah.
I'm bringing the chart.
Mac the knife.
Here we go. We're gonna do it.
The most graded card in November by PSA. PSA.
No way.
The most graded card.
All right, here we go. So the last one was sold at $406.94. However, population 568. Stay with me. I want to show you guys the chart. Oh yeah, check it out.
Oh my god.
This is only from October. This is this right here is just from October because that's the history of the card. Started at $430, peaked right around $3,050. And is now at $406.
Oh, that's the dinosaur. The Stegosaurus dead.
That's a sweet little pattern, though. Don't you like it? It's this beautiful pattern, guys. So I wanted to show you the chart because I thought you would get a kick out of it. Here's the thing.
Wow.
This was completely wholly predictable. Donruss it's not Junk Wax Era 2.0 because nothing in this current era is Junk Wax Era 2.0. We already established that and settled it.
It's not a pretty card either.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
But that being said, it's not rare. by any context of scarcity, any version of scarcity. It's super common, super available. When I was down in the States and my buddy was having his honeymoon over in Cleveland because he's a weirdo. The point is that we went over to Target. We can't be bothered to go to Walmart. We go to Target. A luxury experience. I went and got a couple of blaster boxes, and one of the blaster boxes was Donruss football. It's a fun little rip. It's some cheap cards to get your hands on. They are cheap cards. That's the intention. That's the purpose. But that is why you go to Target. The land of luxury. Target.
Mm-hmm.
I'll accept sponsorship from Target. Like, look, they got money too. Target money spends too. Okay,
It's not in Canada. That's all.
I don't care. I'll take their money.
Yeah.
They want to promote the Canadian market when there's no Targets here. That's okay. That's okay, Bobby. The money spends the same.
They do a score. They made factory sets.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
When you start to make factory sets, like so people were buying cases of factory sets.
Absolutely.
I think the cost was $60 maybe, or probably $40 in the US. So you're guaranteed to get the Mac Jones, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. That's what I mean. So it's like it's very easy card to get your hands on.
Yeah.
And if the centering is good, you're pretty much good. Like it's pretty much a 10. Like, it's not hard to get it in a 10. It really is not. Not very difficult at all. So it is what it is. Trevor Lawrence has two problems. Number one, he's playing for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and number two, number one. Two problems. He was doomed from the day one. I was like, you know what Joe Burrow is almost in the same problem with Cincinnati. I was like, so here's my strategy for both Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow. So you know the team you drafted? Yeah. Don't report. Ask them to trade you elsewhere, anywhere else, except for the Jets. Settle down. Don't do the Jets. No, the Jets are cursed too. There's certain franchises like it never works out. It's bad. It's just like, no, please don't do it. Just don't bother. It's not going to work
the
out.
Leafs. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. I was going to leave him out, but yes, basically. Yes.
Sorry.
It's not going to work out for you. It's just not a good scene. The Buffalo Sabres. Don't do it. Like, please, no, stay away. It's not a good scene. Nothing good can come from this.
Say no to Buffalo.
Say no to Buffalo. And bless those people. They're nice enough folk. They don't deserve this trash, but that's what they get. They try hard, but it's never worked out. Time for Jug Wax Era 3.0. So basically, to Sherry's question, I would say Tom Brady. As much as I'm known as I'm not Tom Brady's biggest fan. Not his biggest fan. Shockingly enough. But no, I would say Tom Brady. And then I would look like I still think Joe Burrow has a shot despite the Cincinnati thing, because like I've seen him play well. Like I've seen like you're actually pretty good despite the garbage around you. Like there's moments where it's like I could see the potential. I see some hope. It's still Cincinnati. Good luck, but like there's always a chance. Yeah, Target, fancy. Target, where you pay extra to not go to Walmart. Correct. We have this thing too. We had the sporting event allegedly, the Grey Cup this past weekend. Mm-hmm. I may have mocked it mercilessly to my buddy who's a Hamilton Tiger Cats fan. May have, just saying allegedly. I may have. Not that I would do something like that. Y'all know me better than that. Not that I would do that. But I said. So they're having the Hamilton Tiger Cats are playing the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in the least interesting Grey Cup ever. You know, two markets that no one outside of those two places ever care about remotely. By the way, shocking. Yannick, I'm glad you're sitting down. The last Grey Cup, the ratings were 22% lower than the previous Grey Cup. I know you may be shocked, but for some reason, Winnipeg and Hamilton was not a draw.
No.
Can you believe it? It was incredible. I couldn't believe it. It shocked me. It was horrified me.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Poor CFL.
I felt so bad I decided not to watch. I felt so bad. I was like, nope, I'm not watching 1 second of this garbage. Hell no. Hell no, son. But the point is that Hamilton, in the same vein, is, let's not say we did. Hamilton is basically that. It's like the Buffalo. It's like a lot of these things. Like, it's just unfortunate. They're here. Lord knows they try. They try. And not so much. Tars B, yep. Darius agrees with you. Joe is better than Tom. Well, Tom Brady, that's a low bar. I think if we get Brad a couple of reps, he's better than Tom. Brad was at least an athlete. Tom Brady, I'm not so sure. Not so sure he was an athlete. I saw him at the combine. I saw it. I think I rolled down the hill faster than he can run. Don't lie to the people. I saw it. I saw it.
So I do follow the goats. Like I just see that.
Ziggy Puffy, go on.
I love it. Our dog's name is Brady.
Okay. Go
I've
on.
already disclosed.
Is your dog unathletic and uninspiring? was that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah.
Don't diss your dog like that. How dare you?
I was a Patriots fan. I switched to a Bucks fan.
Okay.
I like Tiger Woods. I'm a Gretzky fan and a Crosby fan.
Well, again, Tiger's an actual athlete. Go on.
Yeah, I do follow. I don't know how people can't follow the goats, the actual goats, because
The actual
why
one.
wouldn't
I
you
like
like
that.
someone
The
that's
actual.
the greatest in their sport? That's always my question. Like, how can you?
The definition of goats is pretty wide. I'm sorry.
But you know what? Honestly, that in football, again, I'm not an expert in football by any means, but anyone that can't, I don't know how anyone can dispute. Sorry,
Dispute is right. Continue.
dispute that Tom Brady's not the greatest football player ever played the game, and I don't know how anyone can say Tiger Woods is not the greatest golfer to ever play the game.
Look, Tiger, I'm willing to back you. Brady, let's pull it back. Yes, I can. Oh, Brad, challenge accepted, my young friend. Challenge accepted. Do not even. Tom Brady's not an athlete. Let's move on. Tom Brady in the last Patriots Super Bowl could not win the Super Bowl MVP when they basically want to hand it to the quarterback. They're like, so the Super Bowl MVP is here for you two quarterbacks. One of you can take this. Yeah. Tom Brady's like, let's not. I'd like you to give it to Julian Edelman. Why? Because I'm going to suck really bad. But Jared Goff sucks worse. Okay. But didn't Julian Edelman get hit with a 4-game suspension with PEDs? Yes, he did. But doesn't he also have the same trainer as Tom Brady? Well, yes, he does. That's a total coincidence. It has nothing to do with anything. By the way, he's also continued to play into his 40s a lot better than he should have. Yep. That totally is legit, Brad.
No,
it's legit, Brad.
I'm not naive, but I truly believe he is legit.
Go on. 1 second.
I think
Paul has the right comment. Go on.
Now Brad's done.
No, I think his health, his healthy lifestyle, has been able to, and the way he plays the game, he's realized this is how I have to play the game. So.
Yeah, Nick likes that comment.
I just look at the time. I'm like, oh man, we're almost at 5 hours. Now we're going for 6.
Who can you possibly say is better than Tom Brady?
I really don't like any of the quarterbacks as GOATs, though. Remember, we're talking football. If you want to say he's the best quarterback, I can probably make that case. Quarterbacks, to me, are super important, but Super Bowls have been won without the best quarterback. Trent Dilfer has a Super Bowl because they built a team that was designed well, and Trent Dilfer did his job. Washington won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks in the Joe Gibbs era. 3 different quarterbacks because it can be done. Tom Brady, the problem with Tom Brady has always been, in addition to my various mockeries, and I've got lots of them. Trust me, I got all day for mockery. However, the biggest problem with that and the biggest factor is we don't have a control group. Tom Brady has spent most of his career in New England. The coach there is also the general manager there. And he is a football genius. He's an evil bastard, but he's also a genius. Yeah. He is right now building a playoff team with Mac Jones. Mac Jones won a football game where he threw 3 passes. Bill Belichick is an evil genius.
I agree.
Tom Brady was the perfect student to work under the evil Sith Lord. Mm-hmm. Now, where I'll give Tom Brady credit is that he has maximized his feeble athletic talents. Pathetic, frankly. Embarrassingly so. He's barely a high school athlete at that. But the point is, he has maximized that feeble talent to the absolute nth degree, possibly with enhancement as well. But he studies. His mind is not the part I question. His body I question. I question a lot of that. So much I question. But his mind I don't question because he's studied the game. He's learned a lot of the aspects of it, and he's maximized it. But the problem is, if I want to give him maximum credit, here's the issue. Most of his career is in New England. I look at the situation. I've watched every meaningful Tom Brady game since the Tuck Rule game. So I've been watching every single one. And I'm sitting there like, you are a lucky bastard. You got a horseshoe up your ass 3/4 of the time here. You barely scrape by to win these Super Bowls. Barely scrape by. And you have to have about 5 mistakes from the other side. You capitalize on all of them. You know, kudos to you.
But he does it.
But he could be 0-10. I could make a case easily he could be 0-10.
But he's
Easily
not.
0-10.
But he isn't.
But he's
I
not.
understand.
So obviously, like, I don't believe in luck or anything.
Oh, luck is this greatly involved here.
No, but he's a proven winner. And when you get in the minds of the other opponents, is the other thing that people take it away. Okay, take away.
That's the
athletic
mystique.
ability.
That's the Tiger. That's the old Tiger Woods one. That's the
Right.
mystique.
Oh, and it
Mystique.
works. You take out athletic ability. You tell me when all of a sudden, every time Tom Brady gets the ball, when he's down in the fourth quarter, and the other team's going, whether it's the quarterback, whether it's the defense, they're like, is this really going to happen? Because I know it's going to happen. You can see the panic. You can see them just petrified. He's going to do it again. And what does he do? He does it again. He's just a proven winner. And I agree with you on Belichick, the best coach, the GOAT of coaching,
And an evil mastermind.
and absolutely 100%.
And again, as an evil man, I do appreciate it. Like I respect,
But
game respects game.
He leaves. He goes to Tampa. People are like, they're not even going to make the playoffs.
Tampa was a playoff team without Tom Brady. Tom Brady could have dropped dead and put in the backup. They were a playoff team already. Tampa was way too talented. Jameis Winston threw 30 interceptions, and they were still almost a playoff team.
They are not winning the Super Bowl without Tom Brady. Not even
They
close.
needed an average quarterback to win that Super Bowl.
No,
Average.
no.
Average. Tarjay. Average.
Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Hold on. I got to think about the Tim Tebow one. Is Tim Tebow
It's
average?
the only name I know, man.
The corpse of Johnny Unitas, sure, but Tim Tebow. Hold on. Let me think about this.
I think it was Fran Tarkenton.
Yeah. Brad Tarkenton would have won like by 40. He would have been fine. No, the Tim Tebow one, but Yannick has me stumped. Hold on. I'm thinking about the Tim Tebow one a little bit more now. Ooh, Tim Tebow is technically not a quarterback.
You said anyone.
Tim Tebow. Somewhere else in this is Jeff Wilson's like, do it, Carlos. Give it to Tim Tebow. I'm like, I don't know, Jeff. I don't know if I can do that. Ooh.
Sponsor money, girls.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's the deal. Yeah. You know, maybe Jeff Wilson, if you cut the check, I'll think about it. I'll make your Tim Tebow case for you. Tim Tebow's better than Tom Brady. Bill Belichick is Palpatine, Brady's Vader. Yep. Brady's Super Bowls in New England don't count. You see, he's got one Super Bowl, so he's trash. Dude played for a cheater. They cheated to win. Yeah. Brady does it unless it's Eli Manning. That's true. So to your point, countering your point, Brad, he lost twice to Eli Manning, who's like garbage. So that's like negative 12 Super Bowls. And then he lost to the backup of the New England. So really, he's like negative Super Bowl. In fact, he doesn't even deserve to go to Hall of Fame. Based on that alone, like that's a disqualification. He didn't even lose to the good Manning. He lost to Eli Manning. The Manning dog would have been a step up. Their mom should have beaten him in the Super Bowl. I think their mom has a winning record against Brady in the playoffs. He can't beat a Manning. Trash. Moving on.
When he lost to Eli, where was the good Manning?
Which one? He lost to him twice.
Peyton was on the sidelines.
Yeah. And then towards the end of his career, Peyton has a winning record against him in the playoffs after. By the time they were done, he had a winning record. So actually, he has a losing record against all the Mannings. The Manning dog, their brother, Cooper Manning. He didn't play in the NFL, but he has a losing record against him.
Is that Glenn Gretzky?
Is that your GOAT now? Where's your GOAT now, Brad? Another vote for Barry Sanders. There you go. Coining you the guru of sports cards for your proximity to evil genius. There you go. Thank you, Baz. Dude lost to Eli. Shame. Exactly. We need the meme. Shame. Shame. By the way, he also didn't win a Super Bowl for a decade. There's two distinct Tom Bradys. There's the 3 Super Bowls in 4 years Tom Brady. At the beginning, game manager Tom Brady, who actually couldn't throw his way out of a wet paper bag and needed Adam Vinatieri to bail his ass out. That's 3 of his Super Bowls. Then he's 2 losses to Eli Manning in the middle that we completely glossed that over. Then there's the late career resurgence. There is an athlete, by the way. Jokes aside, partial jokes, but also partial not. There is an athlete, my friends, in the sports realm who also had a late career resurgence. He was good. He was already good, but he accelerated his game. He took it to the next level in his mid to late 30s into 40s. Also an athlete who did not do performance-enhancing drugs. Ever. I don't care what anybody says. Barry Bonds.
Wow.
He did not fail a single drug test, people. Not one. And he's being denied Cooperstown because y'all are evil. Y'all are wrong. You don't respect the man. So let me tell you, Tom Brady is as legitimate as Barry Bonds. I am willing to stand on this stand and say they are equivalently legitimate. Why are we not respecting the all-time home run king?
Little drugs.
Y'all don't get it. Both legit. Same career trajectory. Exact same. They peaked right around the same age level also. It was kind of interesting how that
With
worked out.
Tom Brady's game, what would PEDs do?
Injury prevention, healing. He actually doesn't need muscle. It's the opposite. He actually could do it better than Barry Bonds actually could because his job is longevity. He just needs to stay in the game. He doesn't need to bulk up. A quarterback doesn't benefit from bulking up.
So there's special PEDs that just help the mental.
PEDs are only for PEDs help you with the training aspect of it. If you take them and then accelerate your weightlifting, you can bulk up.
Correct.
But if you don't do that, you can actually just use it to sustain. It's the same premise. PEDs are not build muscle. They're not build muscle pills. That isn't the way this works. It's to help you heal from training. It's to help you sustain. When you get older and you decreasingly are able to train in the same way, being able to recover, that's what Andy Pettit used as his excuse when he got caught. He said, I wasn't doing it. He's a pitcher. A pitcher doesn't necessarily benefit from bulking up, unless you're Roger Clemens. But generally, a pitcher doesn't benefit from it. Andy Pettit said, no, I'm doing it for rehab. I did it to help my rehab. That's not for bulking. That's for rehab and for injury prevention.
Right.
Tom Brady is in a sport, in a position that he takes a lot of hits and he goes and he throws the ball. And as time goes on, wear and tear. Peyton Manning didn't retire because he wanted to. Peyton Manning retired because he could no longer physically perform. If he could take something that would help him get back in the game, he would have taken it.
Right. But there's certain athletes out there that perform with their body. This is my rebuttal a little bit towards it. That the Gary Roberts, prime example, on the hockey side of things, these guys, Tom Brady, what he fuels his body with is just.
What does he fuel his body with, Brad?
He is a pure health.
Vitamins and prayers?
Brother? That's good. I like that. No, but it's true. Like he doesn't. I won't get into it. You can read all about what he does, but he doesn't need anything without having anything greasy in his life. Like he takes care of himself better than any football player, probably in the NFL.
Better than Tiger Woods.
That's my take.
Better than Tiger Woods, let's just say.
Oh, obviously.
I was a Greg Norman fan myself. But...
Oh, there you go. Nice.
Aussie rules.
There you go. I think the biggest argument against Tom Brady, in fact, funny enough, is actually the longevity argument itself. It becomes very difficult. And this, again, I do it predominantly tongue-in-cheek and fun. It is part of my shtick. I enjoy it. But it is really easy to do because there's so much easy material to hit on. And the one thing that always hurts the argument for the Tom Brady folks is, okay, cool. So you're telling me he's either a space alien or he has some weird genetic, basically he's a genetically superior human. So tell me which one of his parents was the Olympic caliber athlete. Tell me why he didn't look like an athlete at the combine. So he ate like trash. He was basically barely flyable. He didn't get drafted in the 6th or 7th round because he was good. He got drafted in the 6th or 7th round because he was the bottom barrel scraping by. And then now he's a physical specimen. Interesting. Very interesting. By the way, Alex Guerrero, his personal trainer, is not a doctor, but he pretended he was one. He's a shady character, by the way. If I wanted to take down Tom Brady, I actually don't need to get to Tom Brady. I need to get Alex Guerrero and be like, all right, dude, what did you do? What are you doing over there? What is TB12 method? Which Hulk Hogan 80s vitamins are you giving him?
Alex
brother?
Rodriguez, you mean?
No, Hulk Hogan did it years before Alex.
Flintstones, just Flintstone vitamins.
Brazilian supplements Giselle gave him. Well, there you go. That's another option. Giselle could be involved. That's true. It's always fun to do. But again, every year that goes by, okay, so basically you're trying to tell me that you're the one. Nobody else in the game of football was ever, all the supreme elite athletes that ever came in this game, none of them could do this and sustain performance at this level in this age. But you're the guy. So which one of your parents was the Olympic athlete? Which one of your parents took the super soldier serum? Oh, both your parents are average? Really? So you have above average genetics with average parents? Really? You're the guy. Man, what a mutant you must be. I'm impressed.
A Ultra.
I'm
Wow.
impressed.
He's the guy.
He's the guy. Yeah, he's the one. He's Neo. He's the one. Yeah, Brady's throwing exactly as many tees in the middle of his career as before. 50-50, look it up exactly. There you go. I think Tom Brady decided to actually start studying Gordie Howe instead of translate that into football. There you go. But in fairness, I don't think anybody argues that Gordie Howe was physically in the same level in the later career. He was just tough. He was smart. He's savvy. He knew how to do it. Tom Brady's throwing some balls that he couldn't throw in his 20s.
Yeah. There's a picture. Did you, Bobby? You must probably have a copy of it, or maybe the Wire photo. But a picture of Gordie Howe back in the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there was like a picture in the locker room where he's like super jacked.
No, he's fishing or something. He's on a boat. And
Okay,
you look
yeah.
at him and
I got
he's like, and he looks like a wrestler from
Oh yeah.
1988.
He's a pure mesomorph.
Yeah, but that's the reason. That's the reason why, though, the Gordie Howe one is an interesting one. So here's the question: are we going to argue that Gordie Howe in his 40s into his 50s was athletically on par with him in his 20s and 30s?
No way.
I don't think anybody's going to make that argument. Can we argue that he was still super tough, super smart? He was savvy. He knew the game, and he was still a great athlete. Yes. we can say that. But the performance declined. The scoring declined. He wasn't at the same level that he once was.
Yeah.
He declined. So where's Brady's decline? And by the way, he declined in his last Super Bowl year. He kind of looked like crap a bunch of times there. By the way, in the run-up to the Bucs Super Bowl, he looked like crap in every playoff game leading to the Super Bowl. He actually looked like crap. He tried to throw away the game several times. He got lucky a couple of times.
He knows how to win.
Yeah, just wait for the other team to make a mistake. And it's like, listen, guys, I need one more interception by y'all. Can you fumble the football or something? I'll be your friend. I'll buy you a Rolex or something.
It's in there. There's so much more to the mental game at the elite level that, especially in those sports, I truly believe it.
That's why obviously the Super Bowl matchup we need is Tom Brady against random backup quarterback on the other team, because they're like, I'm too stupid to know any better. I'll beat you. It's like, wait, what? Eli Manning did it twice. Eagles backup quarterback did it. I can do it.
That's good.
How was a Barnboard Natural Muscles? Like most of the old breed. Yep, there you go. He knows how to win. Yeah, be on a team with a good defense against lucky. Yes, hockey guy.
Yeah, but you can say that for what? You can say that for 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. Can you? How can you say that for 6?
Okay, hold on. Oh, Brad. Okay, I'll give you all the short version. Here's the short version. Here we go. I'm gonna have fun. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Thank you for setting me up. Like on a team, my friend. Okay, here we go. Super Bowl #1, greatest show on turf. They came in as a prohibitive underdog with a ridiculous defense. It was a ridiculous defense, which slowed down the greatest show on turf and held them down. So, excellent, good. Adam Vinatieri game-winning field goal. One score game. Okay? Yeah. Second one, he faced the most formidable outcome ever. He faced the Carolina Panthers with all-time great quarterback, Yannick, brace yourself. I'm glad you're sitting down. Jake Delhomme. Oh my God, Jake Delhomme. How are we going to beat Jake Delhomme? Who beats Jake Delhomme? Everybody beats Jake Delhomme. Wow, they beat the... Oh, by the way, they scraped by and they won on a field goal. Wow, you beat the Panthers with Jake Delhomme on a field... Oh, man. You guys are so good. And third one, they played the Philadelphia Eagles. Philadelphia Eagles, they of the Andy Reid who managed to blow every single NFC championship until they got to one Super Bowl with all the talent in the world. And Donovan McNabb, pretty good quarterback. And they had Terrell Owens, who tried everything he could to implode the team from the inside. All this internal sabotage. And so clearly the Patriots would have defeated them by 20 or 30, right? No, it was a single score again. Because why? You can't even beat them by like 20? Like, they're trying to lose and you can't beat them by 20. One score. Oh, well. So this team's trying to lose. This team's got Jake Delhomme. They're saying they're trying to lose. This other team underestimated you the first time. And you had Spygate, by the way, in the first one. So that's just the first three. He goes a decade without winning crap. Loses to Eli Manning twice. Now, late career resurgence. Late career resurgence this is my favorite part. This is the last four. So we got to have the late career resurgence. It's important. Okay, first one. They play against the Seattle Seahawks. Oh, yes. Pete Carroll is like, okay, so here's the plan. So we got Marshawn Lynch. And if for whatever reason he doesn't score, we can do it again. So here's the plan. What's the plan, coach? Let's throw the ball. Okay. How about we throw it to the other team? Even better. Let's do that. That's awesome. By the way, Tom Brady had nothing to do with that shit. He was on the sidelines. That ended without him doing crap. What are you talking about? Okay, next. Next one I think was the Philadelphia Eagles. He lost to the backup quarterback. What am I even talking about? The backup quarterback who can't keep a job, Nick Foles. Really? Okay, moving on. Okay, next one. Atlanta Falcons. He came back from 25 points. Oh, 25 points down, you guys. Do you know how you come back from 25 points down in football? There's only one way. The other team is helping you. They're actively working to assist you. They could have knelt down for 3 downs and punted and won that game. They didn't have to run a single offensive play. They could have put Yannick in at quarterback, Bobby at wide receiver, and me as the running back, and we win. We don't have to do shit. Here's the plan. Kneel. Do it 3 times, and then we punt. We win the game. That's the next one. Great. Fantastic. Atlanta should have folded the franchise after that. It was pathetic. It was a joke. Please. Moving on. Last one. They played the LA Rams. Oh, the LA Rams against Jared Goff. Oh, man. 17-13. A classic. Amazing. Sensational. The Super Bowl MVP was Julian Edelman. Julian Edelman, who got pinged 4 games for steroids, whose trainer is Alex Guerrero, the same trainer as Tom Brady. Totally coincidence. Don't worry about it. In the Super Bowl, they give the MVP to the quarterback unless the quarterback is trash. Tom Brady was trash, so he didn't get the MVP. That was the 6th Super Bowl. 7th Super Bowl, Walsh is in against the broken Kansas City team. The good news is, here's the good news. I consider the Kansas City one to be Tom Brady's first legitimate Super Bowl because he actually beat a team by more than a score with superior offensive firepower and they were broken down. But he finally beat somebody legitimately. Not with an Adam Vinatieri field goal, not with a last second whatever, not with an interception for the other team, not by the other team collapsing and dying on mile 25 of a 26-mile marathon and just dying and we put the chalk line around them and then you walk past because you were so far behind. No, you in fact beat them. You did in fact beat them. You did that. And all you had to do, this was good, all you had to do to get there, the Super Bowl road for the Buccaneers, barely scraping by Washington with Taylor Heineke. Wow, that was amazing. Barely scraping by a New Orleans Saints team with Drew Brees at quarterback who retired pregame and didn't tell anybody. That's how trash he was. Again, Yannick could have gone in. They would have won. No problem. Yannick, you got this. You're killing Tom Brady right now. You're destroying this man. You're his kryptonite.
We're still on baseball? Okay.
Almost there. And then, my favorite, the Packers. The Packers wanted to internally implode. I watched the game. I laughed so hard. Tom Brady threw 3 interceptions. He's like, please, let me lose this game. I suck. No, please, we insist. Go on to the Super Bowl and play this Kansas City team. And they did. And they won. So there's Tom Brady's 7 Super Bowls. 1 legitimate, 6 questionable.
Wow.
At best, on a good day.
You know what? Honestly, I am beyond impressed with what you just went through there. I almost feel like you have to be a closet Tom Brady fan to remember all the
I told you, I've watched the last 20 years of NFL games, all the playoff games. I've seen every single legitimate game he's played. As the years went by and people did the narrative, remember, I'm a contrarian by nature.
Yes.
But as the years went by, if y'all had just rated him properly, if you all would just rate him properly, I really have no reason to argue with you. But just accept that there's luck involved. Just accept that you have to be like, look, man, you flipped the coin and it came up heads for you. Cool. That wasn't skill. It just came up heads. It could have easily come up tails. Just live with it. It's okay. It's fine. You still get credit for it. It's okay. It's fine. But it's like, as soon as they started saying like, oh, he's the GOAT, I'm like, did you actually watch the damn game? Because I did. I watched y'all get lucky. Please settle down. Calm down.
And we forgot about Ben Crenshaw and Lee Trevino.
That's a nice box.
Yeah.
6 with New England.
No, don't worry. I covered that. I took care of you. I took care of all 7. I took care of all 7.
I just realized, Carlos, I feel like somehow we need to get on a topic, and I'll put everything that I possibly own that you will win. You versus Stephen A., who I think is the world's most annoying person out there. But I feel like he doesn't he always bullies people. Or he doesn't allow with. If you went toe to toe with him, you would crush him. And
Well, it would be like 4 hours. It'd be like just a Titanic battle yelling back.
I mentioned the same thing at the show. It was like, that
Yeah.
would be epic.
Did you say that yet? Like,
Yeah.
I just think that
I agree with you from the sense that his tactic is to steamroll and just speak nonsense until, and then it's like, dude, I would demolish half the nonsense you're saying and denounce it. I'm like, how dare you? You're wrong. Get out of here.
all right. I still think Tom Brady is the GOAT, but
That's fine. But the important thing, Brad, is that I gave you the facts. It's not as clean cut as you would like it to be.
It wasn't your opinion.
Yeah.
It was facts.
I gave you a stack of specific game specific situations that occurred. You can go back and watch the game if you wish. I watched it in real time and I saw all these things.
It was beyond impressive. But boys, I'm it's 3:15 here.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
calling it a night.
Yeah.
And
No worries.
That made my night.
No worries. Brad, we'll talk a little bit more later. I will reach out to you, jokes aside. I will reach out to you for two things. I will talk to you maybe about the Ovechkin thing. I want to get that done. We'll get that done. I'll reach out to you. I want those cards from your hands. So we'll figure something out.
Okay, boys. Have a
Sounds
great
good.
night.
Have yourself a good night, okay? Take it easy.
See
buddy.
you, Brad.
Thank Brad.
Bradley did, in fact, walk into my trap.
Mm-hmm.
It was a wonderful thing. I enjoyed it. Look up, by the way, just
That
for the
was
record,
unnecessary.
no, it was an unforced error on his part. It was an unforced error. But the important thing, Yannick, did I provoke this? Did I bring this on? Did I tell him, oh, please defend Tom Brady? Just
You
randomly go.
Did not. You
Like,
were provoked.
why do they do this? Why do they do this, Yannick? Why? This is like going into the bear's cave and being like, hey, let me mess with the bear.
They
Hold on.
come to your house and they provoke and they demand. So
They're provoking me, Yannick. It's not good. It's not good. So look up the NFL's registered company business, like the WB, registered entertainment company, no sport. True story. They can theme outcomes. Hey, that's a bold one, Brass. That's a bold one. Brady's card hobbies way overpriced, way over. Yeah, at this point, people have kind of bought into the GOAT narrative, and they've just accepted it is what it is. Look, the vast majority are never going to agree with my take, but I can still have my fun. But I want to quickly say a thing. I kind of want to take the clip now where I denounce Brad's statement and just take that clip. And the next time somebody asks, like, I'm just going to hit play. I'm not going to do this again. I feel like I did a really good job there, nailing one after another, just going boom, 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 boom. Here
now
you go.
you need to do a mic
Pre-tape
drop one and you have both ready to go.
Yeah, it's like, look, I'll take that one and I'll take a clip for the Trout thing. It's like, next time you ask, I'm just going to push the button and I'm going to walk away and refill my drink. I don't need to deal with this. I've done it already. Did it really well. We're done.
I think there's lots of players throughout history. You know, I would have to say in hockey, there's a lot of bad goalies who had great teams.
Sure.
And vice versa. You know,
Yeah. The
if
thing
it
with
wasn't
football,
for this guy, if it wasn't for that guy, if it wasn't.
football is an 11-player game. There is
know.
so much dependency on it. There are so many, like, here's the thing. You take the greatest quarterback ever, legitimately, whoever you think the greatest quarterback ever is.
Name it.
They throw the ball, throw it into a wide open receiver, and they drop it. That's an incompletion.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that the pass was perfect. The pass could be perfect.
Mhm.
And they could do this over and over again. And if their team lets them down, or their line, fails to block a coverage, a guy goes and drills you and destroys you. And you're sitting there like, I'm trying to do everything I can. I'm doing the best I can. We planned. We came up with a whole strategy. And it falls apart. And I'm doing everything I can. And I lose. I wasn't the only one who caused the loss, but I couldn't fix it and make a win. There are other sports where it's easier for a player to take over. And that's what basketball has an advantage on a lot of these sports is like, if Michael Jordan wanted to take over a game, he could. Not every game, every night, but there are certain times where he could be like, okay, right now I'm going to go and I'm just going to shoot and I'm going to beat these guys and I'm going to score. And if they decide to triple team me, quadruple team me, well, then other players are open. I'll throw it to you. And then we're still going to win. I will control this side of the court. You can't do that in football. You can throw a perfect pass and a guy can drop it. You can throw a garbage pass and your receiver can make up for it and make it a completion. That wasn't a good pass. That was a good receiver.
It's about consistency anyway. So
yeah, he's got good consistency, but he's also had his fair share of good breaks. Just like anybody who wins a championship, you're going to have some breaks, and that's normal. He's had a disproportionately high amount of breaks, but the good news for him is he put himself in position to be there to get some breaks. It's just worked out in his favor. My point has always been to those guys is like, guys, it would have taken a little bit of variance going the other way. Would you still feel he's the GOAT if he went to the same amount of Super Bowls and he was 5-5? If he was 5-5 and it had worked out exactly 50-50, would you still feel he's the GOAT? It'd be a harder argument. If he's 4-6, is he still the GOAT?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard, right? It doesn't take a lot to switch the narrative. It's
Like
worked
I
out in his
said,
favor.
The word goat lately has been loosely used. Let's say.
Yeah.
Goat.
No, for
goat,
sure.
Goat.
Well, the thing is, like, look, for better or worse, he's one of
Legend,
those guys that is considered to be in that category where he is allowed to be in that discussion. Whoever else you want to put in there, he's allowed to be in the discussion, which is fine. That part's the discussion part. Sure. You want to argue in his favor? Go ahead. I'll argue against him in the same way. And there's some other guys that I would prefer as an overall player that I feel is a more dominant player that can do certain things. But that's my opinion. That's my stance. You don't have to agree with that. That's okay.
He's got the rings.
He's got the rings. But that's the thing. Like in some of the other sports, they have the same problem, right? If we just go by rings, Bill Russell should be ahead of Jordan.
You think?
Yeah. So that's what I mean. Like Bill Russell crushes Jordan in rings. But everybody go, oh, but different era. It's like, well, that's not very fair, is it? The current guys then are a different era than Jordan. Like, so then why are we comparing them? That's not fair either then.
It is hard to compare eras anyways.
That's right. So it's like, I get it. So anyway, guys, let's wind her down. We joke about the long live streams, and I can do them, but it's not necessary beyond a certain point. Is there any last comments or thoughts that you guys want to throw in there? You certainly can. Feel free to do that, and then I'll acknowledge those, and we'll wind her down and call her a night. It's been fun. We had our fun.
Yeah.
I did enjoy Mr. Brad coming on and poking the bear a little bit. I was like, oh, nothing gets me a second wind of energy than it's like, oh, poke the bear. Please do. So good. Anyway, like I said, next week, it'll be 8:30. I will adjust according to the schedule. It'll be a little bit earlier, not by that much, but a little bit. But it'll also be an earlier ending because the intention is to get offline before it's midnight so that I go with the family and do the Christmas thing. New Year's Eve, I'm going to figure out the timing, but we will go into the new year. So we will all celebrate. So make sure you got your drinks ready. We're coming up. So
I
let's
don't
see
know what I'm
here.
doing New Year's.
What was that?
I don't think I'm doing anything New Year's. Now we got the Omicron.
It is true.
Everything's,
Well, we'll see. Maybe it'll help viewership. That'll be like the biggest viewed show. It's like New Year's.
10,000 views.
There you go.
Jeff, I got you.
Yeah. So good evening, name. Absolutely. Thanks for popping in. Sounds good. All right, guys. So as always, appreciate you hanging out. The chat has been very active tonight. I do appreciate you guys hanging in there. There's been a lot of comments in the chat, so I do appreciate that. Good evening, Baz. Absolutely. So thank you to Bobby as always. Thank you to Mr. Yannick for hanging and joining in. Thank you to Brad for joining in and speaking this Brady blasphemy that I had to denounce. So I hope you all learned a valuable lesson. It's very
You
important.
just poked the bear and left.
Oh no, like he ran away. He ran away. He was like, I don't got a counter argument. I was like, I know you don't. I know you don't. There's no counter argument. But anyway, sounds good. But like, look, your goat is whoever you want. But remember, this is important. The only real goat. The goat of goats. Ziggy Palfy, we covered this already. Like, what are we even talking about?
I knew it.
I explained this to you already. I explained this to y'all. Thank you, Frank. Have yourselves a good night. All right, folks. Thank you very much. We got 2 more live streams before the end of the year. So we're coming up on the end. Here we go. More videos coming up on the channel, all that. Last call, if any of you haven't already, hit the like button. Do it. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. All right. Appreciate you, folks. Have yourselves a great evening, and we'll catch you in the next one.